Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renovative has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Kushina, and that was the woman's name, was supposed to give birth to twins soon, as her mentor Tsunade-sama told her during the examination. Walking along the main streets of the village hidden in the foliage, she noticed the looks of hidden hatred, fake joy. She knew why everyone was behaving like that with her, because she was the Jinchuriki of the most dangerous Bijuu in the world. No one dared to touch her, since she was the wife of the fourth Hokage and the people of the settlement could only measure themselves with this. Hello Kushina-sama, Hokage-sama asked me to look after you and reschedule in case of contractions. Calm down, said Umbu in a dog mask standing on one knee and waiting for the next orders. Hi Kakashi, you are as always for your own, but nothing when I give birth, the frying pan will be waiting for you with open arms. Kushina said with a devilish smile, imagining how she would beat the crap out of Minato's student. Kakashi swallowed nervously at such a statement, because it's not for nothing that his teacher's wife is called a burning bloody habanero. Even the strongest Umbu were afraid of her like fire, remembering a bunch of cases when Konoha hospitals were not empty, but were replenished to the point that there were not enough free places. Please don't Kushina-sama, I remember everything. Kakashi panicked and it was audible in his voice. If Kushina had added a little of her ki, then Umbu would have started shaking with fear, to which the woman only smiled kindly. Okay, this time live, but to be at our house today for the birth of children, or else. Kushina wanted to finish with a kind smile, but immediately began to breathe deeply, leaning against a lamppost. The young Umbu immediately understood everything and strengthened his hands with a chakra, took the expectant mother of 2 children in his arms and ran to the shelter where the birth should take place, due to the fact that the nine-tailed can get out of his carrier during childbirth. Having reached the shelter in an hour with strong Hatake, he squeezed the midwives and nurses, and he leaned against the wall falling to the floor, because half the way Uzumaki overdid her grip and squeezed the shoulders of the young Umbu with such force that his collarbones were broken. After a couple of minutes, one of the Irionans approached Kakashi and patched him up slightly, so that he was able to summon Pakken and tell the Hokage that he needed to come to the specified place as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Minato Namikaze arrived in a thunderclap near his wife and folded the seals for the containment technique, then folded his hands on Uzumaki's stomach, and half an hour later, Kushina's waters broke and screams of pain and hatred mixed with a 3-story mat became audible throughout the shelter, which many shinobi would envy. After 3 long and painful hours, a child's crying was heard, showing 2 new lives to the light. Kushina exhaled with relief and relaxed, because for her it was even more of a test, and while the newly made mother was departing from childbirth, her babies were washed and wrapped in towels. How beautiful are they, can I hold them? Minato asked, letting out tears of joy, and pulled his hand towards his children, slightly leaving the concentration of his chakra for the containment technique, because he was the happiest person in the world. No, first the mother of the children must see her son and daughter, said strictly Biwako Sarutobi, hitting Namikaze's hand with her palm, and then took the children and handed the children over with great care, trying not to harm the kids. How beautiful they are. The boy will be called Naruto, and the girl Menma. They will be the most beautiful when they grow up, Kushina said, crying with happiness, looking at her babies, and noted that Naruto inherited more Uzumaki genes, noticing that he had purple hairs on his head, as at the same time his sister had small, noticeable blonde hairs. But the happiness of the newly made parents did not last long, as a big explosion thundered at the entrance to the shelter. Because of this, everyone tensed up and was ready for battle. With each passing minute, distinct footsteps and falling bodies were heard, which made me feel uncomfortable. Well, what a charm, but it's a pity that they weren't invited to the birth of children, because I prepared a big gift for one of them," said the stranger, coming out of the shadows dressed in a dark cloak with a hood covering his identity. Everyone present could feel his ki pressure, as well as the eerie smell of someone else's blood. Several Umbu decided to attack the enemy by pulling out their katanas and folding the seals with one hand, to which the unexpected guest grinned and remained standing in place. A couple of minutes passed, and the stranger attacked one of the Umbu with such speed that it was difficult to move him, folding seals on the move, and then released a mini tornado, hitting exactly one of the guards of the Kage. Everyone saw how the poor Umbu was torn apart, pouring his blood into the shelter, and the organs began to slowly slide off the wall, while the Umbu began to try to keep the distance, while protecting the village's weapons together with the Hokage. And meanwhile Minato took out a couple of kunai with marks, thinking about a lot of ideas on how to win or at least escape from the madman together with the children in Kushina. "It seems that it has become nicer here, but I didn't come here to play with you. I need a monster that is located in the Uzumaki Kushin," said Nuke-Nin, crunching his fingers, preparing for something crazy, and stood in a stance for attack and his defense. That "You're welcome," growled Minato, forming a Rasengan in his hand, and moved to the enemy to smear him on the wall. But when he was there he did not notice him and began to look around, but after he heard the crying of children and looked in that direction. "We are equal in speed to Namikaze, but I am more cunning, but the choice is yours, my friend," said the hooded man, standing in still hot organs mixed with the blood of midwives, holding in one hand a tanto soaked in the element of wind, while in the other hand he has two crying bundles. The fourth Hokage did not hesitate and quickly moved to the enemy, seeing his wife unconscious out of the corner of his eye, and climbed his children, teleporting to the nearest kunai near the village. After he moved, he felt short of breath, and saw that his student was not far away, so he ran there as quickly as possible. "Kakashi, take care of the children, and I need to save Kushina. She stayed with that maniac," Minato said, stuffing the children into Hataki's bundle, and quickly moved to Kushina due to the fact that she had the mark of the God of Thunder on her, and his wife was severely exhausted both physically and mentally. But also the fourth noticed a broken seal restraining the nine-tailed Minato. He took the Kyubi. "He must be stopped immediately. He is going to release him in the center of the village," Kushina said in an exhausted voice, and tries to get up. "Honey, please don't waste your strength, you'll still need them." But for now, Minato wanted to finish, but he heard a wild and furious roar. Turning in that direction, he saw that a raging fire was burning over the forest, and in the center there was a gigantic fox with 9 tails. "Not so fast, my friend, don't be afraid, maybe I won't kill you until your village burns down," said a stranger in a torn and completely bloody raincoat. "Anyway, but there were worthy opponents in Konoha. But who are you?" Namikaze asked fiercely. His opponent was getting on his nerves, and he was ready at any moment to grab him by the throat and kill him to save his village. "How impatient, but so be it. I'll tell you, or better show you, and maybe you'll even be surprised how I survived, finding out what my life has come to." But I'd rather tell it in the next world," the enemy said, taking off his hood, showing straight facial features, dark styled hair that does not slip only thanks to the protector with the crossed-out emblem of Konoha, but the main feature was white eyes with a pale purple hue expressing hatred and contempt. Minato could not believe his eyes. In front of him stood not like another Hisashi Hyugo himself, recognized as dead. Because of this, the fourth Hokage strained to the fullest as he understood the strength of his opponent and thought of victory options, because there was very little time left to help his wife and village. Hisashi wanted to say something, but felt the danger behind his back, so he left the line of attack, from where Kaguya appeared with a Rasengan in his hand. After such an attack, Namikaze clashed with Hyugo in taijutsu, where he was able to deliver a couple of significant blows, but he also began to run out of breath due to the fact that he was solving stacks of paperwork with clones, so he decided to take a desperate step. Minato threw a smoke bomb under himself and immediately made a shadow clone, and then sent a copy into battle in order to distract Hizashi and prevent him from activating Byakugan. According to the original, he disappeared from the battlefield taking his wife. His plan was that his clone would be able to detain the enemy while he dealt with the Nine-Tailed himself, but first he moved to a safe place and put his wife down, feeling her pulse, exhaled with relief. Have a rest, honey, I will try to solve the problem, and when you wake up, our children will already be with you. Minato said, kissed Kushina on the forehead and ran away to the village, praying that it would not be too late. Running out of the forest, the young Hokage saw a giant red fox destroying a village with a wild grin, showing how much he enjoys it, but it was clear that it was not enough for him and he wanted to erase the village he hated from the face of the earth by collecting positive and negative chakra near his mouth, forming a bomb. Namikaze swore and at a fast speed folded the summoning technique, calling Gamabunta, and jumped on his head. Because all hope is only on him, Gamabunta-sama, take away and detain Kyuubi for a while. I understand that we have no other way out and I will have to seal this monster in one of my children. Minato said with great bitterness and regret, to which Gamabunta did not lecture him because he understood that this was not an easy decision for Kaguya. Therefore, the Toad Boss, taking his tanto tighter and with one big jump, was near the Nine-Tailed one, charging him in the muzzle so that he did not have time to form a full-fledged concentrated bomb. And meanwhile Minato moved to Kakashi, who was sitting in one of the abandoned houses on the outskirts of the village, and lulled the babies. Kakashi, you have to give me Naruto, he has more Uzumaki genes and he has to withstand the sealing of Bijuu. Namikaze said in a suppressed voice, but after slightly staggering, he only had enough chakras to move to the exact point and seal the Bijuu, but he was not sure about the latter. But, Minato-sensei, there must be some other way, because the child will be persecuted by everyone, he will be hated and feared. Kakashi said in a raised tone. He understood what loneliness and hatred are when you are all alone. And no matter how sorry Minato was, he knocked out his student by hitting the carotid artery and took Naruto in his arms, gently lulling him, saying that everything would be fine, and then moved to the battlefield and saw that Gamabunta was holding Kyuubi with the last of his strength. Namikaze realized that it was impossible to delay and therefore called the altar by putting the baby there. Minato began to carefully fold the seal so as not to make a mistake, but in the end someone's hand falls on his shoulder. It's too early for you to die, Minato, it's better to leave this fate to me. Still, I didn't have long to live anyway. Hiruzen said with a kind smile and broke the series of seals of the young Kage. At that moment, the Toad Boss could no longer hold the Nine-Tailed one and therefore disappeared in a cloud of smoke, returning to his world. Raise your children as noble shinobi. The technique of summoning the god of death. Sarutobi said, folding the seals to the limit of his abilities, and then hit the ground with his palm. So where the blow occurred, Shinigami appeared with tanto in his teeth, smiling with the corners of his lips, looking at the young heir with his yellow eyes, and realized what was required of him, so he took his purple tanto hand and cut his stomach. In the same place Hiruzen had a deep horizontal wound that cut even clothes. The third Hokage endured the pain with all his strength. Even when his guts got out, he could not admit that he would die for nothing, so he endured, looking at how the fox began to shrink and be absorbed into the body of the little Uzumaki. Grow up to be a good person, Naruto, and here's a gift for you from an old man. Sarabody said with a grin, passing his knowledge of techniques into the head of the red-haired boy, so as not to harm him. He put a block on them until the boy turns at least 6 years old. After that, Shinigami nodded and took the soul of the shinobi of the old generation. Minato at the same time jumped up to his already dead mentor and let out a stingy tear, because Hiruzen was like a grandfather or father to him. After mourning the body of his teacher, Minato approached his son and saw what struck terror in him for his life. Having completely sealed the Nine-Tailed in Naruto, noticeable metamorphoses occurred, namely, stripes in the form of a mustache appeared on the face, the fingers lengthened and became covered with bloody fur to the elbow, and the nails became elongated claws. The legs ceased to resemble human and became bestial, covered with fur, but able to walk on two legs, but also the color of his eyes changed, one turned purple and the other turned red. Minato was afraid that the sealing did not happen according to plan, but when he saw the pronounced seal, he calmed down, but he felt how his son's chakra was changing in his eyes, becoming darker and more powerful. Damn, well, that's why it's like that. Okay, let's hope that at least they won't kill him, but they'll have to keep him under their care. A hawk, Minato said in a thoughtful voice, and after a few minutes Umbu appeared in a hawk mask and stands on one knee. Yes, Hokage-sama? Hawk asked without emotion in his voice, standing on one knee waiting for orders. Call the clan council, urgently. Minato said, taking the child in his hand and looking at the sky, wanting to find the answer there, to the resulting problem. Hi, Hokage-sama, said Anbushnik and disappeared into Shunshin following the order of the head of the village. After 3 hours, all the clan heads were gathered for a full report on the village's resolution and population mortality. Everyone who was in the hall was exhausted, having several fractures caused by the protection of the civilian population, including Geninami, and pushing the nine-tailed demon away from the village at the risk of being crushed by paws or tails. Well, since we are all gathered here, I ask you to begin the announcement of a detailed report, said the Hokage, looking at one, fastening his fingers in the lock, leaving his thumb and index fingers. Well, according to current data, there are almost half of those killed from the entire village, of which 2/4 of this half are in serious condition. 40% of the village has also been destroyed, said the chief strategist Shikaku Nara, with a bandaged head and leg due to the fact that the fox was grazed with a claw, having received a slight concussion and a torn leg. The result is not comforting, Hokage-sama, having lost the fighting power of the village, so we propose to declare martial law until all the problems of the village are solved, not letting genins on tasks, and chunins, jonins, and umbu let out of the village only on important tasks, said Fugaku Uchiha in a calm voice, as he understood that such measures are necessary to protect the settlement and the people in it. As much as I would not like it, but I support Fugaku-sama. The main task is to rebuild and gain the former power of the village, but it seems to me that many would like to know what happened to Sarutobi Hiruzen and who the new Jinchuriki became. Hayashi said with an interested voice, looking at Asuma Sarutobi from the beginning, and then looked around at everyone as if he saw them for the first time. Unfortunately, my son Naruto Uzumaki became the new weapon of the village. For the same reason he will live in the family after the inspection of Tsunade Senju. What about Hiruzen-sama? He died, sealing the fox by summoning Shinigami. The third will be buried with all honors, like the rest of the shinobi, Minato said with a drooping but stern voice, not having to contradict him. But no matter how he tried to show himself, inside he was afraid of his offspring after his transformation. No one objects to Hokage-sama. But it is better to make one condition for the safety of the village and its citizens, and the condition will be this: the boy will grow up in the family, but if there is at least one jump in the Kyubi chakra, the boy will be placed in a special room with chakra-dressing seals, but he will also develop and learn the art of shinobi, according to the reason that our village needs a perfect doll obeying orders. Hayashi said, waiting for a reaction, because if Namikaze does not agree, then his post of Hokage will be transferred to another person with all the honors and privileges. Konoha's Yellow Lightning had no choice but to agree, because if he lost his post, it threatened that his son would be made a perfect weapon without emotions, carrying out only orders. But he also knew that with his early retirement he would lose the respect and power that he had been seeking for many years. As Namikaze could also notice, everyone supported the idea of Hugo's head, because she understood what the coming of the nine-tailed fox meant, and no one wanted to repeat such an incident. After discussing plans to restore the village and reduce salaries for a couple of hours, everyone began to disperse, as everyone needed to calm down and relax, so everyone went to the surviving restaurants and bars. Only Minato went to the hospital where his wife and children were to visit them and find out the results of the examination. Approaching the dilapidated hospital, and the young Hokage saw a bunch of bleeding shinobi lying on futons. Many tried to endure the pain by letting out only quiet moans, but he also saw those who were less lucky, lying shinobi without any limbs or having burns of all degrees. Namikaze shuddered at the sight that he immediately went to look for Tsunade, the very one he found sitting under a tree. "Hello Tsunade-sama, as I see things are really bad, can I help you with something?" Minato asked in an anxious voice, waiting for an answer on which it depended how soon he would see his family. "Hi Minato, things are still not very good, to put it mildly, there are a lot of victims, but one thing is to heal physical wounds, but it will be very difficult to heal mental ones like this. But I think you came here to find out how your family is, it's not all clear here either, you'd better sit down," Senju said in a suppressed voice, clenching her fingers into fists, holding on to her clothes due to the fact that when examining the Namikaze family, she saw something that scared her. "Okay, I'm listening to you carefully, please tell me everything," Minato said, sitting down next to Tsunade to hear her better, because he should know what happened to his family while he was away. "Well, then let's start with a good. Kushina was lucky to survive the extraction of the Kubi, even though she is an Uzumaki, but her chakra center is damaged due to the fact that she often used the nine-tailed chakra not consciously from the moment when the monster was reprinted into her. As for your children, things are a little worse here. Menma was born with infected blood and poor eyesight, but within a year, with proper treatment, she will come back to normal without even noticing. She inherited half of your genes and the other half of Kushina, so she is a strong baby. But here's what about Naruto. I want to express my condolences. Due to the sealing of the nine-tailed, his body underwent metamorphosis, his arms and legs became bestial, the focus of the chakra increased, his chakra became denser and slightly more poisonous, also something like a tail and ears were visible in the pictures. Here I am powerless, I will not be able to return him to a human form, but I can say one thing for sure, when examining the seal, we noticed that Kyuubi is now in hibernation and it is possible to get out of there in a stressful situation. That's all, and now let's go, I'll take you to your family, and you'll tell me what the meeting was, said Tsunade getting up from the ground heading to the hospital. She reproached herself that she would not be able to help her godson become a man again, but she also did not hate the child because he was not in anything guilty. There is nothing much to tell, we made a plan to rebuild the village, as well as to strengthen combat positions. In 3 days, when we bury and honor the dead, martial law will be declared, so the entrance to the village will be closed for some time, but we also requested help from our Uzumaki allies and we will wait for an answer, Minato said, following Sanin, not telling about the plan for Jinchuriki, as he understood that people would hate the boy, even if he himself was born only today. Such is the nature of people who have lost loved ones and relatives. Then they walked in the bloody corridors in silence, thinking about their thoughts, what to do next and how to live after such a night. But after they got to the right floor, they stopped thinking about the bad and went to Kushina's ward where the children were. Then, "You yourself, I need to go back to the sick, even if I can't use the chakra, but I can so perfectly, only after that I will get drunk even if they try to hold me," Tsunade said with a slight smile, and then patted the young Hokage on the shoulder and left, dreaming of meeting the cherished bottle of sake as soon as possible. Minato only nodded at this, going further to the ward, and when he reached it, he slightly opened it by sticking his head in, afraid to wake his wife and children. Noticing that the room was dark, he went into the room to look around and saw his wife, who was not sleeping. "Hi honey, how are you feeling?" Minato asked with concern and turned on the lamp that stood on the table and knelt by his wife's bed, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that his babies were sleeping separately wrapped in diapers so as not to freeze. "I feel disgusting, a nine-tailed one was pulled out of me. Mito-sama demanded that this monster not fall into anyone's hands, even if I have to die, and now what? I'm not a fit shinobi. Naruto has become a monster that it's scary to show it to people. Well, at least our daughter, our gold is almost fine and she can save," Kushina said in hysterics, because she wanted a healthy and full-fledged family, and in the future, when the children would have become geniuses, she would have taken under her leadership, but all her dreams fell apart and all because of one madman. "Well, that's it, Tomato, you shouldn't cry, because our daughter will recover and become strong and beautiful kunoichi, and maybe in the future she will even take my place as Hokage. And our son is no worse, because as I was told the demon is in a kind of coma and therefore the future consciousness of Naruto is in perfect order, so that let's calm down or you'll only make it worse for yourself and in a week we'll go home. Minato said, hugging Kushina with support and affection, realizing that she needs him now more than ever, seeing how she clings to him and sobs gradually calming down. Okay, I believe you, but I'm still scared looking at Naruto and never call me a tomato again. Uzumaki said weakly, hitting her husband in the side, due to the fact that she was so called in childhood because of the color of her hair, but this calmed her down completely and lay down to rest, closing her eyes. Looking at this, Minato smiled, rubbing his side and covered Kushina with a blanket and kissed her on the forehead, and then approached Menma, stroking her on the top of her head, saying that she was a sweetheart, kissing her on the forehead, but approaching Naruto with shaking legs. He saw in him first of all a monster and could not do anything about it, but still went up to him and patted him on the head after hearing the unconscious snorting. The young father pulled his hand away, so he did not expect this and quickly left the ward, struggling with his soul, which was drawn to his son. Not seeing a monster in him, Namikaze did not want to solve the question of how to treat his son, and therefore he quickly went to the residence to direct people to certain places to start work. He wanted to get rid of bad thoughts and the work helped him in this, checking on personal experience. Looking at the destruction and the twisted, devoid of entrails corpses with burnt skin and a grimace of horror suggested what once living people felt before their unexpected death, Minato did not notice how he reached the residence after thinking about his thoughts, and climbing the stairs he noticed that it was very quiet in the back. His mind was preparing for the worst, because at least a few people had to be in the building. Quickly getting up to his office, he saw a burning light, which strained him and, taking from his pouch, Kunoi cautiously approaches the door and opens it. Minato, we have been waiting for you. We need to discuss the issue of the Renaissance project. We need to choose a certain plot of land, order printing masters, and also choose certain people to restrain Jinchuriki. Koharu Utatane said in a calm and slightly irritated voice. She was not happy that she was forced to wait for so long, but at the same time she did not look shabby, as if she was not at all touched by the destruction from the nine-tailed demon. Advisor Hamura Mitokado also looked, well, as soon as Konoha is rebuilt, then it will continue to look for a place for Jinchuriki, but it takes time, and there is no such thing yet, so we will have to wait, dear elders," said Minato, gritting his teeth, walking to the table, sitting down in an armchair, starting to understand how sparks of greed play in their eyes. They see Naruto not as a person, but as a future tool for their smoothly in atrocities, not only for other villages, but also for their own village. To such a statement, Danzo Shimura nodded with an affirmative nod, squeezing his cane with his hand until it crunched, showing how angry he was, even though he envied his late comrade Sarutobi, but he did not want the complete destruction of the village, so he accepted such conditions that slightly restricted him from spying on young weapons, but who said that you can't follow with dedicated to you Ambu route. After the elders and Hokage had discussed all the remaining nuances, they went about their business, and Minato began to sort out a bunch of papers and send responsible shinobi on important errands, not noticing how time flies. For years and 9 months have passed in such a short period of time. Menma and Naruto grew quickly, but each in their own way. Menma was surrounded by universal love from everyone. Everyone hoped that the girl would return to normal during treatment. She started crawling at 7 months and walking a year, and talking at 2.5. Everyone saw in her the beginnings of a genius that are born once a century, and by nature at 4 she was a difficult child, demanding all that the non-elderly will ask to be refused, but all her kindness surprised her. If she saw that a person was ill or needed help, she would come to the rescue without hesitation. As for Naruto, fate treated him cruelly. His mutations only began to gain momentum. The legs became more bestial above the knees and continued to change every year. His hands were changing at the same pace, making them clawed and fluffy, becoming the color of ripe cherries. Not long ago the ears and tail began to erupt, from which he did not feel pleasant discomfort, but whatever you say, the boy was born a genius even if no one wants to admit it. After all, He started crawling at 5 months, and walking a month later, but he started talking at 2 years old, which surprised everyone, but they tried not to show it because they were afraid of his animal grin, and then there was a problem in the form of ignorance of letters. Kushina did not want to give her son a lot of time remembering because of whom she suffered, but she helped him learn letters when he was 3 years old, and after that she stopped giving him time coming up with a new reason every time. At the same time Minato was able to restore the village with the help of shinobi and everything was getting better. He was proud that his family he lives in prosperity, but with grief for the sexes. He was able to accept Naruto as he is, continuing to dislike him, overpowering himself. He helped his son with books, who asked when he turned 3.5 years old. By nature, little Uzumaki was calm and attentive at the age of 4, never tried to go into conflict trying to find a peaceful way, but he also had an interest in new knowledge for self-development. One day Naruto decided to take a walk around the village, but he understood that he could be mistaken for a monster, so he put on black loose pants, a white tight turtleneck with a collar, as well as black gloves with metal inserts. He did not take anything from the shoes since none of the shoes fit him in shape and size. Out on the street, the red-haired boy breathed fresh air into his full chest, relaxing his soul and body, and then headed towards the market where most of the shops should be. In his pocket there were a couple of bills for buying any sweets or buying books. Halfway there, he felt a strange feeling a couple of meters away from him, as if someone was watching him or looking intently trying to find something in the little boy. Trying to hide from this, he went into a bookstore where he came across a book on biology, genetics of humans, plants, and animals. He was fascinated by the cover of the book in the form of a golden inscription on a brown cover and a pattern of gold-green DNA, so without hesitation he took it to the checkout to buy, but his insides did not give him peace of mind, as if something bad was going to happen. "Hello, you can buy this book, it looks very interesting," Naruto said in a kind voice, approaching the counter where the seller was and holding out the book to be seen, but did not smile, relying on his bitter experience. "Hello young man, of course you can, but I'm afraid it will be a little too boring for you or adult," the seller said with a kind smile, looking at how the little boy tries to give himself to the book, but he was slightly confused by the clothes, such a feeling of hiding something, but decided not to pay attention to it. Uzumaki quickly gave his money after paying for the book and went home, afraid of getting lost due to the fact that people began to come to the market. But he did not have time to get far from the bookstore when he heard soaked with hatred and grief. "How far are you going, demon spawn?" asked in a sepulchral voice, the former Umbu who guarded Kushina during childbirth. He cursed that day and wanted to vent all his anger on the new Jinchuriki. The people began to wonder what this shinobi was doing when he approached the frightened child, saying blaming the village for all the troubles, but they succumbed to the herd feeling and gathered in a circle of Umbu and a frightened boy. "Don't you see, fools, this is not a child at all, but a demon who is covered from head to toe with the blood of innocent people of our village and the one for whom one person came. But I will tell you the truth," said the former Anbushnik, taking off his mask, showing a disfigured face covered with horrific burns and scars. One of the eyes was as if fried and inserted back, representing a shrunken eyeball of yellow color, and the other single seeing eye was saved by medics, for which they fought for several hours, but most of all his smile was a maniac, foreshadowing the pleasure and enjoyment that the demon will get what he deserves through his efforts, taking a couple of shurikens from the pouch. Approaching the boy who was trying to find a way out to get out, but people became so close to each other that a little boy could not get out without help. The madman did not wait long for the boy to escape and therefore took him by the scruff of the neck and threw him to the ground, sending shurikens fastened with a fishing line after him. Naruto couldn't do anything when he was chained to the ground with a fishing line, but he tried to get out and run home, and when he fell, he noticed the absence of a book and began to panic even more. No matter what kind of character he was, but still remained a child who was just starting to live. The red-haired man could only see how a maniac approaches him, and then cuts his clothes, revealing his changed body to everyone, but most of all he was horrified by the seal that restrains the demon burned into the innocent skin of the boy. "Now you see, this brat is a product of Kubi no Yoko. he is responsible for the death of the people closest to us, those whom we lost that night," said Shinobi, laughing hysterically, because the reason was that he lost his wife and daughter, shaking his psyche when he personally collected from the ground and debris of the building fragments of organs mixed with blood, resembling porridge with broken bones and bones. People realized who was lying in front of them, awakening forgotten pain and rage in themselves, remembering how the whole village mourned the dead together with nature, how many tears were shed because of the cursed demon, who deserved only death despite the fact that they could kill an innocent person. Picking up everything that came into their hands, preparing to throw out their feelings, thinking that after such an act they would feel better, Naruto saw that in the eyes of the villagers, the feeling of incomprehension was replaced by hateful hatred with an admixture of bloodlust, wanting to tear him to pieces. The boy shivered and began to twist out of the embrace of the fishing line. His sixth sense trumpeted panic, and not wanting to ignore it, he began to fight for his life with all his might, cutting off the fishing line with his claws, but there was not enough time. One of the residents, unable to stand it, threw a stone at the young Uzumaki. A child's cry of pain was heard. Everyone saw a split eyebrow, from where blood poured in thin streams onto the ground and onto the closed eye, mixing with a stingy tear. "Look how pathetic he is, he won't do anything to us. The demon has lost his power, what a pity," said one of the residents with a theatrical voice, enjoying the sight of the boy, imagining how his throat would be cut at the end, fulfilling the dream of many who survived the fateful night. After such dreams, the crowd of people could not stand it and, grinning like animals, they began to throw everything in their hands at the little boy and laughing when at least one of their shells hit the boy, seeing how he was kicking, continuing to cry, but not screaming, fighting for his small but important life. Hearing laughter and curses, a group of policemen got to the epicenter and began to surround the crowd to stop the chaos gathered on the street. To understand the reason, several shinobi climbed with the help of chakra on the walls of buildings, but seeing what was happening shocked them and quickly descended, wanting to stop the madness. But it was too late. One retired shinobi threw for sure in the temple with the handle of a broken kunai, avenging Kubi for his son whom he lost. Holding in his hand to the last the same broken kunai in half given by his father on his birthday. "Everyone stand, no one move, you are all detained until the circumstances are revealed," the police of the Uchiha clan said in an angry voice, and looked at the crowd with disgust, not understanding why people can beat a very young boy even if he is a Jinchuriki, because the kid did not choose such a fate. Quickly arresting everyone who was in the first ring, taking the crowds to the department. And when the crowd of people diminished, he saw a battered book. Taking it, he thought about someday giving it to him personally, when the boy would be better. These were the last words before the little Uzumaki falling into the sticky, but so warm darkness. He could not imagine that his life would end without simply trying all the tastes and mistakes of life on himself. Opening his multicolored eyes, Naruto saw a void in front of him with barely perceptible beams of light resembling stars, which he liked to look at with great delight. This did not frighten him at all, even the lack of a solid surface. Quickly realizing that he was in his subconscious and concentrated in half with grief, imagining instead of space, a night glade with red types of flowers in the form of poppies, licorices, lilies and roses. There were also several tall trees with large crowns, but most of all the uplifting the moon, illuminating the clearing with a soft, yellow light. Walking through the clearing, Naruto saw a large gate in the distance, reaching almost to the beautiful moon. Without a drop of fear, he went there, collecting some flowers, carefully cutting off with his claws, weaving along the way, not noticing how his clawed fingers deftly collect flowers, a beautiful vein with which he was very pleased, even though he knew that he will disappear when he gets out of here. Without regretting such an act, he put it on his head, without noticing how much time had passed in the subconscious. The young Uzumaki still got to the gate, noticing that they were made of gold, and in the center where the keyhole should be there were plates where each had engravings in the form of tomo with different amounts, forming a whirlpool. The little boy was not at all scared, and squeezing between the bars accidentally made gnashing his claws. How interesting, there is light outside, and here it is pitch black. Although I feel something warm here, but I keep a lot of Heartache for many centuries. Naruto said in an amazing voice, going into the depths of the room wanting to satisfy his curiosity. The further the red-haired man walked, the more he felt the warm flow of air and the more the flame of interest in him kindled, wanting to find out what or who was here. Remembering myths and legends that he loved to read with admiration, he remembered a chapter from a book called Bijuu. But he understood that history was written by the winners. Such an urge gave birth to a dream get to know at least one of them to find out the original history of events. When he reached the middle of the room, the boy touched something wet and rough, which immediately scared him and tried to strain his eyes to see at least something in the dark, but unsuccessfully, until a second later he saw two scarlet eyes with a vertical pupil expressing dissatisfaction and anger. "Who disturbed my peace?" Kyubi said in a menacing voice, dispelling the darkness around her, standing up to her full height, showing a lean physique, while the copper-red fur stood on end from being unexpectedly woken up, and the tails aggressively wriggled from side to side from discomfort. The last thing she remembered was how she destroyed the village hated by her because of the attitude of others. Since the days when Rikudo walked the earth, whom she hated with all her heart and soul. Seeing a fox of gigantic size, Naruto looked at her with a mesmerizing look, although his soul was torn just to escape so as not to listen to the menacing growl, even though he was the main one in his subconscious, but he did not want to harm a living being, imagining how much suffering the nine-tailed one had lived. So he took off the wreath and carefully put it on the claw his concubine as a small token of attention. Baby, how low they have fallen to lock me in the heiress of the clan, although you don't look like you're even a human, more like a hybrid of a fox with a human, but that doesn't change anything, you don't belong here," said the fox, slightly surprised, and then in an indifferent voice, gathering his emotions and taking the two tips of the claws of the boy and sniffing him, memorizing his smell, collecting the chakra in his mouth, converting it into fire, gaining a sufficient amount releases the flame on the guy, burning the shell into ashes, releasing it into the real world, and she began to think about what she to do, but when she saw the wreath, she could not believe her eyes. As long as she could remember, she had never been given colors, and realizing that the boy was different, she decided to give him a chance when he grew up. Not expecting such an act, Naruto jumped off the bed, after which his head went round, which forced him to sit on the bed and catch his breath. After that, he began to examine himself, what happened to him while he was unconscious. His hands and paws were covered with bandages, and he also felt a bandage covering his head with a purple eye, but managed to see a patient's card on the bedside table, which he decided to read, taking it carefully in his hand, turning on the lamp with his free hand. "I wonder what they write here. Naruto Uzumaki, 4 years old, was delivered yesterday with hematomas of various degrees, was placed separately from everyone by order of the Hokage, is also a vessel of the demon, so strict monitoring of the surge of the Kyubi chakra flash and the establishment of a suppression seal on the walls of the chamber is conducted," the boy said in a surprised voice, trying not to cry, reading everything to the last word. He understood one main moral: people will never accept someone who differs from their standards. Because of this, Naruto became angry and in a fit of rage cut the unfortunate honey card and threw it into the wall. But he did not calm down and began to look for seals that were attached throughout the room in several pieces. It hurt him that he was considered an uncontrollable beast who only wanted to kill. It took the boy a couple of hours to make a room of horrors out of the ward, cutting the walls, ceiling, and floor with his claws, leaving deep scratches, but he did not stop there, breaking the main lighting lamps, a table, a bed into small splinters. Not noticing that it was getting light outside. Seeing the sunrise, the boy calmed down, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, picking up the surviving table lamp and putting it on the windowsill, opening the window to ventilate the room. Thinking about how he should be while remembering that he read books for beginner shinobi, deciding to make a training plan when he comes home so as not to score anything. Having memorized this plan, looking for clothes under which to hide his body, after removing the bandages, the young Uzumaki was able to find spruce as a surviving medical clothing of pale green color and a torn, dusty doctor's robe found in the farthest corner of the room. After dressing, the kid went to the exit with caution, as he did not want to get caught by someone on the eyes remembering what happened yesterday. Looking out through the open door and looking around, Naruto noticed that no one was watching him, building two versions, either a shift was taking place or everyone wanted him dead, so he tried to act cautiously without lowering his vigilance and instincts, bypassing each floor to hide from doctors, patients and visitors, finding all available exits starting with empty offices and ending with rare gurneys with corpses. But when the kid was on the ground floor, he noticed that one of the little children was playing with a toy. Rushing down the corridor, stumbled and flew straight to the stone, smooth floor, flying through the stairs facing the street. Uzumaki immediately rushed at full speed, getting on all fours to increase speed. He didn't care what the people in the hospital thought of him, his goal was to save the baby, who could seriously suffer from such a fall. The young heir managed to catch the baby when he almost touched the ground, but he was lucky to fall on soft pads, greatly softening the landing, although Naruto himself looked worse, rolling on the ground with his whole body, having developed a great speed for the child before, but it didn't matter to him. He was pleased that he was able to save someone's that life of a little heart, not for a long time. The baby he saved began to cry loudly and everyone paid attention, coming up to them. "What are you doing, demon?" Clearly smelled young blood, tender and fresh meat, such a creature as you should not live in the world at all. "Well, nothing, you don't have long to live," said the medical worker, grinning like a wild beast, holding a scalpel in his dressing gown, reminding that his mother did not survive during the operation that he also conducted, not choosing the right method of treatment, acting on emotions, and therefore he lived only one dream: to avenge the demon for the death of a person dear to him, even if after this one will be fired or killed. The cry of the medic. A terrified Shizune comes out from around the corner of the building, seeing the crowd crowding around the battered Uzumaki holding a child in her arms. She knew that the baby was a vessel for a demon, but she did not dislike him, because she knew the truth. Who was to blame for this, not daring to tell anyone. "What's going on here? Get busy, you're doctors, not butchers. If that doesn't suit you, get out of here." But as I see here and the patients go recorded are unacceptable, assuming how much you're standing here, you're all late, so march everyone to the offices. As punishment, who is present here from the medical staff remain for a week of night duty. I'm waiting for reports for today. At the end of the day, disperse. Kato said in a stern voice, standing up for the little Uzumaki, and then takes the second baby with a toy in the form of a plush blue elephant with big ears, a small trunk and square glasses. After giving the child with the toy to the mother, the student Sanina looked at Naruto, who was breathing heavily, swallowing air with his mouth showing sharp teeth, sat down on his knees, not afraid of the child, and began stroking him on the back, calming him, and then began to treat with a green medical chakra, healing abrasions and bruises, paying attention that all the muscles of the boy are tense to the limit, making a preliminary verdict, which could turn out to be a cramp. "Hush, hush baby, it's okay, I won't touch you anymore, I'll take you home to your parents. By the way, my name is Shizune," the young medic said in a kind voice, not paying attention to disgust from the crowd of people. She didn't care about it, taking Naruto in her arms and gently hugged her and went in the right direction, because she knew where the red-haired man lived, but out of the corner of her ear she heard how they cursed the baby and wished for an early death. "Thank you very much, you are one of the few who have remained the same. I don't understand what could have caused such a lot of hatred for me. I wasn't going to eat that baby, but only saved him so that he wouldn't get hurt," Uzumaki said in a drooping voice, feeling how his little heart formed a crack, which made him feel bad with the realization that most people are no better than sheep, from which his hands clenched into a fist, not thinking about the fact that his claws dug into his soft pad. "So that's what happened. No, Naruto, you are not a monster, but our future. Change the world for the better, help this world to blossom," Shizune said in a gentle voice, and went through the park to finally calm the boy and show what beauty is. Gently putting the boy on the ground, the young heir walked along the path with tolerable pain, but such work did not prevent him from watching with a fascinated eye, admiring how various flowers of all colors harmonize with majestic trees, hiding everyone from the scorching sun. but complemented such beauty with unremarkable bushes of poisonous and edible berries hiding small holes under them, foreshadowing a bright future. Can I ask Shizen-sama a question? Naruto asked in an alarmed voice, afraid that he would not be understood, and therefore he moved his paws approaching the grass, which gently tickled and gently calming him. Of course. What's bothering you, Naruto? Don't be afraid to say there's nothing wrong with that, and please, just call me Shizun, I'm not that old. Shizun said with a sincere smile and stroked the fluffy hair of the child, seeing how the red-haired one was trying to trust her, although she understood that people's trust had fallen in his eyes. If they see a monster in me, as they see their death in poisonous plants, does this mean that I should go against people's opinions and go my own way? The boy asked in an interested voice, approaching the juniper tamaricifolia, where the young shoots of cornflowers grew. Of course, the main thing is not how they look at you, but the main thing is the correctness of your actions, because if you kill a person, everyone will think that you are a murderer, but tell who this person was and then you will become a hero. Each of us has a place in this world, but not everyone can know what he wants actually," said Kato, gently smiling at how Naruto reasoned, thinking like a genin, which could not make him proud. Taking the boy's hand, they went towards the house so that young parents would not worry about their child, not expecting that everything could be on the turn, imagining that he lives in parental love and affection. During the whole journey home, young Uzumaki calmly communicated with Shizun, learning from each other the level of knowledge where the young medic was amazed by the basic data of the boy in the fields of field medicine, the initial knowledge of the strategist, as well as a little engineering, while at the same time Naruto himself learned the rules of calligraphy and drawing, and he was also interested in the legends about the great master's weapons that could conquer the world, but refused to do so and began to defend against the great threat in different parts of the world. Approaching the house, the red-haired man did not feel pleasant, but continued walking, trying not to disturb his girlfriend, who radiated joy mixed with care, to which he was drawn, feeling the desire to return home less and less, where only silence was waiting. Here we have reached, Naruto, we are not on the way further, I have to go look for Tsunade-sama. Kato said in a kind voice, stroking Uzumaki on the shoulders, supporting him, seeing how he worries about returning home. Thank you very much for seeing me home, otherwise I would have been lost or I would have been kicked, Naruto said, smiling kindly, because to some extent he was right, and therefore hugged the girl tightly in a warm embrace, not wanting to let go. After letting go and saying goodbye to Shizun, the little genius took a deep breath and opened the door, because he remembered that the best friend from the Uchiha clan should come to his mother. Going into the house and carefully closing the door to go quietly into the house to change out of the hospital rags that bothered him, but as soon as he put his paw on the creaking floor, he heard a menacing growl. And where's trash like you been hanging around all day? Kushina asked in a rough and authoritative voice that does not require delay in lies, and her hair tips were writhing in 9 strands while a cast iron frying pan was comfortably lying in her hand. She knew where her son was, but wanted to scare him, to feel power and pleasure in her hands, which she had dreamed of since childhood. Sorry mom, I was in the hospital, I wanted to buy a book, but I was attacked, Naruto said, shaking with fear from the Kushina caused by Ki. He always did not understand why his own mother was so with him, and no matter how she treated him, he continued to love her with all his heart. Remember, you geek, I don't care what happened to you and what you're into, I don't care about you, you ruined my life, you deprived me of a normal future, and remember, I'm not your mother, puppy. You're alive only because you're a weapon and you have to live, even if I don't like it, said the elder Uzumaki with anger and disgust, looking at the child, bringing the frying pan to strike, believing that the boy did not deserve to call her mother, while the young Uzumaki stood at attention holding back tears of grief. But no matter how physically he tried to hide his sadness, the nine-tailed felt that the boy's soul cracked, bursting at the seams, amazed the fact that people are cruel even to their cubs. Please forgive me, Kushina-sama, this will not happen again, allow me to take my leave, it will not be respectful to receive guests in such an appearance, the young heir said in a cold voice, bowing smoothly, while his eyes expressed emptiness, as well as his heart, which was supported by Kyubi. Seeing what happened, remembering what childhood she had and could say for sure that her father did not allow her to talk like that with any child, and especially to beat, but she could not do anything, wanting the boy to go his own way without anyone's help. On such a statement, the Scarlet Beast calmed down and nodded, agreeing with her son, and then retired to the kitchen preparing goodies for the arrival of her friend with the whole family, while Naruto looked after Kushina, and when she disappeared into the doorway, the young man slowly went to the second floor looking under his paws so as not to spoil the steps with his claws. After getting up, little Uzumaki went to his room to get his clothes and go to the shower, but walking down the corridor, the boy noticed that there was a photo on the wall taken at a family holiday, but the red-haired one was not there, although he was not offered a walk that day, seeing only fireworks flying above buildings that day. I hope my sister will be more lucky than me. Well, no matter how you turn it, I am grateful to my parents for bringing up at least a little bit, but they gave me basic knowledge. This is my fate and I will go through this thorny path no matter what it costs me," Naruto said, smiling with the corners of his lips, and went to the white door, slightly rotten from the dampness after the rains. While Kubi could not understand what was the matter, everyone was looking at him, even his parents who broke him, but despite this, he continues to be himself, holding both positive and negative emotions. Entering the room, Naruto calmed down completely, leaving only a cold-blooded face looking around his place of residence, outwardly looking like an ordinary room in well-chosen dark colors, but in fact the room was rotten and destroyed, hiding mold under the wallpaper, while the ceiling had a couple of streaks from which the wiring deteriorated, and when the light was turned on, the bulb began to blink, intending to burst someday. The young Uzumaki sighed and approached a moldy-colored table standing on 3 legs. A red notebook with a golden symbol forming a circle of intertwined rose stalks lay on it, while symbols of all kinds of elements of nature flaunted in the middle, forming a symbol of life in the center. In it the boy wrote down his ideas that he could not yet realize. Opening his small one, the heir saw on the first one the content that he had specially prepared with several blank pages to fill in. Smiling at this, he began to leaf through it, seeing only the text without drawings. Aunt Shizun is right, with drawings it's easier to imagine what you keep in your head for your idea. I think it's worth a try," Naruto said in a thoughtful voice, taking out the last simple pencil from his notebook and opening the first page of the first projects called Boomerang, carefully drawing lines with his fur pens. Such a project contained 2 ideas. The first had a disc shape with a hole in the middle and pointed edges that could be easily cut, but also had magnetic properties, coming with a complete set of distributor gloves, which was supposed to magnetize certain projectiles, as well as change their trajectory during flight. While, in turn, the second idea had a more quantitative and chakras-consuming character, having the shape of a sun with 8 pointed petals on all sides with 2 holes on the edges. The peculiarity of such a shuriken was that the material was sensitive to the chakra and having good control with sensory abilities. Then such a weapon can be freely controlled. But the main highlight it was that one such prototype could be divided into 3 parts, which, when using the technique, gave an advantage in the form of 0 chakra losses during division. And what doesn't even look bad, I thought it would turn out worse. I wonder why the great Kyubi no Yoko called me the heir, and would he allow me to draw him in his notebook, although who am I kidding, such a beautiful and majestic creature will not put me even a penny, so I'd better think about other plans for now," Uzumaki said with a slight grin, mocking his arguments, while admiring his drawing and looking at the clock, while at this time the boy's roommate was surprised at the patience and endurance of the genius, seeing how hard it was for him to draw something, making great efforts not to tear the sheet, on which there were good options for what could be useful to everyone. But after hearing the compliment, her cheeks were slightly bloodshot, remembering that she had previously been told such pleasant words, even in a masculine way. For an ignorant child it is excusable. While the boy was thinking about a plan to become stronger, not so much for the village, but for himself, to find the main goal of his blossoming life. But his thoughts were knocked down by frequent knocking on the door. "Brother, Mom asked me to tell you to dress decently and not try to argue with anyone. They don't want problems. But I want to ask you to be more careful," Menma said with concern, opening the door slightly, seeing that the room looks well groomed and tidy, realizing that all the attention of her parents goes to her, not wanting to talk to her parents, but they only evaded the answer and gave her toys and everything she wanted, after which she forgot that she wanted to talk. "Okay, thanks for the warning, otherwise it looks like I've been sitting here too long," Naruto said, smiling kindly at his sister, whom he appreciated, trying not to interfere in her life for fear of depriving her of the love of her family, and then put the notebook away in a secret place while little Namikaze stared out the window watching the birds flying past the balcony going to look for a place to build nests for future chicks. After Menma gave the necessary information, smiled in response to her brother and ran away to help her mother with cooking, not forgetting to steal something from her, while no one could see, and meanwhile the little Uzumaki smiled kindly and went to the closet resembling a rotten coffin, which was still that task, because if at least a little bit of brute force, then part of the cabinet could come off with ease. With grief in half, Naruto was able to open the unfortunate interior of the room by tearing off the handle and pulling out a single set of clothes in the form of a dark purple turtleneck with a hood tightly fitting to the body, pressing the wool to the body as much as possible, and the decoration was lines resembling lightning forming non-repeating patterns of snow color. But there were also baggy trousers of dark blue hiding under them. His deformed paws, the boy slightly regretted that he would not be able to wear shoes, which he simply could not fit into because of the size of the paws. Quickly taking all the clothes, the red-haired man went to the bathroom to wash off all the fatigue and sweat that had accumulated over the past 2 days. Without meeting anyone in the corridor, the kid went into the bathroom made in a soft coffee color, equipped with a large and deep bathroom in milk color, and next to it was a wash basin with a slightly dark coffee color, over which was a mirrored cabinet in a delicate pink color, storing all the hygienic care products. Naruto took off the rags that bothered him with pleasure, freeing his body from the captivity of the fabric soaked with various medications, but looking in the mirror he saw his fragile, thin and pale body from vitamin deficiencies and malnutrition, and after peering at his head, tore the bandage on his head to examine the whole face, and seeing that the eyes were no longer human, plunged him into shock, which made him want to scream. What happened? Because the eyes could not have changed so much by themselves, and if someone finds out, then everyone will take up arms and someday they will kill me or, worse, burn me. Today you need to put on a hood in front of the guests and maybe there will be no problems. So Naruto, everything will be fine, the main thing is to calm down, Uzumaki said, shouting in horror. He did not understand how such changes occurred, but he could not help but note that he began to see better, not paying attention to it even in the hospital due to stress, while his roommate noted that the boy would make a good one, a defender, but she understood that the boy could change during his growing up, climbing into the bathroom, including hot water, pre-adding shampoo for the softness of hair and wool, and after the little genius lay down more comfortably in the bath and began to reflect on his training plan, he realized that first he needed to tighten his form due to an unprepared physique. Therefore, Naruto made a beginner plan, which included jogging in 5 circles without stopping, push-ups with pull-ups 10 times in 2 sets, also connected to this iron traction in the form of one approach for the maximum number of times 20% of his own weight, and the final exercises were squats and presses in the amount of 7 times 3 approach. But the main preemptive was meditation to strengthen blood vessels and organs. Having thought over the training plan correctly, the young Uzumaki was able to relax, surrendering to the warmth of the water, discarding all thoughts, imagining himself in the depths of a wise forest consisting of metal mechanisms, with foliage created from crystals of different color spectrum. Various animals were born in such a forest, starting with small hummingbirds and ending with big bears. Each of the animals performed a certain task while maintaining order and the harmony of the forest, because they understood that they were all connected, and if there were no one, there would be no others. From the noise of ticking trees, the 9-tailed one woke up with discontent. Looking around, the astral guy noticed that he was very similar to his older sister, who was once mistakenly called a goddess, from which she began to become vain, losing her mind, filling it with megalomania. And looking at the guy, Kyubi swore to herself that she would not let him become the same. Looking at the wreath preserved from the first meeting, and after that she sometimes began to play with squirrels and birds. that were close to her. Naruto did not notice how much time had passed since the moment he left the real world. Studying the astral space and opening his eyes, looking around, he noticed that the light was turned off, but his new eyes saw well in the dark. Striking him with such an ability and getting out of the cold water, he began to wipe himself so that he could put on a pre-prepared clothes. Cool. Maybe it's not bad to be who we are destined to be, because no matter how cool, but for something I was born and chosen to play the role of a demon. As Uncle Kakashi once said, everything has its own order, you just need to accept it, giving an example of your life. The red-haired man said with a kind smile, remembering his uncle, from whom he received his notebook with simple pencils for his birthday. The boy always wanted to be like a few people who never wished evil, and such people were Kakashi, who always knew how to cheer up a guy by giving a couple of good advice. Then there was Fugaku, building himself strictly a person with a serious face. But as soon as he started a small argument one evening with the young heir, he immediately experienced all the spectra of emotions, starting to respect the boy. Well, the last person the kid respected was Shizune for her intelligence and kindness, not being afraid to show their knowledge without a drop of arrogance and superiority in their voice, always helping their friend to replenish the horizons of their knowledge. After wiping himself with a towel, Naruto began to comb his hair, dreaming of growing them, not forgetting to carefully comb his fur on his paws and handles, carefully trimming his claws so as not to hurt anyone, and after finding everything he needed, he began to dress, starting with wrapping his limbs not completely with bandages, not wanting to ruffle his fur. Well, I seem to look neat, although, what if I try to paint my claws, and that, in principle, will be beautiful and will attract less attention? Uzumaki said, looking in the mirror admiring his face, to which his childhood scars in the form of a mustache added charm, and after admiring himself, he began to look for black nail polish, since he believed that black suited everything. The main thing was to choose a tone. From such thoughts Noyoko decided to see what result would turn out to be a guy, although she never painted her claws in her life, because she liked how they looked. Having found a thin brush together with a bottle containing the charcoal color of the varnish and carefully taking a shiny liquid with a brush, he began to drive it over the claws, covering them with a uniform layer, smearing each claw well, leaving no unfinished places. Carefully watching this, and after washing the bristles of the brush, he began to apply a layer of varnish on other claws with a painted pen, admiring the beauty, which loomed in the end, evaluating his first job. Naruto closed the bottle of varnish with great care and left the brush to be washed in a prepared bucket with cleaning agent, and while his claws began to dry, he thought about his origin, although he did not know who his relatives were except Minato and Kushina. They never told him, because they were afraid of anger from their parents and clans, while in turn the young fox knew the truth about some clans like Uzumaki, which she had created long ago to protect and explore the world. And your first job turned out well, but I wonder if you will become a cruel tyrant like a Shino or become an honest ruler, becoming a light for everyone who needs you. Kubi said in her thoughts, remembering how she was caught with her sisters and kept locked up, and then distributed to each country, without thinking about the feelings of Bijuu, presenting instead of a living being, an object and a weapon of mass destruction. But seeing a bud blooming in the boy, she wondered if the young heir could change the world, free everyone innocent and punish the Vinavs for their crimes. Without paying attention to how the varnish has already dried up, continuing to ponder over his thoughts, having died off from the doorbell he heard, foreshadowing that the guests are waiting for the door to open to start a dinner party, communicating on free topics and exchanging news. Without hesitating any longer, the boy began to put everything in its place, and then left the bathroom to meet the Uchiha family. But going down the stairs the little red-haired man heard a joyful greeting and fun, which hurt him. The reason was the absence of childhood, not knowing and not feeling the joy of life from attractions with a loving family nearby. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that life is a big boomerang. Losing something, you can gain something in the future. Menma, how beautiful you have become. In the future, if you want, you can win the heart of any boy. The main thing is to believe in yourself and do not offend your brother, Mikoto said with tenderness in her voice, squeezing Menma's soft cheeks, and hearing footsteps from the stairs, turned her attention to seeing her best friend's son, who covered his face with hoods. "Hello Fugaku-sama, Mikoto-sama, Itachi-san and Sasuke-san, glad to see you," Uzumaki said with a kind slightly strained smile, looking at the guests dressed in strict and formal clothes, wanting to talk to them, but was afraid of his mother's screams, which in the end could lead to beatings with a frying pan. "Hello Naruto, I am glad that you are in full health, and please take off your hood, it only bothers you, but not the point. I was asked to tell you that another guest will come to us within an hour to give you something, and in the meantime we will have dinner, which could not even be refused, and after I propose to conduct our game with tactics, and if you allow my sons to join it," said Fugaku, smiling slightly with the corners of his lips, patting the guy's hair through the hood, remembering how one of the shinobi came to him with a report that the poor Jinchuriki was thrown and sent to the hospital, from which his heart contracted from an unpleasant tingling, while the policeman asked for one request: to be released early to return the lost book of the youngster. "Yes, of course Fugaku-sama, the more people, the more interesting, but please don't choose a desert area this time, and as for the hood, then I beg you to forgive me, I don't want to show up yet," Naruto said in a pleading voice, not wanting the eldest of the Uchiha family to choose the situation and location next to Suna, adjusting her headdress while Mikoto looked at the men strangely, wanting to find out as much as possible about such a game. "I'm sorry, dear, I forgot to tell you forever about this. If I can briefly, then I came up with such a test with Shikaku Nara, to determine the knowledge, abilities and determination for newly minted jonins, but after the case when Naruto-kun was able to prove a couple of things during our discussion, it was decided to try such a test on him without hoping for a positive result. If you want, you can join us after dinner, and the boy himself will not mind," said Fugaku in a calm voice, although in his subconscious he smiled broadly, seeing how the eldest son, Itachi, looks at the young Uzumaki with interest, while the youngest, Sasuke, looks with envy. "Okay, I think it's a good idea for the children to get to know each other better, and now let's go to the kitchen." Kushina promised to cook her signature cake and ramen, with lots of other pastries, Mikoto said with a good-natured smile, watching as the red-haired man shakes Itachi's hand, foreshadowing a strong friendship, while she snuggled up to her husband feeling comfortable, but felt the sadness of her godson, forcing her to think about the question: is it true that the boy is loved here? The young heir spent the guests where the whole family was, with joyful smiles hiding dark skeletons in the closet, while the table was cracking and bursting with various dishes cooked with love. Naruto knew that this was only an indicator of his financial capabilities, knowing that they would not eat all of them, so he always tried to distract attention to himself with the help of cheerful stories and memorable stories. Such behavior was expressed so that the honorable family would not be offended. "Well, I think that's enough, Naruto, let's better remember how we met at the academy. I remember when Minato and Fugaku went to lunch after school and slipped on a banana peel, and then danced a waltz on it. I thought I would explode with laughter," Kushina said with a note of irritation hiding behind a piece of pancake, but then she smiled happily, remembering her childhood years, imagining that their children would be friends just like them. "Yes, it was fun, although it's better not to remember what happened after," said Minato, smiling sincerely, blushing slightly, remembering what happened next, and then looked at the children and saw that Naruto was sitting alone away from everyone while the children were playing at the table together. He felt sorry for his son, but he understood that this was for all common safety. "Why, you danced so furiously that you lost your vigilance and were eventually knocked down by workers straight into a cart with rotten fish. You then stank for a week, literally and figuratively," Mikoto said, laughing with delight, seeing how Minato and Fugaku lowered their heads, continuing to blush, and at the same time remembered how many adventures they had together. She was pleased to remember them together with everyone gathering in the evenings with a large company. "That's why we don't like to remember it, everyone shied away from us. Thank God at least they didn't lock us up somewhere," said the elder Uchiha, smiling slightly. When at that time the fans did not stick to him, it was a great balm for the soul, and then he started eating according to all the rules of etiquette. When everyone was having a meal and enjoying the conversation, they did not hear a knock on the door, except for Naruto, who went to open the door so as not to get a scolding from his mother, and when he approached the door opening it, he was amazed at who was there. "Hi kid, can I come in? Because it feels like my brother is here and forgot to introduce himself. My name is Hajino Uchiha," said Kazin, holding out his hand for a handshake, dressed in a standard Jonin uniform. Even if he did not show emotions on the outside, because of this he always looks younger, but if you look closely into his dark eyes, you can see a lot. "Oh, yes, of course, go through Kazino-sama, you probably have an urgent message for him, but if you want to talk without extra ears, it's better to go to the backyard, where mom has put up a soundproof barrier while parents will communicate with children and Mikoto-sama," Naruto said in a respectful tone, shaking the hand of the brother of the head of the clan with a bandaged hand. He was wondering what made the head of the police come here so urgently to talk, but he understood that it was not worth sticking his nose where it was more expensive for himself, so he tried to extinguish the fire of curiosity, although it turned out badly and the roommate saw it. Feeling that the baby it becomes uncomfortable from an unknown person who knows only from books and news. Kazin drew attention to Uzumaki's attentiveness, remembering how his older brother said that this boy would become a great shinobi in the future, and if he wanted to, then the ruler. Then he laughed at it, but now a grain of doubt penetrated his head. Taking off his shoes, Uchiha followed Naruto, leading him to the backyard, but while they were walking, he drew attention to family photos where there was no hint of the boy's presence. Realizing that the boy was not loved because of his curse, so he decided to take the little Uzumaki to the genii together with two graduates when they grow up. Without noticing how they were thinking, they went out into the backyard with a couple of mannequins for training, not a big pond for meditation, and there was a workshop nearby in the circle of which a couple of strawberry bushes grew together with a mahogany tree, illuminating such beauty of the moon floating alone in the night sky without clouds. "Please wait here for Hazino-sama, now I'll call Fugaku-sama," the young heir said in a calm voice and bowed respectfully, and then went back to the house to call the head of the clan, not wanting to interfere with the above-placed people from their hard work. An interesting kid, and it seems he realized that society values only standards. Maybe when he grows up he will have enough strength to grow up. Only the elders and half of the clans can become a problem, Uchiha said in a thoughtful voice, raising his gaze to the sky. He remembered the meeting of the clans that night and was not happy with their project to contain the demon and wished only happiness to the boy. "I see you're not late. How are you, brother?" Fugaku asked cordially, going out into the backyard. He was glad to see his brother, because a lot of things had accumulated in the clan and the village, such as the crime rate increased during the village's construction. They could not see each other as often as they would like. "Hi, I see you are in full health, and as for the affairs, then not everything is so clear. One dodger escaped, not a shinobi, but manages the body well, so everything is on the sly. I live, raise my daughter, although it is difficult to be alone, and so I came to return the thing to the little owner," said Kazino with a slight smile and took out from under his bosom a small green scroll with a symbol meaning that such a document is very important, while Uzumaki stood aside without eavesdropping on the conversation, showing his restraint. "Even if he is curious to know everything in the world, well, nothing. I think you can do it, as always, especially since your daughter is smart. She understands everything. Naruto, come here. My brother wants to give you something," said the older Uchiha with kindness, beckoning the boys with his hand, getting a sincere smile, realizing that the kid resisted for a long time to not to eavesdrop, for which she was entitled to a good reward. "When they started beating you, my squad was returning from patrol, and after hearing the malicious laughter at the market and seeing what was happening, they realized what to do and detained everyone who was there that day. About to leave, I saw a battered book that everyone bypasses, realizing that it's yours, and decided to return it to you, but I also hope you won't mind another book as a gift," said the younger brother of the head of the Uchi with sincerity, and unfolds the scroll, printing it out in a white haze, and then you could see two identical books with different contents, where one book was called Genetics of the Surrounding World, and the other was called Mechanisms and Weapons. "Thank you very much, this is the most valuable gift of Hazino-sama," said the young Uzumaki, beaming with happiness that he forgot about the gift and hugged Uchiha tightly by the leg. He was glad that he could feel childish joy and happiness, not seeing the falsity in the facial expression, but accidentally tore the pant leg of the head of the police, from which his body began to grow cold from fear of being punished. Uchiha was a little confused, not knowing what to do, because etiquette did not allow such a close touch, but still decided to make an exception. For the boy, feeling his warm aura began to grow cold, while Fugaku patted Uzumaki on the head, showing that it was just a thing and not worth apologizing for such a trifle, but such the idol was interrupted by a slight cough of the boy coming out, clenching his hands into fists from discontent. Such a boy was Sasuke, puffing from discontent that his father expresses his feelings to some kind of trash, who is not even Uchiha, but was able to earn his respect. Honey, why did you do that? Because Naruto had nothing against you, and your dad loves you very much because you are his family. Mikoto said with kindness. Approaching her jealous son, she began stroking his hair, supporting him morally, realizing that her son calls himself the future genius of his generation. I think mom is right, stupid brother, and I think we came here to look at the test for Naruto, while Kushina-sama and Minato-sama together with Menma are preparing tea and cake. Itachi said in a calm voice, coming out from behind his mother, thinking that he is very similar to the young heir, seeing in him a reliable and curious colleague. You're right as always, Itachi. Well, Fugaku, start. It's very interesting for us to see and listen about one of the variants of this test, said Kazino in an intriguing voice. Approaching his brother's family and comfortably sat on the veranda, reflecting on the fact that his daughter is almost the same age as the young Uzumaki and thought that they would make a good couple in the future, but the nine-tailed felt such a range of emotions and began to growl softly, writing off hatred for the Uchi clan and custody of one of the representatives of his clan. Yes, I think you're right, but we may need a couple of minutes to prepare, especially Naruto, since such a test requires confidence in your actions, as well as having at least basic knowledge of strategy, terrain determination, as well as knowledge of medicine and sensorics, said Fugaku in a stern voice, taking out from his sleeve of a grayish robe a special red scroll with golden lines engraved forming a dragon, blazing with fire, hiding the seal of the lock behind it, since such a document is very valuable, which, if such a scroll was stolen, could significantly increase the combat power of other villages in a matter of weeks. The Uchi family agreed with the head of the family with a small nod, sitting on the veranda anticipating a small but interesting show, where the honor of the boy was at stake, who wanted to prove to everyone that it was dangerous to cross his path, whoever you were, but no one paid attention to the shadow of the eavesdropping conversation, hiding behind the slightly open door to the house. Well, Naruto, let's start. Your location is the Land of Lightning. The task is to take away secret data from the shinobi convoy and bring it to the border. There are 2 people in your team who have combat experience in melee and ranged combat, but have health problems. What you do is up to you. You can start solving the task, said Fugaku in a calm voice, opening the scroll, looking at all the scenarios of development, and then approached his family so that everyone could hear the young Uzumaki's answer carefully. Good luck to you, little heir. Kyubi thought with a kind grin, wagging her tails in anticipation of the boy's decision, but she felt Kushina next to her, from which the fur began to stand on end, sensing something bad, so she decided to help the boy anyway by turning off his emotions with a drop of her chakra, because of which the petal of the golden cage with 9 tomos lit up with a fiery color, foreshadowing a new future for everyone. The task is not easy. If you think about it, the shinobi go to the village of the cloud, and knowing that my partners will not trust me, as well as follow my instructions and scatter in different directions, it complicates the task to find out their movement. I will give myself to my animal essence, as this will simplify the process finding them and knowing their territory. It will be difficult here, because of the blocks that cover their tracks with moisture. It is also impossible to omit details in the form of the fact that such detachments do not spend the night on the base of the mountains, but sleep almost at the very top, so it will be easier to see, since bonfires will be lit. But there is a problem in the number of people. I assume that the data is very valuable and at least 50 people were sent to escort Naruto said in an emotionless voice, standing at attention, but a drop of excitement was given out by the claws of paws weeding the ground with grass while hiding his hands behind his back, and at the same time his gaze caught on a candle, smoothly melting under a small light outside the window of the house, illuminating the veranda in white tones. Not an ordinary solution, but in this case, your team got on one of the patrols. Entering into battle, one of them was wounded in the stomach, but the second cannot provide him with medical assistance and taking it on himself hurries to you, where you found a camp for the night. Approaching you, he asks for forgiveness and help to save a friend. Your actions? Unexpectedly for everyone, Itachi asked with an interested voice. He was curious to know what the future shinobi would do in such a situation, but also compared him to himself, thinking of a strong friendship with the young Uzumaki. There is most likely a question with a trick. I am not really a doctor and I cannot heal any deep wound. Realizing that there is little chance of bringing him to the gathering place alive, and a more humane solution would be to kill him without presenting a combat-ready value, but if the wound is not deep, then it is possible to sew it up with maximum care, but at the expense of enemies. Then in this situation you need to wait for the night and go for a scroll to someone alone, since one person is quieter and more mobile than several. Naruto answered in a calm voice, raising his head up, but the claws on one hand tightly locked in the other hand. He didn't care who his comrades were. If they didn't respect him, then he shouldn't help them, knowing what the price of trust is expensive and how easy it is to lose it with one act. Such a lesson was taught the pathetic people of the village he's trying to live in. Well, then such a question to you is how to understand which person has a scroll with data, because anyone can have them, said Kazino with concern. He was afraid that the situation would get out of control and therefore he was very worried about the development of events. Understanding which way the guy chose, a good question is Fugaku-sama, since many copies can be made with the replacement technique, and it will take a lot of time to check each one, so the scent and sensor will go into action. Due to the fact that the crafts do not smell and in some cases such scrolls contain a chakra, as in turn the original contains a scanty supply of chakra, and then it's a matter of technique. I started to replace the original with a fake one, preferably with a dummy, and then meet with the team. If they don't kill me and go to the meeting point without losing vigilance, in a bad case, ask shinobi to detain opponents while I run with all my might, and whether they die or not is their decision. That's my answer, the young heir said with relief, because he understood that this was the end and was glad that he allowed himself to relax, looking at the whole Uchiha family with a kind smile, while Mikoto was in mild horror, seeing how the boy became cooler, but could not help but to agree with him that the boy is hated and is unlikely to help him, from which he promised himself that he would help him in his affairs when the time comes. Well, Naruto, your actions make sense and are justified, so I can defend the test, but with a stretch. I'll explain why. You see, the thing is your partners can hate you and despise you, but if you were put in command, then their feelings should take a back seat, since the task is above all. So going AWOL was a little silly and risky. Remember one thing, you shouldn't rush into important decisions. It's better to think about everything well, said Fugaku with instruction. Folding the scroll, he saw in the boy, not at all political or military potential, but how much strategic. But seeing what began to happen to the little Uzumaki, he understood that with further bullying in the face of the whole village, the irreparable could happen. Everyone present made a certain lesson for themselves, the essence of which was not to judge a person by the cover, but to evaluate him for his actions, which brought out a little Uchiha who considers himself the best, dreaming that in the future everyone would kneel in front of him. But such thoughts were interrupted by the opening door, for which she stood all the time. Kushina, angered by the fact that Naruto mentally bypasses Menma, which made her hate him even more, thinking about a revenge plan so that the younger Uzumaki knew his place. Here you are, and then the whole house was searched to find you could not. Let's go drink tea. Minato has prepared his signature, Kushina said in a kind voice, crunching her fingers behind her back. She didn't care about her son, since she considered all the young men from the Uzumaki clan barbarians and losers, so she hoped that her daughter would become the next Jinchuriki. Remembering that almost all the heads were women, all the guests nodded, agreeing that here they sat up and shivered from the light breeze blowing their heads from bad thoughts, while the nine-tailed listened attentively and caught the notes of lies in all the words, realizing that it was a deceptive move, because she knew initially where they were, but wanted to show the Uchi family how they appreciate them and they love Namikaze in the family. And now listen to me, brat, you will never be better than Menma, because she is the future of everyone. She is a child of prophecy and over time, she will kill you to take away your fox power. Remember this, creature. But now you are punished and go to your room. I will tell the guests that you have become ill, so just dare to contradict me, and then I will make you a vegetable with bookmarks. Kushina said with aggression, making sure that the family of her best friend did not see what was happening, because she did not want to lose authority and respect, so she had to behave normally in public, not letting her inner demon loose in front of everyone. As you say, Kushina-sama, but I will tell you perhaps news that covers your eyes. My sister will never become the same as you, she may overtake me, at the expense of you. Then your vanity and greed are visible, and such people have no honor. But as for me, then I will not die so easily, I will live and cleanse the world of wormy people. Naruto said with confidence, without expressing a drop of fear, accepting himself as he is, starting to comprehend that most people are parasites, killing the earth and good people for nothing, from which he promised himself to achieve peace in any way. After expressing his opinion, the little Uzumaki went into the house picking up the books presented to him, listening to the screams of a woman who took it into her head that, having given birth to a child, he could be considered his own property. He did not want to measure himself with such an opinion, and because of this, his eyes began to glow, betraying his animal interior, which the understanding Kubi could not pay attention to. The boy knows how much painful words from a dear person cause, and therefore decided to instruct him when he tightens his skills by awakening the chakra hearth. When he reached his room, Naruto put the books on the table and began to take off all his clothes while remaining in swimming trunks, not wanting to spoil the one remaining clothes, thinking about how the perfect world looks, from which a majestic city of various sizes and shapes appeared in his head, guarding the guardians of the elements side by side with Shinobi at the head, who stands an adult Uzumaki dressed in a black cloak, hiding plates in his sleeves for protection and for intimidation. Released his pointed claws, preparing for battle, while his face expresses composure and fearlessness, but in his mad eyes, there was a thirst for battle mixed with disgust for opponents. You are well done, Naruto, but a hard path awaits you ahead. Do not forget what kind of person you are, do not be suppressed like a beast, become better than this. Kurama said with warmth, seeing in Uzumaki the true heir to the throne of the clan. But she saw how the kid was already almost standing asleep by the bed and slightly pushing his cell with his chakra, which served as a small push for him to fall on the bed, falling asleep soundly. Thinking about everything that was happening, the nine-tailed did not notice how she found a boy near the cage and dragged him into her cage, and then hugged him tightly, slowly falling asleep, not wanting to let go of the guy, feeling a pleasant tenderness and warmth, comprehending that in such a short time, she became attached to him, comparing him with someone native, and then, that he would really like ears with tails. 2 years and 4 months have passed, the 8th birthday of the twins was approaching, but one of them, who was Naruto, stopped celebrating it for 2 years in a row, not hoping to receive any congratulations, due to the fact that Kushina got angry at the guy from showing her character on the night of the test, considering herself the main one in everything, and therefore began to speak that the young Uzumaki was unwell and it was better not to bother him, especially with the Uchiha family, and she ordered her sister to live her life and forget about her brother. But this attitude did not frighten the guy at all, and not even a turnover. He was grateful for such an act. After all, thanks to this, he began his physical training, achieving good results, not forgetting to meditate. Opening the chakra hearth for a couple of days, trying to walk on all kinds of surfaces, but it only came out on wood and a little resin, as he concentrated on sealing the chakra for his project called Shock Wave. Such a project contained 2 stages. The first part was to concentrate a large amount of chakra in yourself, finding an acceptable limit in yourself, and then release it outside, trying to stand on your feet, since such a technique had several disadvantages, which one of them was muscle rupture, since a small body could not withstand for a long time concentrated chakra. The nine-tailed girl followed the success of the young heir with great delight, even though they never spoke, because of the fear of being betrayed by a representative of her clan again, but she understood that sooner or later she would have to talk to him and tried not to think about it and monitored the health of the boy, feeding him with her chakra, replenishing his body with the necessary substances for weight gain and a light tan, which was very suitable for everything from the mustache and ending with the ears under the hair, until his main ears began to disappear. She was more surprised that the baby began to read more and write down his knowledge in his faithful notebook, never seeing a record that he wanted to change himself, and this pleased her until the morning came, which she could not get used to. Unlike the fox cub, today, as always, it's a beautiful morning, really hungry. Well, I'll get over it, but the main thing is whether I'm ready to use my strength tonight. Thank you very much, of course, to Hazina-sama, because he helped me find out where several criminals are. When I accidentally came to his office to say hello, he's a good person and he does not deserve grief, and therefore I will try not to break the law, or at least not to kill someone. Naruto said with a smile on his face, stretching sweetly on a spring pastel without a mattress, causing slight discomfort, and then he lifted and stretched his paws and hands for a morning run, combing his fur and hair, which has become even fluffier over the past 2 years, which is why he always touched his ears that had not yet appeared, going to go to the bathroom to wash up, taking with him a slightly battered, red turtleneck, loose black pants with bandages and a slightly worn, white book pouch with a strap for fixing, remembering how once Kakashi presented his children's clothes in almost good condition, but little Uzumaki felt several smells due to his heightened senses, and thanks to this he found out that his mother was going to go to the academy to settle the issue of the admission of Menma, who was slightly trained physically and slightly mentally, but preferred to walk with her friends more. But her character remained almost the same, but Naruto continued to be proud of her, because he saw that she was doing good, and most importantly the right things instead of messing with everyone in the world. While the youngster was going to the bathroom, the nine-tailed sensed something wrong, and releasing her chakra all over the house, she sensed that Minato and Kushin smelled of thirst for death, from which the blood ran cold in her veins, but such a weak pressure Kyubi just grunted and lay down more comfortably, thinking that they were so enraged in the morning and weathered the stall to warn about this young man, to whom she went in dreams to get to know him better from the outside. Over the past 3 years, Naruto's chakra has begun to transform into a natural one, which is frightening, although it will be easier to assimilate for the better in the future. The only problem is that he will have to be treated forever, since such a chakra is too strong and self-willed. Fortunately, when he unites with my chakra, it will give free access, but Kushina is bothering me. Over the past 2 years she has been able to almost restore her chakra hearth with the help of Hashirama's granddaughter and his clone possessing the element of wood, but I know what she is preparing for, wanting to take me back without paying attention to the fact that the boy will not survive, without asking my opinion, and for this I do not want to leave the boy, because he was able to prove how strong his will is, when killing his first unpunished criminal, because of which a law-abiding person was amused, not wanting to deal with this matter, and after all, this task was performed by Namikaze during the rebuilding of the village, Uchiha, and that is nobler. They have, at least there is honor. They rebuilt the village together with all the people, not considering someone unworthy. The nine-tailed one said with a growl, kneading her carcass from an early rise, watching Naruto wash with cold and encouraging water, and then began to paint her claws, not wanting to cut them in the likeness of human nails anymore, but after she stared at the window in which the sunrise was visible, charming with its colors and warming warmth, thinking about a long-standing dream to get out of here. But the wrong seal set by the third did not work as desired, but from this conflicting feeling struggled in her. On the one hand she wanted to be free to her sisters, but on the other hand, she did not want to leave the heir to be torn to pieces, because thanks to her efforts, he transformed, making him special, overtaking anyone in the development. While the nine-tailed pondered whether she was doing the right thing, coming up with a plan to break the seal that had been holding her back for several centuries. realizing how strong she had made her clan in the development of Fuinjutsu, that she did not even notice how the grown-up Uzumaki changed clothes and entered his room looking around, not wanting to be noticed, and then locked the door on a flimsy latch, realizing that it would not save him from his mother's anger if he found out about the training. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts and driving his claws on the table covered with moss, while his paws began to strain to run through the window, which he stopped closing, realizing that he was never cold at any time, but people began to be more afraid of him and he didn't care about it. Who would be able to understand and accept the animal the essence is inside him, then he can call them friends. Taking his faithful book with his ideas from the table, the kid ran his fingers over the emblem, remembering Kakishi, who had scheduled him for training today at 8 in the morning, and therefore, not wanting to be late, jumped out of the window with a book. Having landed successfully and straightened his clothes from the rising ground, he ran to the exit, trying to take every step with gentleness, leaving no traces by which he could be calculated and his secret found out. Moving in the alleys with great care, he was able to see what crowds of people pass between small shops with different signs choosing the goods to his liking. The kid understood that it was better for him not to appear at home today, since everyone considers the birth of Menma the birth of a new century. How I envy my sister, her normal life consisting of a sea of new and pleasant emotions, but what was done cannot be undone. But I'm not going to die so easily until I make the whole world one, where there will be no equality before everyone. My hands are already stained with blood and I don't have to choose. I can't forget that bastard who sells forbidden substances all over the village and framed an innocent man for hanging, leaving his son with a sick mother. I still remember how I figured him out after a long month, catching him in an alley cutting his throat with a piece of glass. It brought such pleasure mixed with fear at the sight of how his blood flows. And then he took all the money that he had and gave that poor boy a small amount with which they could live from scratch. I don't know much what became of them, but I hope they are doing well. Naruto said with a slightly insane smile, continuing to walk harder, clutching a notebook, and seeing how the walls of the house were covered with cracks, reminded him that his native village continues to rot every year, which made him so much want to be in another place. Such a desire the nine-tailed saw for the first time, thinking that the guy broke, while she herself did not realize that he was drawn to freedom neither by fear nor oppression, but by the desire to reunite with his clan, who did not know about its existence. Hi Naruto, I see you're walking in sparsely populated places again. Maybe it's worth showing up at least a little or you won't find your comrades, although I can understand you from apart. But remember, hiding here you're not hiding from the residents, but from yourself, and I won't be able to cover you again, as much as I would not like to do the same, but we are not a judge. We are soldiers executing orders," said Hitaki, smiling under the mask, glad that he was able to meet his godson on the way, even though he was young, but he understood that this would be a plus because only a child can understand a child, so he hugged little Uzumaki tightly in a tight embrace. "And who are the judges? Why do innocent people pay twice, while sinners kill right and left? You yourself understand that the time will come and put everything in its place, and then everyone will not escape the punishment that we deserve. But I understand that you found me not because you got lost, but because of the request of Shizune. I understood this by the smell of her specific perfume, which she makes herself. Just try to offend her and then you will know the true pain mixed with rumors that you read forbidden books," the young heir said in a stern voice, showing a grin of transformed teeth, becoming sharper in the shape of animal teeth. He didn't care what his godfather thought of him, he was ready that he would hate him, but he wasn't going to give Shizune into untrusted hands. He didn't consider her a thing, and even on the turn, she became a sister for him, supporting him, which served as a mixture of anger with joy, forming a new feeling, and the fingers themselves bulged in different directions, preparing to attack, preparing to defend her friend. "Hush, hush, everything is fine, I have understood my lesson. I will try to read less of Jiraiya-sama's books, and I ask you not to worry about Kato. I am not going to run around her. She is a beautiful and smart girl, from which I want to protect her, but it looks like we are distracted from the topic. Let's go, otherwise he is waiting at the training ground." Having got involved in being your field medic during training and mine tasks, so your task will be to overtake me by any means. On the way to the 9th training ground, so don't fall behind, but I forgot to tell you that today the Uzumaki delegation is coming to the holiday. Try to meet someone there, after all, you are part of this clan. Kakashi said in a slightly frightened voice, correcting the Umbu uniform and his faithful mask from worrying about his young, innocent reputation, which had been built for many years, although he understood that the young heir was worried about his girlfriend, so his decision was to teach his first student a friendly lesson by getting up in a running stance and then rushed to I went to the landfill starting at an average pace, and after that I gradually began to gain speed, looking after the fleeing white-haired guy. The kid could feel the impulses of mischief, which he tried to hide deep inside himself under the weight of loneliness and despair, but he understood that by such behavior he could alienate the last people who appreciate and love him, so not wanting to lose, he hid his notebook, buttoning it so that he would not fall out, and then began to feel pause the soil on the ground, concentrating on his goal, inhaling the surrounding smells. But as soon as Naruto heard his teacher run away for 100 meters, touching the only garbage cans at such a distance, he rushed after him, accelerating to the limit on his paws, developing unprecedented speed, and after running like that for a few minutes, he realized that this was not enough, but without thinking twice, the kid got on all fours, accelerating even more, from which it seemed to him that the world froze for a fraction of seconds. Running out of the alley onto the main street, Uzumaki did not slow down. Running around all obstacles in the form of passers-by, in whose eyes there was a frenzied fear that the demon had come for their souls, but realizing that people could not be persuaded of anything even if you proved to them about your good intentions, and then he realized one thing, that, trying to be equal to be like people, you can succumb to their greed, and in order to avoid this, you need to become better than all this. The youngster did not have time to notice how he ran to the training ground on a par with Kakashi, but after that he felt aching and burning pain in his lungs, getting down on one knee and breathing heavily, trying to get as much air as possible. Hatake saw how the young heir was trying to overtake him, and that was exactly the result he was achieving. Remembering how the attitude in the Namikaze family began to deteriorate sharply in relation to the red-haired one, from which he recalled his monotonous, gray life, from the moment of the loss of his father and from the moment of the death of all his comrades, blaming himself for their deaths, from what made his heart bleed at the sight of his student for the first time resembling a thin dead man, but he couldn't do anything for fear of making it even worse, so he decided to train and feed the guy so that in the future he could fight back against all his abusers. I see you've been training hard, since you were able to catch up with me. Remember one very important thing, our whole life is one continuous training, but everything will have to be chosen for what the mind and strength are needed. Think about it," said Kakashi, slightly clearing his throat from running with obstacles, even though he was running half of his strength, but was proud of Naruto patting lightly on the back, allowing the air to be absorbed evenly in the lungs. "Thank you very much, Kakashi-sensei. I tried very hard to exceed my limit, but it goes very slowly, and at the expense of your parting words." Then many would respond with banal answers to the likes of, "Mind and strength are needed to protect those who are dear to you," or, "I need strength to obey and achieve my goal," but these answers contradict each other. In order to become strong defending what is dear to you, you plunge into the sea of hatred. Even if you don't feel it, you will still become angrier and crueler, from which you consider all unworthy of life, which in the end will play a bad joke. But if force is needed for oppression and submission, then this is not true, no matter how you turn it, and human nature cannot be alone, and therefore he will choose a couple of confidants who will accept his offer, but this is just a mask, since they understand that sooner or later he will kill them, so they will try to kill his with a high probability," said the young Uzumaki, catching his breath, smiled at his adult friend and standing up to his full height, remembering how he had found true friends in recent years of training, not being afraid of his intimidating essence, which made his soul warm, to which Kyubi began to smile with him, rejoicing for his happiness. "It's fair, in my childhood I tried to be stronger without making friends, to live like Umbu, only for the good of the village without a personal life, and then I met Gay and Became friends and rivals in everything I could. Even if I lost to him, I was not offended, realizing that this was a friendly competition. At that moment I felt alive, if I may say so, but having taken over Minato-sensei's guardianship, I began to forget about the life I had received, replacing it with eternal tasks with the team to which I became attached, which ultimately led to their death. Karen died because she was watching me instead of training, but if I could tell her that I didn't love her, everything could be different. Then it's even more difficult at the expense of Obito, even though we were able to pull him out of the blockage, but no one knows when he will recover. Kakashi said with sadness, remembering his comrades, how he tried to avoid them until he eventually became friends with them, which made him feel bad at the mention of their demise, and to hide it, he went to the center of the landfill. However, Obito is on the mend and it's not your fault, and in general I thought you wouldn't come, but I'm very glad that I was wrong. Shizun said with an encouraging smile, hiding under the crown of a tree, not wanting to burn in the sun, but decided to keep silent that someone was hiding on a tree branch, making a little surprise. Hi Shizun, how are you doing? And then I rarely began to see you, which sometimes makes me sad. Naruto said with a sincere smile on his face, but his voice betrayed the bitterness of sadness, since the circle of communication could be counted on his fingers, even though he understood that his friends were older than him and could not spend much time with him. Hello little hooligan, I'm doing great. Tsunade-sama gave me a vacation, and they gave me an assignment to monitor your health, because you will soon have to go to the academy to become a future defender of your village. Kato said with a kind voice, approaching the little Uzumaki, and then patted him on the top of his head, ruffling his hair, but in her heart she reproached herself about many things, in particular that she could not influence the life of the red-haired one, although she tried to enroll him in the doctors, but neither Tsunade nor Minato and Kushina wanted this, starting from that the nine-tailed chakra cannot cure, but dissolve the patient on the turn, although I think that Umbu is better than being a Hunin. There, even if you perform a dangerous task, there is much more rest, and most importantly, they don't give you some bunch of geniuses with whom they can bring a lot of hemorrhoids with their questions or wishes. Shikamaru said, expressing his opinion, climbing down from the tree on which he even managed to take a nap. Even if he saw the young prince, he began to analyze him, looking at his actions and manners of communication. Everything is not so rosy there, although in principle there is a well-deserved rest. Hello Naruto, how are you? I saw your race with Kakashi and I can say you are well done. Meet this Shikamaru Nara, simply put, a smart sloth, although a good friend. He is 1 year with you, so get along with him. Before I forget, they told me what happened to you and no one is angry with you, and now enough pleasantries and a step march to train. You still need to disperse the chakra throughout your body to determine what your elements are. Itachi said in a calm and friendly voice as he descended from the tree, and then straightened his clothes and approached his friends to greet them with a strong handshake. Okay Itachi-sensei, Shikamaru, join in, because even your clan needs physical activity. I think it will be fun. Shizun, please look after my notebook, otherwise I don't want to tear it. Naruto said with a gentle smile and unfastens the pouch with a notebook, and then handed it over, and together with Nara began to run a couple of laps around the polygon, telling his points of opinion about everything. And while the boys were warming up and having a little fun, enjoying it, Kato decided to take a look at the works of the young Uzumaki, for 2 reasons. The first was interest, and the other reason was boredom, since Hatake and Uchiha followed the training of young people. Sitting comfortably under a tree, and then opened a notebook where on the first page Shizun saw neatly drawn portraits of Kakashi, Fugaku, Shizun, Hazino and Itachi, under which there were symbols meaning honor, determination, honesty, duty, and devotion. She was pleased to read that she is considered honest, although she did not consider herself so, and then turned a couple of pages and stumbled upon the project Sprout, to increase the cultivation of various crops, fighting hunger. It looks like he really took up solving problems of a different nature, and he has an interesting idea to make plants more fertile by introducing a virus, although such a method must necessarily be carried out a full analysis and samples to isolate the ideal composition for each plant, which is a difficult task, so he writes a couple more options. Sounds like fiction, but in principle, why not? Because if there are seals for heating clothes, then why not make almost the same seal? But with a large range of action and automatic fertilization of useful minerals, and so that the validity period does not end quickly, he wrote that the natural chakra is a good source. Only the problem with water is not surprising. In principle, water is a complex substance, and to create perfect water you need to kill a lot of time, and to make a seal to recreate water, it may take several years. But if Naruto succeeds after this success, the village will no longer starve. The dark-haired woman said with a proud smile, remembering how little Uzumaki came to her and asked her about plants, and after learning everything he needed, he began to conduct a normal conversation in a friendly atmosphere, showing how much he trusted the girl. He really is a genius. If he is now thinking about the problems of ordinary people, then what will happen to him in a couple of years when he matures, you know? Believe it or not, but I will follow this boy anywhere, not because I feel sorry for him or I respect him. First of all, he gives hope for a peaceful life. Even other villages do not have such results. The white-haired man said with pride mixed with sincere happiness for the young genius, and when he approached Shizune, who was fond of reading, Hataki was embarrassed, admiring the girl, hiding his half of his face under a mask, as he had warm feelings for her, but was afraid to admit it even to himself. I also thought about it once, but the main thing is that Naruto could stay a person without becoming a dictator. Although with such treatment as here, it won't be long to go under the roof. So we will do our best to protect him and for a future quiet life. So it's time to start. Naruto, please come to me," said Kato in a resolute voice, closing the guy's notebook and took out a couple of sheets of blank paper from the pouch, remembering her time when she found out her element was ideal for a medic, from which she was very happy. After stretching all the limbs and driving the chakra hearth a little, the young Uzumaki approached the brown-eyed one, taking the leaves in his hands, noticing a slight embarrassment and a glance at Hataki, and after concentrating, he let the chakra tea into the leaves, from which even the nine-tailed one held her breath waiting for the result. "It's not possible, how?" Shikamaru said in a shocking voice, approaching the tree to sleep and look at Naruto's progress, but seeing what happened, he was shocked, from which the hair began to resemble the top of a pineapple more. "Naruto, you are full of riddles, from which I can't stop being surprised by your luck. You have 3 elements, and as you understood you have water, earth, and air, but you also acquired one of the rare improved genomes called magnetism. I saw such a genome only in the 4th Kazekage. He can ideally to manage the golden sand. Only one thing confuses me, the leaf should have been just a plate now, but it began to resemble a natural rose of a silver hue," Kakashi said in a dumbfounded voice, seeing how one leaf became not wet like many shinobi, but completely consisted of liquid. The other became a piece of chernosem, slowly crumbling before his eyes, and the leaf showing the windy element enveloped the leaf invisibly with an air shield, and touching it you could feel a slight pain. But most of all, the miniature stood out a rose on a twig that had a lot of thorns, while the young leaves emphasized the bud that opened, from which it seemed that a piece of metal came to life. Apparently it means something, but apparently this time has not come, so let's postpone it. And now I think it's time to take up intensive training, especially for you, Naruto. Your task will be to start walking on a tree, and after that you will have to feel the wind, listen to his singing and try to use the wind technique, air rush, if I can tell you something," Itachi said. Having previously calmed down, he was glad that his friend had started his journey, and therefore he decided not to interfere with him at the moment and took up Shikamaru, who was still standing as if in a dig, from which it seemed that his brain gears froze in place. The young heir, upon hearing his assignment, began to put the chakra-conducting sheets in his pouch and began to remember all the books to increase the concentration of the chakra that Minato once gave with all the warmth and hope that the boy would turn out better than he is now. But as always, fate behaved unpredictably. I give him great strength watching him all his life, from which he was not comfortable from this, and therefore, gathering all his will into a fist, he began to approach the tree, and then he closed his eyes, putting his hands on the trunk of the tree, feeling how it was growing and breathing, from which he pulled his hands away and began to look into the circle to understand where the light murmur was coming from. "Apparently you are a favorite not only of fate, but also of forests and oceans, giving you the genome of nature. I still can't wait to meet you, Naruto, although if we are lucky, maybe we will meet in your dream. I was finally able to find a loophole to sometimes penetrate into your dreams. You are making big steps in due time, but I think you should not hurry, so my sisters would say. Get at least a grain of a happy life. The nine-tailed thought to herself with a sincere grin, seeing how the future prince is trying to solve the riddle associated with the murmur while letting the chakra into his paws, letting him get used to walking, sometimes sticking to the ground, and then began to watch as the boy takes one step along the bark of the tree, slightly biting his claws into the tree under slight fear of falling, calming down and concentrating. The young Uzumaki began to climb the tree by regulating the supply of chakra, along the way talking about a sound not long ago, which turned out to be just a murmur of juice on the tree, which caused him to lose control, gradually peeling off from the bark, but his ingenuity saved him from falling, pre-clutching claws on paws in the punishment of the tree, and gradually I started going down to start all over again. Having descended and caught his breath, the fox cub began to think about how to climb a tree without being afraid, and then the idea came to his mind to focus on one thing that does not have many branches. The red-haired man began to imagine in his head a beautiful girl with fiery hair, cute, slightly pointed features of a face, which is emphasized by ruby eyes with a vertical pupil and very beautiful lips of a rich crimson color, but he could not imagine anything because of his age. But Kyubi decided to add something by letting a drop of her chakra on the presented projection, adding ears where the tips were black, and also appeared 9 tails smoothly developing from side to side with white tips, while the newly minted attributes acquired a red coloring. How interesting. I don't remember seeing such a beautiful girl in the village, but the brain had to fix this image, and it still doesn't seem like everything went according to plan. I remembered Kyubi-sama, how lonely he is there, or else because of age I can't get into the subconscious mind, due to the growth of the center of the chakra. Well, nothing like it will be possible to raise your level immediately to it. Naruto said with great admiration, letting the chakra into his circle. He confidently stepped onto the bark of the tree and began to take careful steps with his paws while forgetting to cling with his claws, showing himself that fear can be overcome by believing in himself. All this was followed by everyone who was at the training ground looking at the guy with friendly envy, realizing that an important the role in this world, and the fox watching this was embarrassed by the guy's compliment. Remembering how stupidly she burned in the guy's dream while studying his thinking, fantasy and mental state, she also noted for herself who she can trust in the future. Climbing to the top of the tree and looking around, the young prince felt a light wind sharing his songs, bringing harmony, which made his soul feel calm, as if he did not know grief at all. Having enjoyed the grains of freedom, the little Uzumaki began to descend without unnecessary thoughts, clearly focusing on the chakra, which made management and redistribution a little easier for him, and after descending to the ground, he began to catch his breath to start climbing again, strengthening the task. The fox cub did not notice how 6 hours flew by, learning to walk more steadily on the tree, listening to the wind, feeling it as a part of himself, so that he could understand the essence of the wind, giving him weak control over the air. But even such small results, the kid was happy, not thinking there that the result was bad or the best, not wanting to lower their self-esteem or be proud of themselves, which could affect the deterioration of the result. I think it's worth stopping Naruto for now, otherwise I'm afraid the tree will soon grow legs from its roots and run away, which means you won't be able to train to the fullest, so you should now try to make the wind technique that Itachi talked about, and with a successful outcome, you can try walking on water, but most importantly, don't worry, the control of the chakra is gradually strengthening and it increases, so do not worry if something does not work out for you. Kakashi said in a positive voice, laughing slightly in a kind way, from which everyone who was smiled, agreeing with the senior in the group, raising their fighting spirit, remembering the last time he laughed like that. Well, and thank you very much to all of you for taking care of me. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have died a long time ago, no matter where, in the forest or hospital on the operating table. For all the time I spent with you, I realized that you have become like a family to me, and I don't want to leave you in any case. Naruto said with all sincerity, letting out a stingy tear for those who were not indifferent to him, from which his body began to wriggle smoothly, imitating the wagging of tails. The young heir knew that for such a gift in the form of happiness you need to fight, biting into the educated unpleasantly, but he knew that his back would always be covered by those loyal to him friends. Naruto, you have become more than a friend for us. You have become a younger brother for us, who has a developed mind, but the all of curiosity is very deep, so wherever we go, wherever we are, alive or dead, we will be with you until the end. Know this, rest for an hour, and after let's start the task. Itachi said, smiling with the corners of his lips, rejoicing that such a rotten village could not take away the emotions of a red-haired boy, which made his soul warm, believing that they could find a better place to live going under the new banner of the village. During the hour-long rest, many were able to get to know themselves a little more while the little Uzumaki was playing shogi with Nara, exposing various and risky combinations forever playing to a draw, which made them feel good to play, not wanting to back down until they heard their friends were betting on one of them in small sums. Because of then they began to play a draw on purpose, having fun, and when the break time was over, Shikamaru thanked Naruto for the game and wished him success in training, deciding to watch until the end of the training, thinking about everything while looking at the clouds. Well, I think it's time to start working out the technique. It's not that complicated, but it has many advantages. For example, when you are cornered by several enemies or to soften the fall, only you have to be careful with this. If you overdo it with the chakra, then you can uproot the tree, so be careful. And therefore from I have such an order, add chakras by, without worrying a little if it doesn't work out, because as they say, the main thing is not quantity, but quality, so it will be better for you to do without shadow cloning techniques, because clones can't always be relied on. Itachi said in a slightly stern voice, attracting the attention of the red-haired one, folding the necessary seals and collecting some air in her mouth, and then blew out a small stream of fast wind, which caused the leaves on the trees to squirm restlessly, afraid to break away and go flying. Okay, Itachi-sensei, I understand the basics, but I can ask you to look after Shizune. Otherwise I'm afraid that Kakashi will infect her with reading vulgar books, and I don't want to allow that. She's a good girl and it's a sin to spoil her. Naruto said in an innocent voice, gathering his courage, and then slowly began to repeat the necessary seals, memorizing their order, until his friends did not expect such a dirty trick from the youngest of them, from which everyone began to laugh, trying to keep a serious face, without falling to the ground to stop laughing, while Hatake himself stood as if in a dig with a red face, which was well hidden by a thick mask and a blindfold over one eye with a village projector. Such a picture pleased the young Uzumaki by giving him strength, from which his movements on folding the seals became smoother and faster, and when he began to add a little bit of his chakra from half of the remaining stock, that in the end a barely perceptible breeze was obtained, which was caught only by Kakashi and Itachi activating Sharingan, seeing how a small bundle of air accumulated in the mouth flew out like the wind, but quickly dissipated, mixing with the natural chakra. Following the training, the nine-tailed noticed that the guy has character traits for her sister, ranging from a sarcastic one-tailed and ending with a calm ten-tailed, but she was offended that the guy did not awaken the element of fire, although she understood why this happened, remembering the difficult anomaly in the form of the fact that her chakra bypasses the circulation system. The chakras, like the hearth itself, make only external changes for each unsuccessful attempt. The young heir received a small, but necessary experience not only to determine the right amount of chakra for the technique, but also for automatically sticking his paws to the ground, not wanting to fly away for long distances, as several times in a row, because of which Shizune had to restore his slightly cracked ribs, and bruises and abrasions were restored by themselves. The company did not have time to notice how it began to get light, foreshadowing the beginning of the night, but after that everyone remembered that they were late for the holiday in honor of the birth of the children of the fourth Hokage. Oh, and we stayed here too long, just not to be late for the holiday, otherwise we will get a slap on the neck from Kushina-sama and we will not be able to give gifts to either Menma or you, Naruto, so we will make you laugh, and I will advise you to walk along a busy street, because there is less chance of bumping into any madman than in sparsely populated places, but know that you are doing well today, but never forget to improve while we run home for gifts. Shizun said with a gentle voice and gently patted the guy's head, looking at how he grows, learning a hard and unfair world. She would like the world to be fair to those who deserve it, but she understood that this is unlikely, from which she was overcome with sadness. I think I'll go with Naruto, and it seems he has emptied himself, so I'll be on the safe side, and so my father will be with the Namikaze family, and knowing him, he knew for sure that I would forget the gift at home and took it with me, so less hemorrhoids and haste. Shikamaru said with a relieved voice, because thanks to the training of the young prince, the heir of Nara was able to sleep and reflect on the future, depending on how life in the village began to deteriorate due to the rebels about the fact that the nine-tailed was tied to a chain or was given to a former vessel, to which for many years they got used to it, even if insanely they were afraid and hated, but at the same time they respected her for all her services to the village. Having solved the issue, the company divided into 3 groups and went in different directions, wanting to meet again as soon as possible, but everyone felt an incomprehensible feeling of something bad comparable to death, walking backwards, breathing the grave air, wanting to take away your soul, enjoying its taste. The guys did not neglect Kato's advice by throwing on themselves the purchased festive fox masks, mocking his unsuccessful attempt to destroy the village, but many wanted the blood of this demon to please their vanity formed from the grief of lost loved ones, but these were only half of their hatred for the young Uzumaki who received this power only by the will of fate. Listen, what's with the new Jinchuriki now? I want to drink his blood with his suffering so that he can see how I take out his insides piece by piece and at the same time stay alive. Today is a holiday, so I don't see anything wrong to have a little fun, because we survived that night and rose like a risen phoenix from the ashes, are getting stronger. Chunin said in a slightly tipsy voice, kneading his fists, remembering all the grief that came on his shoulders, sitting down with a dead weight of guilt, from which he tried to solve problems by drinking, drowning out his pain, getting the desired loss of memory fragments and disconnecting emotions. And I thought you knew. They say that he started killing everyone at night, replenishing his strength to break his will, but I don't want that, and therefore I will help you catch this brat, plus I have prepared something for this case," said the girl Hunin from the Hyuga clan with an anticipatory voice. She was pleased to remember how she bought a special poison for the demon fox consisting of an extract of the flowers of death, and in order not to waste precious time for revenge for her shame, she activated her Byakugan and began to examine every passerby, looking for an unusual chakra to determine the goal. The girl was surprised that Naruto himself was going to the hands of justice, but not wanting to endure more, and ran for minutes at the guy pushing passers-by aside, exposing the Tonto blade with poison on the blade. Her heart began to sing from the pleasure of adrenaline, from which she flew straight into the guy, kicking her foot soaked with chakra with all her strength into the wall, covered after the blow deep cracks. The surrounding people began to shout, not expecting an attack on a morning holiday, but the representative of the Hyuga clan did not care about this, from which she approached the guy approaching him and heard weak sobs without tears, which amused her to an imperious state without noticing how Shikamaru slipped past her running for help. "How I like your voice, it's a pity that it will have to be cut out. I don't want to hear your childish squeak, demon. I remembered your growl when you were sealed. Because of you my father was demoted, bearing the stigma of a traitor to the whole family, but today I will rid myself of the curse, and you will suffer at Shinigami, because I smeared my blade with a special poison that will not allow you to recover, and even for a turn it will slowly and painfully dissolve you," the crazy woman said with a satisfied smile, and tore off the mask from the guy, showing all the people the messenger of all troubles, from which they quickly calmed down and began to celebrate further, watching the future show, playing anticipatory music. "If I die, it will only be with you. Your hands are up to the elbows in the blood of innocents, killing them for money, and for what? Glory? Honor? People like you don't deserve to live by selling their humanity, and for such there is only one sentence: death," said the young Uzumaki in an afterlife voice, unclenching his fingers to the sides, preparing to attack with claws. He really wanted to take the life of the criminal, but he understood that killing her would cause a chain reaction where he would eventually be killed without thinking, so he had to rely on his luck and his comrades, for whom the heir of Nara ran. Such a statement. The girl only grinned at the loss of vigilance and cut off the guy's claws on one hand, but when she was going to repeat the action with the other hand, an unexpected surprise awaited her. Naruto knew that even if he was saved, his life would not be the same, so he decided to take a desperate step and pierced his claws in the right side to side with the girl, touching the liver, causing the opponent to wince in pain with a slow loss of blood. Nuknin did not wait for her death, burst into rage and cut off the guy's claws, leaving them in herself, and then pressed the guy tightly against the wall with one hand and began to carefully cut the vocal cords so that no one could interrupt the fun. But this was not enough for her, from which she decided to cut in hard-to-heal places, starting with cutting out each the phalanx and ending with deep incisions between each rib together with a ragged cut along the spine. But the guy could not do anything and let out rare tears of pain. He tried to fight for his life, and seeing how his fingers began to slowly decompose without leaving even a bone, from which he began to compare himself with a drop in the sea that no one would notice if it disappeared. Admiring her result, the girl smiled rapaciously and lost consciousness, holding the weapon with a death grip, but she did not take into account one nine-tailed raged into the subconscious of the child, splashing large amounts of her chakra into the gate to bite through them, wanting to help the young heir. No, I have to help him. Damn people, we gave birth to you, we will kill you. I give you my word, Naruto. Just keep your comrades very close, everything will be fine soon. Kurama said with fear of losing a representative of her clan, from which she walked in circles around her cage, periodically biting the bars, leaving deep marks on them, while her tails gave out her real experience, but her appearance wanted to be the best. She gave all her chakra to envelop Uzumaki with an orange cover, slightly slowing down the process of disintegration. I finally got to you, shameless. You're the only one missing. Even Kaguya somehow miraculously managed to pass away. Tails in my hands and went, or I'll bite them off, so there's no need to think of some excuse. Shikaku said in an angry voice, twisting her tail, and then corrected her sandy fur with stripes that emphasized her body. She did not like that she was forced to look for a nine-tailed one, who loved to tease about the strength and quantity of the tail. Go to hell, I don't have time for your meeting. There is something that is most important, and therefore you cannot wait for me at this meeting, so tell the sisters. But for now I politely ask you to get out of here," said the fox, growling menacingly, trying not to lose concentration to ensure the life of the boy resembling a bloody sunset, which gave her the strength to fight on. And what kind of upbringing did you have? You're rude to the eldest, even though you were ashamed of the little one. Okay, it's not the point, I'm obliged to bring you to our place. We're discussing a plan to get out of prison, and in the future we'll subdue the world to ourselves by eating everyone who disagreed. Wait, what are you doing here? What are you for? You're messing with your jailer. One more, one less. Leave him, although I admit he's a little bit, well, there's nothing you can do about it, he'll have to have fun in the pure world. The raccoon said in a slightly indifferent voice, looking at the guy lying unconscious behind the cage, but she felt something frightening in him, from which she shivered, preparing to attack for the life of her sister and herself. Well, repeat what you said. The skin is peeling. You probably forgot that he is from my clan, and this makes me responsible for any representative, because I created the Uzumaki clan bit by bit, collecting and mutating the natural chakra to make people. This is only part of the truth. The Uzumaki clan has failed, but there is still hope. There was a part of my chakra in the guy. This boy is the only and last heir of his clan, but if you really want to do a good thing, go away and do not interfere, or call your sisters here, and they will object. Say that the duty of Bijuu obliges you to help your future brother," the nine-tailed one said in a stern voice, growling furiously at the frightened one-tailed one. A gust of rage seized her consciousness, afraid of losing not just a Soklanavtsa, who she really liked for her whole life, but was afraid to admit to herself, seeing the baby's labors, seeing the world not in black and white, but the world playing with all colors, expressing all feelings, forming a full life, forced her to rethink herself. Shikaku was afraid of such a pressure of rage mixed with despair. and quickly disappeared into the sand cycle, not wanting to raise this topic, but she must explain to her sisters. Even though she did not like it, she tried not to show her weaknesses in the form of fear of change and fear of being betrayed again, expertly hiding them behind a mask of sarcasm mixed with disgust, from which seemed like a spoiled bitch talking only to those who deserved it. That it was worth Kyubi to relax, seeing how the medical chakra was poured into the guy, which did not help much with the disintegration of the body, which made it even scarier. From this she began to give all her chakra, from which Naruto's body was covered with a second orange, bubbling flash, feeling how the cell filters the natural chakra, making it ordinary, which took too much, a lot of time, which was only enough for a long disintegration of the body. Sister, and how do you understand that you don't have time? You have to be at the meeting, but if you don't come to us, we go to you, as you allowed yourself, calling some yard guy a new Bijuu. No one deserves this title, especially one of the peasants. The five-tailed woman said in an arrogant voice, raising her head, showing that she would not recognize the boy while simultaneously examining her faithful friends, but she could not help but remember how she lived calmly and without feeling the wind of freedom blowing across the endless fields. I have every right to do this, Panyashka, because it's not for me to teach you life. You just created your clan for fun, and when you got bored with them, you just left them because of what he began to degrade, becoming the Namikaze clan. Raise at least someone who has at least half a tail left. Created clans except for Kagaya and Matatabi. Her red-eyed ones are fine, as are the Knuckles. They have future ones if the village authorities do not intervene. But most importantly, you did not see what the guy went through and what happened to him before and now. Kurama said in a respectful tone, carefully examining each of those present, wanting to see at least a drop of support, believing in their nobility, but every minute they were disappointed in them, which left an unpleasant residue on their soul. I believe you, sister. It's unlikely that you would just talk about the fact that Naruto will become our brother, but fate and time will show here, so it's not for us to judge you. The ten-tailed one said with kindness and gently patted the youngest one with her paw, sharing her chakras with the guy and his roommate, but decided to view the whole life of the guy by touching him with her tail without paying attention that his chakra mixed with hers and spread throughout the entire space of the cage, while transmitting the boy's memories. Everyone present viewed the guy's life in great detail over and over again, which made the tailed ones feel bad because they could not remember Jinchuriki suffering more than this guy, but they all understood his pain. That disgust for themselves appeared in their hearts. Bijuu saw a guy being taken to the hospital with one of his friends, pushing everyone who dared to come too close until his body dissolved by half, which even the cover of the nine-tailed does not help fully, from which everyone began to rage, not wanting the ray of the beautiful sun to go out before reaching its heyday. Kurama, I'm sorry Shikaku and Kokuo, we didn't know that this kid had experienced such a thing, and therefore we want to help him by making amends. It's unlikely that we will spoil his life even worse. Matatabi said with regret. Deep down she was reproaching herself for looking at the guy from above, but she couldn't even apologize because of the pride that appeared from people who consider her almost a goddess. Everyone supported her and began to collect the available chakra, drying up their bodies, losing mass, because they understood that vital energies were needed to restore the body. And then they let the sea of chakras on the golden gate, from which the steel petals of the formed whirlpool began to crack, and tomo on them began to glow with different colors, from which it seemed that the tailed chakra was the key for the release of the nine tails. The walls of the cage could not contain the onslaught, cracking into pieces trying to fulfill their task to the last, which led to an explosion releasing all the accumulated energy that rushed into the guy, not imagining what could happen. When Naruto was put into the operating room because of the order of the Hokage, the Uzumaki delegation joined together with experienced doctors, because they considered children to be the holy flowers of life and were ready to give their lives for it. But when the guy began to operate, everyone present felt a large accumulation of energy wanting to splash out into the wild, raging stronger by the minute. Let's not delay, otherwise this monster that lives in it wants to be free and then we will come to an end, and I was still planning to meet my grandchildren. The Uzumaki ambassador said with alarm, seeing how his clansmen agreed with him and began to prepare seals to suppress the chakra, everyone was afraid that the monster could break out and harm everyone, especially the future heir. As soon as the sealing group began to draw hieroglyphs on the remains of the body, something unexpected happened that cost many of the psyche. There was a wave of chakra ejection, throwing everyone aside, tightly pressing against the wall, while Naruto began to kick, writhing from unbearable pain, seeing how the muscle fibers began to dissolve with a hiss, which served as complete paralysis. Since the bones had time to dissolve when being transported to the hospital, the boy was unbearable to watch. He wanted to scream, throwing out all the fear and rage, but he could only let out bitter tears of despair. However, he was not going to die, and spiritually pulling himself together began to concentrate, imagining that his remains are a magnet, from which all the energy splashed out began to gather in the boy. The new body of the young heir began to regenerate with incredible speed, forming at first a gray, chitinous spine with small outgrowths in the form of spikes, smoothly flowing into the ribs and pelvic bone, from which tails gradually began to grow, until in turn femoral bones began to form from the pelvis, followed by kneecaps fastening the tibia together with the fibulae. But most of all, I was surprised that the bones of the flattened and metatarsal began to lengthen like a human, and the highlight was the phalanges of the fingers becoming denser and more pointed. At the same time, the collarbones and shoulder blades were formed, becoming slightly wider and stronger, but soon the shoulder bones began to appear, fastening the elbow and radius bones, and the final turn was the formation of hands with extended phalanges acquiring slightly bestial features. Everyone who was in the operating room was in deep shock when they saw the new skeleton and how it began to gradually overgrow with fibers, simultaneously changing the old ones with missing organs to new ones, making them more elastic and strong, while the guy himself was conscious and suffered from the complexity of the recovery process, from which a strong heaviness began to press on his soul. From what I wanted to close my eyes, but I decided that I would sleep in a coffin and began to attract the available chakra even more diligently. But when new vocal cords appeared, everyone heard a heart-rending animal howl mixed with a cry of agony. When the young heir reached the circulatory system, he began to feel the blood running all over his body, giving warmth that he had never felt before, not noticing that the chakra hearth was also renewed, along with the chakra circulation system burning like fire. The final touches were the buildup of snow-white skin, starting from head to toe, but everyone was scared by the fact that the guy had 11 tail-free movements, slowly overgrown with bloody fur with white tips on them, while his arms and legs were completely overgrown with thick fur at once, but no one noticed that the overgrown and silky hair hid 2 sensitive ears. Thank you very much, sisters, I owe you an irreplaceable debt. Naruto is like a brother to me, and his loss is equivalent to your death. Kurama said in a joyful voice, not saying that she liked him, and even if she was condemned for it, she would have bared her teeth and temper intending to defend her rights, but the fear of being caught was slightly betrayed by the wriggling tails. We have only fulfilled our family duty, but if you insist on paying the bill, then from this day on you will share this cute with all of us, because you need to get to know him better, no matter how much you look at his memories, and we could not find out more about his character or hobbies. Shikaku said with a satisfied pug wagging her tail from the work done. Even if she was afraid to trust someone from strangers, she wanted to give her newly made brother a chance to convince herself that not all people want strength or knowledge to benefit themselves, but she also saw this desire not only in herself, but also in all the sisters. Excuse me, but who are you? Naruto asked with concern in his head, rubbing his eyes from a dream where he had a wonderful dream how people learned to get along with each other, supporting each other at a difficult moment, but the flip side of the coin was the murder of those who committed serious crimes losing their heads on the spot. The question posed put the tailed ones at a dead end, not seeing who addressed them, but lowering their muzzles down, they saw a guy waking up, opening his sandy-colored eyes with a diamond pupil and barely catching moving dots in the amount of 4 pieces, from which everyone began to look at the one-tailed one with suspicion. They were curious what the guy would do when he saw them all, from which fear mixed with an intolerable expectation. What? Well, big deal, I gave him new eyes, you gave him just a little bit of each, so I don't know anything. Hello baby, we are glad to meet our newfound brother, even though you have become half-tailed and remained half-human, although it's even better for you, in the future you may find out why. And let me introduce everyone here. I am Shikaku, our beloved kitty Matatabi, the closed turtle Isabu, the freedom-loving pony Kokuo, the cute slug Saiken, the winged creature Chomei, the appetizing octopus bull Gyuki, as well as the grumpy fox Kurama and the proud bunny Kagaya, Shikaku said with pride, wagging her tail with pleasure, showing her tongue to the sisters for taking away all the attention and the mirror of the guy's soul, from which it became pleasant to the soul, admiring how the guy's tails began to wriggle, showing that the guy demands an answer. Oh, my God, isn't that you? After all, you are the greatest beings who swore to protect the world that the Sage of the Six Ways once created, but I have a feeling that in such legends there is something that should not be, and if you allow me, I would like to hear about it," said the young Uzumaki with an admiring voice, and then ran to the one-tailed one and began to climb cautiously on her back, but rising to the top of her head decided to bury himself in the sand while he began to make figures resembling a fortress with his hands, fearing that he would be shaken off, from which everyone began to giggle from the sweetness that the kid expressed. "I don't think she likes it, kid, but you're right, the winners wrote the story, but we'll tell you the whole truth, how it really happened," said Gyuki in a sing-song voice, lying down on her tails in the form of tentacles, admiring how the older sister tried not to move her muzzle, expressing slight dissatisfaction that she was being played like on the beach, hiding in the sand and building sand castles. "Well, I think we can start with the fact that this world was created a very long time ago, representing a burnt earth with large reserves of natural chakra, but over time the same energy began to create oceans, and then created everything necessary for the beginning of the first life. Over time, intelligent beings began to appear during evolution, which it served as the creation of the summoning worlds, when the animals began to learn their powers, where our father, the respected and revered guardian of the created ones, stood out. When we were born, we disliked each other because of a different kind of thinking that dad loves someone more, but after we realized that it wasn't how you look that made us proud, but our perfect deeds, so we decided to make a pilgrimage as a sign of our growing up, because we went to the original world to endow the world with reasonable creatures, and I kind of even remember the name of the clans that the sisters came up with. It seems that Shikaku created the Sabakuno clan, giving them heat, resistance and sand control. Matatabi created the Uchi clan, although she slightly altered them better, or they became quite proud, but not the essence, so Isabu was able to grow the Hoshigaki clan. Son Goku specially recreated the Temuri clan. Kokuo recreated the Venerable clan once, but he went down the evolution and now calls the Namikaze clan, so Saiken is next in line here. She just broke up by making the Utakata clan. I created the Aburame clan, but he sank into the summer and now very upsets me, and the last ones left were Gyuki, who made the Senju clan, and Kurama raised your clan from scratch and left Kagaya, making her Kagaya clan according to her principle and likeness, Chomei said in an instructive voice, counting all the clans by their tails, which made it a little difficult to remember everything, but it gave her strength the fact that Naruto watched with interest, making important notes for himself, wanting to express them, but decided to waiting for something else. "Let me continue, Chomei. I need to tell myself how the vile Hagoromo took all the power into his own hands. Perhaps to begin with, when I grew the great tree, I wanted to grow a divine fruit to present it to my father, but I wanted to make sure that it would be delicious, and after tasting it, which was a deep mistake in my life, slowly going crazy, raising my megalomania, from which I acquired the form of a man, from which sons appeared from the ruler of the Forgotten Lands, although he didn't even touch me. But I got off the topic. In general, when Hagoromo and Hamura decided to stop me, at that moment I sealed the sisters for their safety. After all, I loved them madly, and as you understand, I lost to such puppies because I became attached to them, and mortals made me laugh very much when I found out that the elder was called the Great Sealing Master, telling how he was able to divide the terrible monster into 9 parts, and the younger was destroyed by the god protecting who created the moon guarding their peace," said the ten-tailed with a nervous smile, while the almost white eyes expressed concern for how she made the first impression of herself in front of a little boy, because of which her body began to shrink, acquiring a human appearance, replacing the skin with pale skin and white hair, but left bunny ears on her head to emphasize the charm, and the body she hid under a large kimono made of high-quality silk, making the garment comfortable when walking. Little Uzumaki did not know how to act in such a situation, because on the one hand the girl was not to blame for anything, wanting to make a gift to a person dear to her, but by the dictates of fate everything went wrong, spoiling everything in its path. He knew this experience firsthand from what mixed feelings played in him, but after listening the guy understood his heart that you need to be able to forgive in order to go in front of a bright future. Having descended from Shikaku, and after bowing gratefully to her and slowly headed to Otsutsuki trying to get used to the new body, which refused to listen to him fully, but thanks to patience and a desire for justice, he was able to get to her, but accidentally tripped over his tails and fell on the eldest of the Bijuu, hugging her tightly. And your fur is very soft. But I'm afraid I have to apologize because of all of us, you have become the way people see you as a monster, and this cannot be reversed in any way, but we are all glad to have a new member of our family. Kagaya said with a gentle voice, hugging the guy in response, sharing the warmth to which the guy was drawn for a very long time, from which all the tails began to look at the elder with great envy, quietly growling at the preliminary competitors. I understand you, because you wanted to please someone who is dear to you by doing backbreaking work, but fearing that the result will be disappointing, I decided to try out that fruit. You need to forgive yourself living in a new future, and you have nothing to apologize for, because you all saved my life, and I think that people they haven't seen a person in me for a long time, so why should I hide someone I've admired all my life, although it's not very usual that you're all girls and it's very embarrassing. Naruto said with sincerity, hugging the girl even more tightly, expressing his support, from which the tails also began to hug her tightly, while his face expressed embarrassment from such proximity. Not used to receiving apologies. Unexpectedly for everyone, the body of the young heir began to dissolve, meaning he began to recover. No one wanted to let him go, wanting to spend a little more time with him. When the guy almost woke up, hearing in the wake of the tailed ones began to resent that some took all the time, not letting others know him better. Naruto did not understand what it was, having memorized it, having discussed it after settling the problems, while the Bijuu agreed to meet in a month and dispersed to their carriers, looking forward to the meeting. When the red-haired man woke up, there was a group of umbu of 10 people standing in front of him, armed with katanas, skipping the chakra, and at the head of the group was Kushina with an angry expression, burning a hole in the guy, but pulling herself together calmed down, taking out a written decree from the Hokage from under her dress. Uzumaki Naruto, by order of the 4th Hokage, you are the property of Konoha and the number 3101 is awarded. From this day on you are forbidden to have your feelings and emotions, but remember one thing, the Namikaze house is ordered for you. No one else is waiting for you there because of the murder of an innocent person. You will have exactly 2 days to collect your things. The group will be watching you. Kushina said with disgust in her voice, clutching the letter, remembering how she was furious when they couldn't get the 9-tailed one, because it was she who sent that girl for the assassination attempt, but she was glad that there would be no fear of the monster in her house anymore. As you please, Kushina-sama, but I will ask only one thing, do not spoil your sister, because she loves you so much, trying to attract your attention and respect. Naruto said with concern, looking at his new body along the way, feeling like a new person, but at the same time he felt the tension from the elite warriors of the village, seeing that in their eyes the little boy is a monster that you can't get rid of even if you want it with all your heart. At this request, the elder Uzumaki looked at the red-haired man with rage and disgust, not intending to listen to the brat who imagined teaching her how to raise children, from which she squeezed the decree for transfer to a special place for detention. The woman did not intend to be here anymore and turned around and rushed to the exit, remembering the conclusion of her mentor, during which it turned out that the young heir is the last carrier of the 9-tailed due to the fact that the vital and spiritual chakra mixed with him, making the connection stronger. Because of this she began to delve into reflections, still strongly cursing the young man who ruined her life, for which she paid bumping her face into the opening door. "Oh, I'm sorry. Kushina didn't want to, I was in a hurry, because according to the schedule I have to take tests of the detainee, as well as conduct a couple of tests with his body, and according to the rules of the hospital that I adhere to, and it sounds like this, while you are in a place where people are being treated, there shouldn't be a single weapon, so I will ask you to hand it over, if not you want to fly out the window," said Tsunade in an ordinary voice, correcting her hairstyle, holding in her hand a tablet with a couple of sheets related to the young heir, even though she does not hate the red-haired one, but she cannot accept him, remembering how many deaths the monster hidden in him brought, from which she began to wash down her experience and fear with alcohol along the way, gambling only. "I would like to feel a little more alive." To this statement, Kushina changed her face, changing anger for pleasure, and quickly left the ward, going to the exit from the hospital, imagining how to improve her mood during the day after learning from the mentor the results of the experiments. At the same time, Umbu had to hand over all her weapons, since by order of the head of the village, a clear instruction was given not to. Naruto is under threat of death. "Tsunade-sama, will you allow me to meet with my friends before the start of the procedures?" Naruto asked in a slightly cold voice, looking into Senju's eyes, wanting to find an answer, from which his tails began to wriggle in different directions, while his ears pricked up, not wanting to miss the necessary information, but a sixth sense suggested that a bad time was coming, pushing his comrades away. "According to the law, you are now obliged to rot in a dungeon, but you were only saved by the fact that your pathetic little soul got into the Renaissance project, so personal meetings are prohibited, as well as attachment to anyone, but I can make an exception in the form of an ambassador of the Uzumaki clan. He will be waiting for us at the meeting place. You have a couple of minutes to change and don't even try to escape. The door, window and neighboring wards are strictly patrolled. Time has gone." The granddaughter of the first Hokage said in a commanding tone, not intending to waste her precious time planning to spend the evening with cards in her hands, remembering adventures with her comrades, but deep down a piece of moral principles broke off, remembering what awaits the guy in 2 hours. Uzumaki did not argue, having noticed in advance a full-length mirror near the closet near the exit, while looking at how the squad of the best shinobi pushes the blonde, letting the chakra into his hands, and when the ward became empty, the boy began to try to get out of bed, which he did after a couple of attempts trying to get used to new sensations, and reaching the closet on shaky paws, he began to peer into his new body. When the guy looked at his reflection, he could not believe his eyes, because a guy with sharp facial features was looking at him in the reflection, emphasizing a neat nose. But it was all decorated with velvety skin with slightly visible scars in the form of a mustache, while the pupil, along with the decorating attributes, began to spin in a circle a little faster, expressing surprise, which was confirmed by his eyebrows quickly rising up, noticing that his hair had grown slightly to his neck, hiding under him his mobile ears pressed tightly to his head. The youngster did not stop halfway and decided to examine himself from head to toe, simultaneously taking off his medical gown for patience, paying attention that his slightly elongated handles had acquired a new coat with an updated color in the form of a blood moon color, hiding a sinewy body, and the claws became shorter, without losing their sharpness. But looking through the mirror at his torso, he noticed that his body had acquired a slightly athletic physique without any flaws in the form of scars received during the incidents, noting that the squeezing seal remained a reminder of his past self. When Naruto wanted to see what happened to his legs, he suddenly saw tails that began to wriggle over him from what felt heaviness and discomfort in the lower back, simultaneously snorting, expressing dissatisfaction. "Don't worry, brother, over time you will get used to tails and you will be able to use them as a weapon at your discretion, but it takes time, so if something doesn't work out, don't be sad. Your sisters also didn't immediately learn to get along with them, even if they were born with them, but at the expense of their paws. Then there is also no need to worry, they have become better thanks to Kaga, as I do not want to admit that she has faster paws than I do, but I only regret that Shikaku gave her eyes," Kurama said in a caring voice, supporting the red-haired man, seeing how the guy looks at his tails and paws, admiring the elasticity of his limbs, from which she remembered her carefree childhood, surrounded by the care and love of her sisters together with her father, simultaneously indulging in nostalgia. She did not pay attention to the fact that she was looking at the guy admiring his little body. And what is it about the eyes? Because as far as we know they serve for the visual factor, simultaneously distinguishing colors. And another question is what else I received as a gift from my newly acquired sisters. It just seems to me that you would hardly just create a new body without any protection. The young prince asked in an inquisitive voice, simultaneously taking out of the closet the first thing that came to hand, which turned out to be a leather cloak with a golden whirlpool on the back and several pockets on the tanks, and then began to look for the rest of the clothes. You're only half right, because the eyes are a mirror of the soul and contain a couple of aces. For example, Saiken can see the entire chakra of all colors. She doesn't even need vision to see, and Shikaku can hide his emotions and create a reserve of chakras, hiding them in the most prominent place in the form of dots in the circle of the eyes, making she is equally strong with everyone. But sometimes I like to tease her, admiring her puffing and striving to show that I am wrong, from which she deserves respect. At the expense of the second question, then you are absolutely right, because we do not want to lose such a sweet brother in the first months, so we gave just a little bit, although there are no less difficulties from this, because your body has become completely different. And now I will tell you in more detail. Externally you remain the way you were born, because the soul is not just a carrier of knowledge and feelings, but it is also a carrier of the memory of the form, so you remained the same handsome. But we got distracted. Perhaps we'll start with Shikaku. She gave you eyes, allowing you to replenish your strength, although it will be a difficult process for you, since collecting the chakra in a tiny place is too dangerous, because at the slightest mistake an explosion can happen. Matatabi is next in line. Here she just tried to give you a new chakra hearth with a chakra circulation system, making them more stable and fiery in the literal sense of the word. But because of this too there is a minus. You will have to rediscover your hearth and learn to control it, but it doesn't matter. We are next. The next one was Isabu, sharing her tissues to create your muscles. At the same time, every cell of her body could become as strong as her shell, but we will not stop spending a lot of reserves on this. And Son Goku is next in line, since she is a subspecies of a similar person. She gave you new organs, making your body faster and more resilient, although she had to slowly restore her reserve so that her supervisor did not notice anything. Kokuo, on the contrary, increased your new skin, trying to make up for the nasty things that she said, and it's even difficult to give herself here. She did everything qualitatively. Saiken gave you the restoration of cells, allowing you to live longer than the Uzumaki themselves, and they are long livers. In turn, Go Chaume, giving you a chitinous skeleton, allowing you to lengthen it or compress it by turning it into a bone weapon, although it is not stable, and also makes bones stronger than some metals. For example, shuriken. Only Kunai will have to be afraid already. Just behind her goes Gyuki, gave you a circulatory and nervous system, allowing you to feel with your whole body everything that is in your circle without a chakra, which is very useful when you are in captivity, and the chakras are running out, so she was caught the very last. Well, I am the last to show you by giving you tails, ears, and a sixth sense. Well, I also gave you a color indicating who deserved to become a prince, from which Kushina is furious because many thought that she would become the main village of the whirlpool. Well, Kagaya was the last to give you her limbs, replacing your hands and paws with something it was better than it was. Well, I also cured your state of mind, but I should disappoint you in something. You will be able to awaken our forces. Each of our elements neutralized each other, leaving you only their elements. You have to understand the simple essence. No matter what power we have given you, without training and effort they can kill you. Such power can easily turn your head, but know that we all believe in you and love the way you are. Kurama said with love in her voice, looking at how the young Uzumaki dressed in new clothes, throwing his shoes out the window without intending to put them on, but at the same time she wrapped his subconscious with her chakra, mentally embracing him, giving him her warmth and hope. Come on, sister, I will never call myself God, because I am an ordinary person who wanted peace, even if it has to be achieved with blood and sweat. But most of all I want my sisters to be proud of me, which makes Me want to protect you all in the future, because this is the least I can do it for your tiny life. Naruto answered with care, sharing his chakra with the nine-tailed one, showing that he accepted it with all his heart, while he adjusted his hair and clothes, hiding his paws and animal hands under his cloak, trying not to shine in public, and then rushed to the exit where a small Umbu convoy was waiting for him to escort him to his destination. Along the way, learning that Senju they were summoned on important business to the residence of the ruler of the village. During transportation, the young heir noticed that he was being led through crowded places, showing everyone to the public like a wild animal wanting to show off his successes, from which words of gratitude began to reach the Umbu side, which is why they did not see that Uchiha Sasuke approached the prisoner while his family was standing near elite warriors with a worried look. And you know it's even good that you will be put in prison, because now you have fallen in the eyes of my father. And I will rise while such a fox scum will rot. Even your own clan and family refused for you just because you are not like them. You will die as a street mutt, and so that the fox does not escape they will find a replacement for you. Such a monster has no right to freedom. Sasuke said with anger and envy, spitting in his peer's face, satisfying his ego, while inside his soul he felt pain and a feeling of rotting, and then for a split second he felt the anger of the nine tails for his statement, but felt that something stopped her. If you really think that the Uzumaki clan abandons me just because I defended my life, if they had their way, they wiped this settlement off the face of the earth. So think what you're saying. Unlike my clan, yours abandons everyone who is different from you, as you did with Uchiha Shisui. I thought I didn't know how you betrayed him by attacking from behind, because I know all the conspirators. And don't you ever dare to call Kubi-sama a monster. Every living creature has its own feelings. Naruto said in a calm voice, hiding the true truth, while a monstrous aura soaked with a thirst for murder began to come out of his body, from which the tails began to wriggle and wrote out 11 slaps, from which all the shinobi tensed, preparing weapons for attack, seeing how the face of the son of the heads of the clan swelled from blows. But the guy thought that this little and calmly took the palm of Uchiha without regret, breaking his thumb after hearing a tearing scream. But after such an act, Naruto finally calmed down and went to the board of his new house, not wanting to see and honor negative feelings and views anymore, while in turn the Uchi family saw him off with grateful glances, realizing that the kid would not have done so without any good reason, while other people shied away from him fearing for their own life, calling it a curse. The guy considered the remaining time at home, emphasizing that working people cannot save enough to live like an ordinary shinobi, realizing how low and vain the economy has become, putting warriors above, forgetting the value of working labor, because if there is no food, the ninja will not be able to fight in full measure, and without weapons, the ranks of shinobi will begin quickly thinning, which is why the kid remembered his main mistake, losing his notebook with his projects and notes. Don't be afraid, Naruto, Kakashi has your book. He decided to keep it to himself for now by making an illusion of his obscene book, from which he does not tear himself away, so I feel when you come to him he will ask you to make him any weapon or a new uniform. You've been working on it for a couple of days, coming up with the concept of equipment so that it is not heavy, but also not easily pierced, where, for example, steel plates installed in clothing protect the forearm using it as a shield. Although the problem lies in the durable metal. Perhaps we'll change the subject and talk about the incident. You shouldn't have risked yourself to justify me, because no matter how many people you tell, they will always lack something for a happy life. Kurama said in a confused voice, trying to hide it by leveling her voice. She was not deftly for the fact that her only brother was standing up for her by taking revenge on the offender, but for such care she was pleased in the twins, quite wagging her tails. Well, now you are my new family, like the others. I have something to live for now, and I would not have done anything officially for this, because the laws say that prisoners and people cannot touch each other in order to avoid serious consequences. And thank you very much for warning me about my work, but it looks like you didn't see something, so let it be unknown to you and your sisters about future gifts. said the young prince with a sincere smile hiding it behind the collar of his raincoat, because he understood that his trial project for girls could benefit the tailed. Because of these reflections, he did not pay attention that the convoy reached under the monuments of the faces of the Kage and moved into the fir trees. I noticed a crevice plastered with various seals, noticing a couple of them in the form of absorption of the chakra, as well as the capture of chains, which made the guy uncomfortable. The young Uzumaki began to peer into the pitch darkness, trying to feel the environment around him with his whole body, simultaneously planning ideas for escape, thinking over every step, while his tails began to probe the ground under them, realizing that every minute they go deeper as far as possible. But when the guy felt the stale air, he was able to determine that everyone was at a depth of 400 meters, realizing that this was a small possibility of security measures, thinking what was waiting for him at the end of the journey, from which his anxiety was transmitted to all the sisters, feeling something wrong. What happened? It seems like the day has just begun, and already it looks like a new arrival is expected. Shikaku said with a yawning voice, stretching sweetly, remembering her dream where they were able to see their father at the same time presenting Uzumaki's crumbs, but also tried to forget how introducing her brother to an adult having a steely character. Well, how can I tell you, Naruto was taken into custody along the way, including him in some experiment, but there is no need to be afraid, we could escape now, because nothing holds me back anymore, but the fox wants to understand their intentions along the way, learning everything that is allowed without fear of death in some wilderness. Kurama answered in a slightly restless voice, looking at her sisters, remembering how dad trained them individually by making masters in different directions, which is why she began to drive her paws to places where there were once bruises and abrasions, achieving her willpower to strive and perfection. That's how. Well, then we'll sit here with you. Our Jinchuriki are still in a long sleep. But in a couple of hours we'll have to come back so that they don't suspect anything. But since when? Do you think, dear sister, that our brother is the origin of foxes, because we all made efforts? Matatabi said in a cheerful voice, hiding jealous notes in it, at the same time correcting her fiery fur and watching how the kid together with Umbu reached the end of the tunnel, blinding everyone with a bright light. Oh dear sister, I call him that for two reasons. The first is that he is under my protection as the future head, and the second reason is that I was sealed in him for a long time. If there was a Gyuki in him, I would call him a bull, so I have every right to call him a fox cub. But in time we will understand what kind of beast he is, said the nine-tailed with a satisfied voice, knowing that she had won, smiling a sincere smile along the way, while she began to put her tails under herself so as not to freeze, remembering that in recent days the boy's subconscious began to resemble a black space, meeting stars on the way that could not be reached, because of which everyone had to move part of their meeting hall to stand on their paws confidently. When the youngster's eyes got used to the lighting, he saw that he was in a large, white room where several thousand shinobi could be placed in several rows to get a shelf, while the room itself was held by special beams at weak points made of a strong alloy holding the whole mountain. But everyone was attracted by a red-haired man with soft facial features emphasizing slightly purple eyes, while his body was clad in the white robe of an advisor with gold-embroidered lines emanating from the emblem of the bloody whirlpool. Well, thank you for bringing him to me, and now I will ask you to leave because of the conversation of the clansmen and the secret training of the Uzumaki clan. The red-haired man said in a stern voice, looking with a cold gaze, which does not require any delay on the part of the shinobi, because they know how terrible they can be in anger, being amazed by their cruelty in battle, from which the blood ran cold in their veins. Well, as you wish, but no more than 3 hours, or you will have to use force on the orders of Hokage-sama. The senior officer rapped out and slowly headed for the exit from the room, hiding animal fear deep inside themselves, which did not hide from Naruto, feeling in their gut how Umbu experienced a sticky fear of one person causing them to shake with a small tremor. How did you get tall, straight, and won't say that we are something similar, although I admit the color of your hair clearly came from me, and you don't even seem to recognize me as great-grandchildren, or should I call you the prince of the bloody whirlpool? The elder Uzumaki asked with sincere happiness, simultaneously aging the sound-absorbing barrier, not wanting anyone to hear a personal conversation, and then he began to watch how all the emotions began to play to the fox, trying to splash out, which was noticed by Bijuu, seeing how the guy was tearing apart what his family tree was hiding from him, which made him hurt in his soul. You have nothing to apologize for. I was notified how they treat you, but I think it will do you a little good by tempering your character, like metal tempered in blood, but if you want, you can call me great-grandfather or Ashina. I will answer your question without hiding anything. You are the last representative of the royal blood, because in your veins flows a part of the blood of Kubi-sama as well as in me, so she chooses the worthy ones from all Uzumaki, giving him the wisdom of the ages and the title of the future head, but the final decision is not made by her, but by our patron Shinigami-sama together with the living and dead clansmen. Said the current head, rubbing his beard with one hand, while the other began to point to the floor, drawing various hieroglyphs, forming a circle of blue color covered with various symbols, making a barrier for personal conversation along the way, thinking about what the child was brought to, remembering how the sentencing was discussed at an urgent meeting, wanting to punish the boy because of what the native blood could not help but intercede for the youngster, providing witnesses in the form of Shikamaru and Nara, who told how everything really happened, but seeing the result, they were not convinced by making a weapon brand on the boy. It sounds interesting, Ashina-sama. I would really like to talk to you about this more because there is little information about red-haired devils here in the village, from which I concluded that all information is strictly classified, except for informative in the form of history and who you eventually became. I also understand that you are unlikely to stay in the village for a long time, so I want to ask you a small favor. My request will be to gather the Sabakuno, Uchi, Hoshigaki, Temuri, several Namikaze clans. We also need the Utakata, Aburame, Senju clans, and the last will be the Kague clan. They need to be gathered in one place, but not all need to be gathered, only those who see the right life consisting of trial and error, having loyalty to loving people. Said the little Uzumaki in a venerable voice, bowing respectfully, knowing that such a task is very risky under the threat of war, but at the same time he began to think about a workaround plan if the plan did not work out, because of which the whole thought process was given out by Tails questioningly wriggling over the guy's head, which did not go away from 10 sisters sincerely smiling that their brother thinks how to unite all the descendants of Bijuu. What an unusual request, but I think I can fulfill your wish, because if you name specific clans, then they mean something, so I don't dare refuse you. But now I think we should start with a beginner training because you can't fight like an ordinary shinobi. Your chakra has changed, becoming part of nature. If you look closely at behind my back, you can see the prominent tails of the chakra, showing that I am not so old. Once these tails were deadly weapons, and therefore I am obliged to tell you as a new future ruler how to properly set up a stand and how to repel attacks if your hands are busy. The elder said with a good-natured smile, patting the fox cub on the head, ruffling his hair along the way, stroking his ears, because of which everyone heard cautious snorts of pleasure, from which the Bijuu sisters went touching squeaks, but quickly calmed down, looking at each other with suspicion. Naruto nodded to such a statement, agreeing with everything and coming out of the elder's stroking, simultaneously starting to warm up, wanting to test his body in running the first round. The guy felt discomfort caused by the control of Tails, which caused him to run in a jump. After stopping to recover his breath and thinking about everything, he decided to try not to try to keep his new limbs in steel gloves, but to accept his animal essence, from which goosebumps ran through his body, and started running on a new one, feeling light, running every meter faster than the past himself. But the guy did not dwell on running for a long time, stopping after the third circle with a diameter of 500 meters. After catching his breath, the future genius began to need all muscle groups, not wanting to stretch or tear ligaments during training, until it came to an hour-long meditation where the guy began to open the chakra hearth again, but slowly feeling with every cell of his body how nature is trying to take away what it rightfully creating a wonderful world for billions of years. Well done. This is a good result for your age. But know that there is no chapel of perfection, so you must overcome difficulties every day by improving yourself, because the future of the clan is in your hands." Ashina said with pride, seeing how his great-grandson finishes meditating peacefully, accepting himself as a part of this world, which is why the elder remembered how he himself was young, trying to exceed all the expectations of the elders, and seeing how the guy slowly goes to meet him. Noticed one important difference between him in the form of a calm development, not wanting to jump over their heads, showing that the new generation has become better, not wanting to waste more time. The two Uzumaki began to study combat stands for defense, counterattacks, and offensives, forming them into one style, thinking through every movement, making them smoother, but no one noticed that the concentration of chakra in the room increased due to the Bijuu dispute, and if there was no absorption seal in the hall, the whole mountain collapsed, bricking under itself weapons of the village. With what fright should he study only your fighting style? Red, the fighting of the others is no worse, and the excuse that you live in it longer will not be relevant because you used it for the right to call him a fox. Son Goku was angry, twisting her tails with rage because of her sister's desire to teach only lissom habits under the pretext that such a style would be more convenient and effective for the young heir. Well, then let's start again from the beginning if you can't catch the big picture. It's not just my whim, but the fact that each of you has significant drawbacks. Shikaku's fighting style is based on sand, giving it any form, but you are saved by your reserves and the ability to properly use it. Matatabi is next. Sword fighting is not bad, but does not use techniques after the case like your skin became a fire because of what you consider techniques to be a slightly humiliating thing. Then there is a defensive style using your shell as a shield, reflecting blows and counterattacking, from which such tactics are not effective because your defense is too heavy and you get tired of it quickly, although it's not a problem for you to make a shell for yourself like a feather by weight. Son Goku, in turn, attacks with tails, not letting the opponent get to him while wounding the opponent with his sharp growths, but against the crowd such a trick will not work and will eventually be crushed by quantity. And now let's start with Kokuo. Will prefer to escape from the battlefield, and only when already pressed against the wall, she begins to defend herself with grace, using wind guards, taking the rest, even managed to make herself a Nagatana with a windy blade. I'm a little distracted, I'm sorry. So Chomei has almost no questions at all, only here he is fighting in heavy armor with a visor, overweight with a war hammer, and the cry, I hit twice, one on the head the other on the coffin lid, at the same time destroys everyone who is very far away with the help of seals. The last ones are Gyuki using a rough. The force is why the movements are sometimes blurred and not agile, from which tails come to her aid, spinning like a bundle, which is a very useful idea, but not only after such carousels. The organs are unlikely to be very good, and the last one besides me is Kagaya, using his bones as a weapon, impregnating them with all the elements. The idea is good but not very reliable, making the material brittle, from which there is enough for a maximum of 4 people cutting through it like a knife butter. And also I can't help but note the masterful skills hidden long-range attacks. Well, it looks like it's my turn, then everything is easier here, because my style is based on the smoothness of movements, turning each attack into a deadly dance, not forgetting to deliver pinpoint blows to the weak points of a person. There are no flaws in my style. Kurama dictated, proud of her knowledge, watching her sisters in the past, from which she was pleased to win back the guy by teaching him everything she knows herself, having accumulated her experience over a long life, although she felt something bad with her tails, but decided to neglect it. But sister, you heard Ashina, no one is perfect herself and you need to work hard to become stronger than any opponent. And, yes, I accidentally overheard you by chance. I just thought very hard about the racks and attacks, and after hearing your argument, I had another question. What would happen if all your styles were combined into one? Naruto asked in an interested voice with slight notes of fatigue, striking everyone with the proposed idea, because everyone knew that their styles could not be ashamed. But after hearing a question from a young genius, a grain of doubt began to creep into everyone's head. Oh, little fox, it's not so easy to combine such styles. Titanic efforts are needed, because we can't transform a shield into a hammer, and for a turn being one of several reasons, but you shouldn't worry about it. We just all want to protect you because of what we're fighting. although I think it was necessary to be quieter. Saiken said with regret that their litter distracted her brother from training with his great-grandfather, because she understood how lonely a guy is even if he has loyal friends and recently acquired sisters in stock, remembering how his father distanced himself from them when his mother died trying to find peace in his soul, from which he began to forget about children because of what made everyone feel bad even if they were all very close and a close-knit team, but over time their father corrected his situation and became proud that he had such beautiful daughters, which their brother was deprived of in the form of moral support of a parent. Don't worry, my great-grandfather and I have finished training and are waiting for Tsunade, although I have a very bad feeling about this, but let's return to the last topic. But what if we use the element of magnetism? Because with its help you can give any shape or you can make a special shield that stores weapons and most likely a war hammer will fit, but in a reduced size, and on one side you can replace it with a blade using it as well as a scythe, and due to the fact that you all have your own elements can be solved with the help of seals. This is of course a temporary effect, but still better than nothing. I will be very happy if all my sisters will train me together. The young prince said with joy and began to lengthen his tails, wanting to hug his new family at the same time, which made him uncomfortable, but perseverance helped to achieve what he wanted, while Bijuu began to wonder even more that the little Uzumaki came up with a good plan that took a lot of effort, although they understood that the boy would not stop proving his rightness. When the sisters agreed and apologized to each other, overcoming their pride, because everyone considered their fighting style to be ideal, but the turning point was the appearance of a reasonable brother who knows how to act, finding a compromise in all disagreements. But such a moment was spoiled by the return of the tailed ones to their carriers and the return of Naruto to the real world not of his own free will, which surprised everyone. Feeling the catch, when the young Uzumaki woke up, Tsunade seemed to be holding an empty syringe in his hands, from which he realized that he had been injected with adrenaline, feeling his body filled with tension, accumulating energy that needs to be spent, simultaneously feeling how the brain begins to work even faster, from which the eyes began to analyze everything that came into his eyes. Well, the reaction to the drugs is increased, the activity of the test subject is observed, but shows restraint, which is why it is necessary to observe and inject an injection of the Aburame clan poisons made to order, so that there would be no embarrassment. Ashina-sama was taken out of the room because of the likelihood of interfering with the procedure. Tsunade said with indifference, simultaneously recording the results in the account, ticking off one of the 3 experiments. She didn't care what would happen to the child because of the seals that were put on at her request, turning off emotions for a while, even though her soul began to hurt her heart. Not intending to agree on what on her heart, it began to burn out the mark of the bull's muzzle with horns in the form of tentacles. Tsunade-sama, but you are obliged to conduct experiments on animals and only as a last resort on humans, and I am neither one nor the other. You also took an oath to save and protect helpless people from the appointed time of death, but I also want to note that your method and the syringe are not effective. The injection should have been get into the aorta because of the highest blood velocity by transferring the contents as quickly as possible, and your syringe infuses the contents very slowly and without carefully damaging the vessels. Naruto said in a cold voice, feeling steel notes, showing that he did not intend to be a guinea pig, from which his anger began to ooze throughout the room, painting the walls with acid red, and his tails began to wriggle smoothly, lengthening to make an attack on a representative of the Senju clan. Your statements are not justified. No matter how smart you are, you will still remain a child with a rich imagination, trying to pass yourself off as a genius of this generation, even though you are not. The blonde said in a calm voice, simultaneously filling the syringe with purple liquid, wanting to shut up the boy annoying her even under the seals, but could not guess that the pain comes from the heart, pressing blood on the weights because of envy, trying to defend her right to the title of the best medic. However, in her head she postponed the idea of new equipment from which the mark on the heart began to glow pink color, bringing burning pain. The granddaughter of the first did not wait any longer and abruptly approached the guy, accurately injecting poison directly into the heart, knowing that the reaction would go faster, and after that she began to wait for the first results, but her health began to deteriorate, although she remembered that she did not take anything from alcoholic beverages, because of which she began to make various guesses without noticing how the guy's tails dug into the rock for the entire length, holding his body from falling. Do not be afraid, brother, such a dose will not kill a man, but the body will hurt very much as if you are being turned inside out. I can only help you, but knowing your bad character, you will endure to the victorious, and the fate of such an insistent fox cub. Kurama said with concern, because she felt how the guy's body began to fill with pain, which did not even allow her to move, from which her soul was torn to destroy and throw to avenge the pain caused to a loved one. You know that only through great work and effort can you achieve greatness, by understanding the value of your efforts and tasting the sweet taste of success. However, if fate cannot punish those who should be punished, I will do it, becoming the executioner for everyone. No matter who stands in front of me, but I am grateful that you are next to me, sister. No matter how strong the body is, the soul is always easy to break if you know where to push, making a soulless doll out of a living being. Uzumaki said, gritting his teeth, trying not to scream because he did not want to show his pain, replacing it with the will to live, pressing against the cold wall, feeling the heat of the whole body as if melting from the inside like a candle. But the tails did not let him fall to the floor, tightly holding on to the wall. The prince did not endure such torture for a long time and unconsciously began to move the chakra all over his body, burning the stuff out of his body, which made his body feel easier, feeling a mad surge of strength. But his gaze fell on the floor where Tsunade was lying unconscious, holding her hand on her chest in the heart area, while her notes lay peacefully not far from her where she was, and a whole ampoule with the last drug in the form of a gray substance that smelled rotten even through the cork. The guy did not know what the reason for her loss of consciousness was. When it became easier for him, he hobbled, dragged his tails lying on the ground like a dead weight to the exit, which was locked by a large and thick door locking him from the real world. Touching it to open it, he felt his wrist being squeezed with force. You are forbidden to leave here without an escort, prisoner 3101, so I ask you to come back, but by the evening according to the schedule you will be sent to Ibiki, the master of torture, for acquaintance and training in information extraction," said the elite fighter, tightly squeezing the handle of the boy, focusing only on his person, experiencing mixed feelings of fear and curiosity, which is why he unconsciously took hold of the handle of the tanto with his free hand. I will know, Ambusama, but I'm on another occasion. Your best medic became very ill there and passed out. I didn't even touch her, although I really wanted her to stop stabbing me with all sorts of rubbish," Naruto said with discontent in his voice, and with an effort pulled his hand out of the vice and began to rub for the place of capture, realizing that the fighter was not doing it out of spite, feeling in him the fragments of good hidden in the depths of his soul for years of training to suppress feelings, paying his debt to the tree of everything. That's how. I will immediately take her to the surface. But this does not mean that you will be here alone. 1/3 of the village has been assigned to your maintenance, and therefore you are being monitored around the clock. So do me a favor and be a good girl, otherwise you will have to be eliminated. But you are well done. Despite the pain you have brought, I forgave her even though I could have tried to kill her," Umbu said in a low voice, trying to hide the truth that few people see. But without wasting time, he took Tsunade in his arms and carried her up in a fast run, after locking the thick door with several complicated locks, doing everything according to the instructions. Just 4 years. In recent years, little has changed for the villagers, forgetting about the offspring of the fox spawn, taking a deep breath. But for some personalities the changes have become significant where, for example, Menma became a closed girl who found out that her brother was a murderer, blackening the family name, from which feelings of betrayal and correctness began to struggle in her. But because of this I took up my mind to find out in the future what really happened. In such a case, Fugaku, Kakashi and Hazino succeeded by collecting bits of information piece by piece, not believing that the boy could kill a peaceful person, and knowing about his principles helped to make up the whole picture, but they did not tell the Uchi clan about it, knowing that they were very hot-tempered, from which they could raise an uprising. However, they shared their guesses with Itachi and Shikamaru, who, in turn, noticed that such concealment was beneficial to everyone, from which they were bursting with anger at the village, so they both went to serve in the Umbu to be close to each other. But the one who changed dramatically was Naruto, developing his body and soul thanks to his sisters, whom he swore to protect to the last after their release. Over the years, he has learned a lot, starting from routine surveillance and ending with interrogations, becoming at the level of a strong chunin due to lack of practice and combat experience to death. His heart was firmly closed to outsiders, from which he found a loophole how to escape from his imprisonment and kill unrepentant people 4 times a month under the cover of the moon for his actions, gutting them in the most expressive way, leaving in his victims a dossier on their crimes in a silver elongated flask with a carving so that the lid could be opened. However, the young man adhered to a clear rule not to kill children, because of what they began to call him, the demon of vengeance. Or, the archangel, letting various rumors about him, from which Kushina and Minato worried about their lives, fearing that one day they would pay for their sins. One day, the young prince was told that he would be expected at the Hokage residence to be assigned an important task, from which the guy did not like it, feeling a catch, but decided not to contradict the leadership and went to the exit under the supervision of 20 Umbu armed to the teeth. Don't worry, little fox, you don't have to worry about this, because no one knows your secret except us, so don't be afraid if we're around. Especially Tsunade won't be able to help the head of the village track you down even if they find a hair, because this traitor now bears the traitor's brand under her heart, and while she won't begging for forgiveness, her life will fade away before she has lived 20 years. The 8-tailed one said with a supportive voice, seeing how her brother was going through inside himself hiding a pair of daggers for combat in his tails, remembering what cruel training the boy had lived, hiding scars from burns and cuts under his fur on his paws and hands, going through painful tests to increase willpower, as well as working out the elements to exhaustion. I know Sister Gyuki, it just bothers me. Usually Ibiki comes for a report. Even during this time, we became friends. After realizing that our fate is the same, and thank you for putting seals on your clan so that they do not betray related clans, grandfather says that once everyone lived together, but the thirst for power divided there, but it's time to reunite them. My plan is going very slowly, but surely, because every month 10 people from different clans come to Uzashino and each took an unbreakable oath to live in peace with his family, tearing his enemies together with them. Only now I feel the development of other elements for which I have no talent will have to be postponed. For this we need good masters and, so to speak, a donor of the fire and lightning chakras, but until then, let's go," said the grown-up Uzumaki, walking confidently out of the exit of his dungeon, while the sisters began to discuss how they would look at their beloved brother along the way to come up with where they should all rest from all the turmoil. Nevertheless, I suggest that we all go to some island together, away from these people, and then we are tired of being called a monster. At least one asked that we are not male, but female. With Matatabi it is generally easier to consider her a demoness. Shikaku said, grumbling to herself, wagging her tail in anger, remembering how her jailer came, setting his own rules demanding not to interfere with his life, even though she had nothing to do with it at all, except that the gift of sand goes to every representative of her clan, not really alone. But what about our charming Naruto? Because as I remember, when he turned 10, someone began to conduct a more in-depth biology. Now he knows the whole body of not only men and women, but now animals, teaching on location thanks to one pony. Chomei said, squinting her eyes at the 5-tailed, at the same time noticing how everyone blushed, remembering that day, trying to forget the greatest shame in their lives, while some began to breathe hotly, imagining a guy older and without outerwear, simultaneously breathing unevenly in his direction, but began to drive away all vulgar thoughts. And why am I to blame right away? Sooner or later he would be interested to know about the mating season. Thanks Shinigami, I did not manage to tell it in detail, but only showed a little intimate places on your bodies. You are hidden by the fur of the shy, which you found. After all, you did not even show your human bodies. Koku said, smiling slyly, taking revenge on all the sisters for the reduction of the little prince's training in his style, referring to the fact that the attacks were sharp and not predictable, dragging little effectiveness. But after discussing it with Naruto, the two of them realized that such a style was great for mixing with a 6-tailed one. making strikes more accurately, impregnating their claws and tails with thin a layer of acid. Hi Naruto, how are you? Don't be afraid to improve. The torture of interrogation at my request, although your interrogation method is very impressive, and I indicated this in the report for the Hokage, it looks like he saw it and wants to make sure personally, and your friends will also be there. Ibiki said in a calm voice when he saw how the first friend, to whom he did not abhor, approached him, because the guy saw in him a man who gave his whole life and devotion to the village for the betrayal of his comrades. Hi, Ibiki, I'm glad to see you too. Things are kind of good, and kind of bad. I'm tired of how I'm treated like a terrified beast, but at the expense of torture. I've come up with another one, though it hasn't been tested definitively yet, so maybe you'll see it today. However, I also hope that when I turn 16, you will let me forge my weapons, because I don't like the Umbu arsenal. There are too boring weapons," said the young Uzumaki in a responsible voice, not wanting to be like the monotonous Umbu fighters, holding in his hands an ordinary weapon, not the name of a highlight, from which he remembered how he once borrowed some metal from the columns of his imprisonment, betraying the form of his project, Boomerang, giving all his strength. Of course, you will be allowed to visit the forge and maybe my friend Enko will take you there. You interested her in your project, which I wear with pleasure. Because I can fight like a dance without weapons with a calm soul, leaving deep wounds to enemies along the way. I'm even thinking of smearing them with poison. The main thing is to carry an antidote with me," Marino said with a slightly kind voice hiding behind his eternally cold face, and set off on his way to the residence, adjusting a special glove. But in his heart he rejoiced at such a gift, remembering how other Umbu looked with admiration at such a balanced weapon, and wanted to find out who the creator was. However, he said that the creator is far from here and takes a lot for such a order. The young prince did not lag behind and went after his comrade, noticing out of the corner of his eye that his supervisors were watching him with their hand on katanas, and other shinobi immediately pulled out kunai and preparing for a massacre. However, the villagers, seeing the red-haired killer, immediately burst into flames of hatred, cursing him, not fearing punishment, expressing disgust. But this arrangement did not like the boy, from which his tails began to wriggle, showing discontent. And after that there was a small wave of ki grabbing to rein in the vile inhabitants. Hush, hush Naruto, they are just people living like a herd guarded by strong shepherds. You should not pay attention to them. This village will disappear when only civilians remain in it. Not that the village of the whirlpool, they have not that merchants are not inferior to elite shinobi, and children grow up mentally. The plan is faster, but they remain kind to the others who deserve it," said the master of torture, in a supportive voice, simultaneously patting the guy on the shoulder, making it clear that you should not take it out that someone doesn't like you, but you just have to go on with your head held high, because fate itself will punish those whom it deems necessary. Naruto did not find anything to answer to such a statement and calmly continued to walk to the residence, looking at everyone with a cold look, analyzing in his head all the options for meeting with the head of the village, where three worthy outcomes were expressed. The first was a test of basic knowledge and skills for a couple of test subjects in the form of consumables, which were arrested people for murder, violence, theft, deception, and speaking out against the head of the village. The second option was to assign a dangerous task where an ordinary shinobi would not be able to cope alone. However, he rejected such an option, knowing that conflicts are taking place in the world now and they hardly agreed to send two small weapons. But the third way was still unlikely, giving himself the subordination of the air with the help of seals, wanting to get a puppet for the main ranks, from which he was disgusted with all villages where the village head does everything for his own benefit, drowning out the voice of people with fear of death. The young Uzumaki, due to reflection, did not notice how he and Ibiki reached the residence and began to descend to the desired floor, calmly walking to the torture chambers, until in turn Bijuu had to disperse so as not to cause problems for the fox in the form of various types of chakra instead of the prescribed one nine-tailed chakra. As soon as the kid went into the torture room, the sufferer hit him in the nose with a stream of rot and the smell of blood, and after examining the room better, he was not surprised at the humanity and sterility of the nature of people. The room was well lit, allowing you to see the walls covered with spikes soaked with age-old traces of blood like other instruments of torture, ranging from red-hot boots and ending with an iron maiden, but most of all attracted a pure mirror to the entire room, from which the one-tailed guessed that guests were waiting for him there. Welcome prisoner 3101, we have been waiting for you for so long that every year we asked Mr. Hokage to bring you here, and as you can see our wish was fulfilled. 3 stages will be waiting for you. The first will be torture, the second will be an intellectual battle, and the last third test will be a battle with one of the Hunins. Because how it seems to us that you have already reached this level, so do not disappoint us, said the head of prisons in a cold voice, where behind the glass were all the heads of clans and Hokage in particular, who was a little hurt because his abandoned child became the one he was destined to become, but another part of his heart kept saying that he did the right thing and did not need to reproach himself because he had a skillful daughter. The younger prince did not respond to these statements, feeling only flattery and falseness in them, from which the guy squeezed his hands and walked into the center of the room, noticing that Ibiki left, closing the door, not daring to go against the order, to which Naruto was not offended at all, realizing that Marino did not like it himself, imagining how in one of these days the whole village will be on fire. Within half an hour, the torture master came to the guy of one of the prisoners with a bag on his head, which made it difficult to recognize and understand his emotions, but it was possible to notice that the man was clearly from some clan, as indicated by his fingers and tense legs. The young Uzumaki realized that this poor fellow was playing a special role in the imprisonment of the village, so he wanted to understand why he was made a whipping toy. Well, I think it's time to start your first test. You have to get secret information out of the deserter without killing him, and judging by your success, you will do it much better than Ibiki Marino, but whatever you say, his presence is mandatory in case you're scared, said calm Fugaku through the microphone so as not to arouse suspicion from others about the truth of which he learned together with his brother, but also remembered how Hajino did not tolerate bullying the guy anymore and told all the Uchiha the truth about who the young Uzumaki is and his future place in the world after reading the ancient Uchiha tablet created by Indra Otsutsuki. However, sensing the deception, he began to read all the words, realizing that this was an anagram containing the murder of the future head of the Red-Nosed Devils. Naruto nodded to himself and understood that this was his first task and he had no right to make a mistake, because then the young heir would be brought to a pulp and then his clan would destroy all living things, even friendly clans would fall under the distribution. Gathering his will into a fist and calming his heart, the guy strapped the prisoner to an iron chair, then went to the surgical instruments while his tails began to examine the victim's body, finding sensitive and painful places, but the fox was annoyed by the black bag and therefore quickly untied it with 2 tails and threw it into the far corner. But as soon as the 30-tailed one turned around, he was curbed by shock and rapidly growing anger, because a representative from the Kague clan was sitting in front of him, one of those who remained alive, and looking into his slightly greenish, dead eyes, he realized that the man was killed spiritually. He lost hope and light in his soul, from which the prince's rage grew even more rapidly, from which the whole room began to turn purple, covering the mirror with a black film, preventing anyone from seeing at least something. Ibiki, bring another prisoner, a rapist or a maniac, I don't care. Now, I won't tolerate such an attitude towards a clansman. You have 5 minutes. Naruto said in a demonic voice, from which the tails began to beat on the walls, angry at the whole village, because the future leader had just almost dissected the one he should protect in the future, from which he had vomiting. Ibiki realized that this was no longer a request, but a clear order, but for this he did not hold grudges, realizing that the guy in this state thinks only about his people, which he told him about as a sign of trust, and therefore he quickly left for a new victim. Which was not a pity to waste. What happened to you, poor fellow? The young Uzumaki asked, letting his chakra into his fluffy hands, leveling the circulation of the chakra and getting into his subconscious, seeing in him once the most beautiful, resembling an endless sea flooded with a fiery sunset, but in the circle of the sea there was a large island with large vegetation that hid amazing animals, and on the very shore sat a man, burying his hands and feet in the sand. So you still got into my subconscious executioners, but I think it will be boring to just give up without a fight. I hope you bury me, and not throw me into a pit like some kind of a relative, although I regret only one thing, not seeing how the future prince will crush you to the nines, giving the world general justice," said the white-haired man, looking at the sunset with enthusiasm, sincerely smiling at death in the face, and then stood up to his full height and began to turn, taking bone braids out of the sand, preparing for the battle of reason. "I hasten to disappoint you. You are unlikely to die today because my role in this world is to protect my pack from evil in any form, and therefore I cannot allow your death, or then Sister Kaguya will be upset, but I will also ask you to tell me everything. Starting from the moment of capture and ending with how long you are sitting here. You can keep your secrets for yourself because they are yours and no one has the right to dispose of them except you," Naruto said in a sincere voice expressing concern, while his body began to slightly treat minor wounds with the help of water jellyfish techniques, but Kurama decided not to stand idle either, and with a piece of his chakra went to break all the instructed seals. "Wait, seriously, they sent a boy as an executioner. Not that I have fallen so low that I have to fall, especially from a blood traitor. This will not happen. It's better for you to go and don't make me laugh trying to tell me nonsense that you can do to a master in arms," the man said in a serious voice, which was clearly reflected on his slightly rounded facial features, simultaneously making a warning lunge with an oblique, lifting the sand up, and then began to apply the technique of replacing sand grains with sand, moving very quickly, intending to demolish the guy's head. "You know, I wanted to be nice, now blame the master on yourself," said the young Uzumaki without an emotional voice, grabbing the braids with three tails sharper, and quickly bounced away from the opponent, making an earthen pillar a support, giving acceleration for the paws, making a short flight, but his head began to think about a plan for the battle because the chances of victory were very small, but this does not mean that success goes through his fingers, and the prince knows it. As soon as the air jumped back to the middle distance, his sixth sense vibrated about the danger, and for good reason, because the white-haired one let bone waves into Naruto, wanting to tear him apart by making a vegetable in the real world, because if you kill the spiritual body, then the physical will be an empty shell. The growing Uzumaki began to fold the seals of the earth wall, water spikes, and air tornado techniques with his tails, making defensive and attacking tactics, restraining the onslaught of the wall, simultaneously feeding it with chakra through his hands and sending a tornado mixed with thorns to the enemy. When the dice collided with the defense, the fox realized that this was the right moment and sent a tornado into the opponent, hiding the technique under a veil of dust to puzzle the opponent. But the enemy expected such an outcome and went to the side, injuring only his leg, which deprived him of running and sword fighting in full force. "Ha, and you're not a weakling, but I'm unlikely to let such a little thing kill myself. I'll do everything not to betray the secrets of Kaguya-sama, so I think it's time for you to die," said the representative of the Kaguya clan, and gathering all his chakra, folding the seals at a fast speed, creating a bear skull behind him, which in turn began to accumulate energy for firing a tailed bomb, but he did not notice how the symbols of the traitor hair began to be burned on his body, which made it very difficult to breathe. As soon as the beam flew rapidly towards the boy, from which Naruto's soul began to understand that he would not dodge such an attack in any case, and therefore he only had to cover his body with chakra, not wanting to die, but something happened that no one expected. "How dare you attack my brother, traitor?" growled Kaguya at the top of her voice, and beat off the bear's skull with her paws, breaking it in half, while all her eyes looked at the man with a burning look, wanting to kill him, feeling in him her seal bearing the defiled attack on a kinsman. "How to understand this, Lady Kaguya? A person cannot be a brother to Bijuu because of your nature, and this is very strange," the white-haired man said with fear in his voice, feeling how the air became stale, and his body seemed to be squeezed into strong teski, while snow-white eyes looked at him expressing a murderous aura, but in turn he was ready to die at the hands of the ancestress. "My sisters together with me helped the unfortunate boy to find a real home by making him his brother, slightly betraying him charm. But you attacked him by calling him a traitor of blood, but you are not better yourself. because compare yourself and his eyes, on your body the mark of a traitor of kinship, while the skin of the brother without any spots showing his devotion to the whole Bijuu clan, so you will have to repent of your sins yourself Gantosh. Said Kaguya calmed down slightly and took the real look of herself, becoming a 20-year-old girl with snow-white hair like the moon, while her eyes shone with a snowy sheen, while closing the third eye, which was a gift from her sister, but she preferred to wear loose clothes in the form of a large kimono hiding her virtues, shivering from how men looked at her with a hungry look in the vulgar, and therefore she swore to herself to marry someone who would have a brave heart without having forcibly vulgar intentions. Well, I think you're right in everything. I did a lot of stupid things. I left my clan trying to prove to everyone that I was building something, leaving my wife and son alone, but only when I found out that the clan was exterminated almost at the root, I died inside myself, because the family does not make you weak, it does. Forcing you to strive for your dream is stronger. That's why I am in this village, having surrendered being here for several years that I will soon lose count, but I also want to apologize to the young Uzumaki. The child is never to blame for choosing his fate, and as the oath requires, my life is in your hands. The white-haired man said in a humble voice and knelt down, bowing his head. He hoped that after death he would meet with his family, talking about everything in the world, because of which he remembered how he once praised his son, who looked into his main fear of life, butterflies, from which the white-haired man smiled, letting a stingy tear. You have suffered too much, but your time has not come, because the clan needs such a protector as you, and therefore I forgive you, not because it is a manifestation of pity, but because it is a manifestation of care and respect. Since everyone needs a second chance, I have already tested it on my own skin. Naruto said with sincerity, simultaneously patting the man on the shoulder, feeling how the curse of the seal began to subside, giving him the vitality accumulated over his entire life, from which the white-haired man gave himself up to feelings, letting out tears mixed with grief and joy, because the grown-up Uzumaki himself remembered that it was very hard to live without human support, who understands you and will support you with the right words. You're right, youngster, maybe I really should forgive myself and move on so that the same story doesn't happen to anyone. But then there are questions about how to escape from this village and where to go, because my homeland is destroyed, and they won't let me out of this damned village under any circumstances, so how I am a good combat unit," said the representative of the Bone clan with a suppressed voice, tracing his scars, remembering how they beat him, forcing him to be like an animal, carrying out orders with half a word, from which rage and shame boiled in him, for having so ordered his life without thinking that he might be the last. You don't have to worry about this, I can help you escape, but it takes time and a little luck. We can convince the top of the village to let you live under the pretext that the little prince needs a good blade master, but unfortunately it's time for Ibiki to bring a new prisoner back. Kaguya replied in a thoughtful voice, hugging the fox cub to her with all tenderness, from which her tales began to betray her that she likes to embarrass her only brother. Looking at his red face, feeling the smell of the forest after the rain mixed with a slight smell of mint wind, Naruto nodded with a red face, agreeing with his sister, and having discussed all the details, Gantosh's consciousness left, because in the real world something more complicated than an ordinary conversation was waiting for him. In turn, Kaguya moved into the subconscious of the guy and watched as the torture master dragged a new prisoner, and the young Uzumaki unfastened the victim, helping him get up and handed him over to his friend. And after such an exchange, the bloody chakra returned to Naruto, returning the former appearance to the torture room. Prisoner 3101, as it is understood, a clear order was given to you, indicated for the torture of a white-haired man. Return him to his place and get the required information. Minato said in a slightly menacing voice into the microphone, distorting the voice at the same time getting up from his chair, because such behavior is not characteristic of an obedient weapon. He must clearly obey any order without listening to the dirty conscience. You can't see beyond your nose, Hokage-sama. You hid the famous bone samurai, but as I was told, the weapons of the village, that is, I have to learn from the best by improving my skills in all specialties, so I have every right, as a combat unit of the village, to refuse to torture a potential teacher and replace him with someone, that other, more valuable. Naruto said in a cold voice, burning through the mirror with his gaze while his tails were magnetizing a couple of scalpels to themselves, but he did not leave a feeling of anxiety from which even his sisters were covered with goosebumps. Well, your arguments are justified, we will talk to this prisoner, you can start your first test. Said the head of Hugo in an indifferent voice, looking at how the boy squeezed the head of the village into his own framework, but he was surprised by how the boy answered the angry question while maintaining composure, from which he unknowingly became afraid of him. The young Uzumaki nodded, approaching the new prisoner, twirling medical instruments in his fingers, noticing out of the corner of his eye how Ibiki took a follower of Kagaya by the arm, and only after that he sighed deeply. Gathering his thoughts, deciding to show everything he had learned in recent years, prisoner 6478, a former shinobi of Konoha, is sentenced to life imprisonment for selling information of strange fire, as well as for multiple rape of both sexes, but has a chance to get out of prison by telling all the valuable data that you managed to sell. Naruto said, suppressing anger in himself so as not to cut the prisoner ahead of time, but he was not forbidden to mutilate, from which he ran a scalpel over his thigh, leaving a light wound along the way. Hearing suppressed laughter, and I look at you, the boy is not a blunder, you know my dossier, but I'll tell you what. You don't have the guts to torture me, you're trying to look cool and independent, but there's an offended, withdrawn child hiding inside you. The criminal said, laughing, seeing sparks of bitterness, of pain and despair in the eyes of the young heir, but such a look was quickly replaced by cold while the guy began to grin like a beast, showing his sharp teeth. You, here you are deeply mistaken, such as you betraying your friends for green papers is no better than garbage, and garbage needs to be disposed of by giving it a new shape, so it will be nice for me to make the world a little better along the way. We will avenge you for your victims. Said Naruto in a mysterious voice along the way, taking scalpels from the table with his tails. Enjoy the scream of his victim enough, but he felt how the nine-tailed worried about him, fearing for his psyche. The 11-tailed one did not trifle and cut the prisoner's clothes, leaving deep cuts from which a scarlet liquid oozed, to which the kid shared his chakra with him, tightening the wounds while keeping the person conscious. The guy was amused by the way the man was trying to escape, not wanting to die, to which Uzumaki stuck 2 scalpels into his palms and wooden armrests after hearing a long cry as the kid got into a painful place. How gentle you are, it's even amazing that you were able to reach Jonin, but I want to hear who your employer is, how much information you sold, and I also want you to beg for forgiveness from the innocent people you killed, whom you managed to rape, and then maybe you won't rush off anymore. Said the fox cub with cold fury, simultaneously cutting his chest and stomach with his claws, feeling warm sweet-smelling blood, exciting feelings, giving new sensations, but the mind understands that the killer will not tell anything with such soft methods, but for him it was a challenge, wanting to demonstrate all of himself. Naruto cut open the belly of his victim without pity, pulling out his insides a little while admiring how the heat evaporates from them, but these were flowers because he continued to feed his body with chakra, not letting him die a quick death, while the tails in turn began to cut the calves, neck, and shoulders along the way, listening to the screams of the prisoner, listening to music from what the guy got even more turned on, but at the same time remained cool-headed, without falling into a fit of madness. That in turn, the examiners followed the process with mild surprise and fright, standing up for the protection of the heads of clans and villages. They were afraid of the boy like an animal, feeling that the test would not pass in a positive result, but Minato watched his offspring with mixed feelings in the form of fear, despair and humiliation, because if he did not leave his son when he needed him, everything could have gone differently, making life better, but it was too late to decide something, seeing how his native blood torments the traitor with cruel methods. And how did you live with such a monster, Minato-sama? After all, let him loose. He will kill everyone, like a demon of retribution. He also kills everyone left and right. Said the head of Yamanako with notes of fear, feeling all the pain of the prisoner, feeling how the guy cuts not only the body, but the soul, forcing the person to rush away in the agony of suffering, from which the blonde's body was covered with a herd of goosebumps feeling cold and pressure. Namikaze wanted to be outraged, but what he saw shocked him, which made his hair stand on end. The young Uzumaki began to peel the skin off the prisoner, exposing his vocal cords and shoulders, until his tails began to pull out his dignity by the root, without feeding the chakra, showing that he no longer intends to play games that do not bear fruit. It looks like you like it if you keep silent, and I think it would be fair if you feel the same as innocent people. The 11-tailed man said in a melodious voice, tearing off the sexual organ, and with the rest of his tails he broke the chest, opening the lungs and heart beating at an insanely fast pace, while he opened the prisoner's mouth with his hands, listening to how he began to scream hysterically, tearing off his voice, kicking, imagining that the Shinigami would be better than being eternally tortured by this boy. Stop. Please stop. I'll tell you everything you wanted to know. I sold information to the countries of Cloud, Stone and Rain. I told them only 20% of the secrets. All transactions were honest, so in my hiding place there are all the names with papers signed by customers. I repent for all my actions that I managed to commit. Dead people deserve a better fate than such trash as me, and now I want to die. Do it, you promised. The prisoner shouted at the top of his voice, seeing how a large pool of blood had formed under him, simultaneously feeling how his strength was gradually leaving him without giving him a second's rest. Oh, how talkative. I think I need to shut you up, because I knew everything I wanted, and you most likely hid the hiding place somewhere in the garden next to your house, because he wants to hide something in a prominent place, and therefore for such a hint I will give you a helping hand as a sign of my goodwill. Naruto said with a kind smile and pulled with his hands, reached for the handcuffs and unfastened one hand, and then pulled it sharply on himself, tearing it off thanks to his tails, which cut the tissues around the connective bones. But the guy didn't stop there because she immediately heard a cry of hellish pain, so he stuffed his dignity into his mouth without giving him the opportunity to speak, along the way, sticking one of the scalpels into the vocal cords, piercing the prisoner's economy without letting him spit it out, while his chakra began to suck metal joints out of his body, creating 3 long nails. The young heir, with the help of the chakra and his genome, shook the second hand of his victim, but after that he stopped mocking the man and therefore imperceptibly made a cross out of the wall with the help of the element of stone. No one dared to say until the kid said he was done, from which everyone watched as the tails unfastened the sufferer from the chair and lifted him up, dragging him to the wall, leaving a bloody trail along the way, collecting dirt, dust and rust with their insides. The criminal 6478 stopped trying to escape, realizing that death is a better reward than life after such tortures, but he felt that this was not the end yet, looking at how the tails of the boy pressed him against the wall and held him with a death grip, holding his arm and legs, and Naruto himself briefly walked away and returned with a bloody hammer. You know, your remorse will ease your soul, but I won't let you die just like that, even if I didn't bother to be born in the Uchiha clan. But I was lucky because with the help of the chakra you will suffer every minute for a week, experiencing everything that the dead experienced. The prince said in an indifferent voice, because he didn't care what would become of this garbage, from which he didn't notice how the tails crossed the toes of the feet in one position, and the hands drove a nail up to the very cap, soiled and spilled blood, like his paws. But after he nailed the nail to the remaining hand, the young Uzumaki began to be proud of his work, leaving the last nail for himself along the way, considering himself half drenched in someone else's blood, from which he made a note to be more elegant in torture, while he scrolled a metal object, hiding it in his clothes with his hand, and touched the man's thigh with his other hand and let a bundle of his chakra guide into the brain, changing all memories, forcing him to see and to feel how he was already being raped. But that was only half, because the Bijuu chakra excited the prisoner's chakra, increasing regeneration while overloading the hearth. After that, Ibiki came into the room and proudly nods to him, showing that he coped with the task, and asks him to come out, while everyone watching restrained the urge to vomit, looking at how the man behind the glass was writhing in pain, covered with a bloody covering that brought terrible pain. However, Uchiha behaved more restrained, feeling like the guy let off steam from negative emotions for the entire short adult life. You did well, you just overdid it a little. But it was not a sight for the faint of heart. you drove the secretary into shock and fainting," said the master of torture, leading the boy into the shower room, taking with him a change of clothes for the guy, who exhaled freely, allowing himself to relax a little, but at the same time worrying about his brother, feeling like his soul was tearing free, wanting to take revenge on everyone. "Well, as for me, they were waiting for this, so that I almost dismembered a person after obtaining the necessary information. Yet they do not need a super shinobi, but a furious beast that tore everyone apart on their orders, but I will never allow myself to be put on a leash, because I am free in every sense," Naruto said with pride, sincerely smiling at his friend, correcting his regrown hair and noticing the room for the guards. He accelerated his step, while in turn Ibiki understood what the guy was talking about, because he really was free in spirit after his rebirth, as well as in body, giving him strength for order. The young heir, going into the locker room and took off his clothes with relief, fluffing his tails and ears along the way, spreading his fingers with his paws to the side, kneading them in this way, while he drives his hands over his fur, enjoying himself. But the sisters also came for such a spectacle, invisibly penetrating his subconscious. They were glad that the trial had come to an end and their beloved brother was returning to normal, even if he smelled bad of someone else's blood and the bad aura of rotting people. "We have heard everything down to the smallest detail. Naruto was forced to be a beast, and from this a fire burns in me comparable to the heat of the sun. I will kill them all for my actions," said the four-tailed in a fit of rage, from which her skin caught fire with a flame showing the maximum outrage, but from this she felt the fluctuations of the fox cub's chakra, which in turn had already entered the shower and turned on hot water, washing off the blood and fatigue. "Little sister Son Goku, not everyone in this world is sinners. Because what can a child or an elder be guilty of who understands his mistakes and tries to correct them with all his efforts? A person is simple and at the same time complex beings. They are hot-tempered, hungry for power, but such desires are not their own, but imposed by those who do not. I was able to achieve what I could have achieved. For example, Tsunade Senju, because Hashirama spoiled her with everything she would have wished, while not revealing her potential in medicine. But why? He was jealous that his granddaughter could be better than him, and when he was gone, the blonde took up her head and acquired the ability to be a ninja medic of the best times," Naruto said in a gentle voice, descending into his subconscious, simultaneously imagining clothes in the form of a white kimono, iridescent patterns hiding his body, while his sisters began to consider and were slightly upset, but did not show any sign of understanding. No matter how Uzumaki tried to be an adult, the emotion of embarrassment did not go away. "But it is impossible to keep track of everyone. We tried and you see what it led to. We will not be able to break the vicious circle that began with the first people of this world," Saiken said in a depressed voice, simultaneously lowering her eyes down, showing her sadness that their creations and their kind of children went against them, even though they tried to help everyone. But she felt the strong embrace of something native and fluffy on her tummy. "Do not be sad, little sister, no matter how you turn it, and people need only one general order. But I understand that not everyone will observe the order, trying to defend their opinion considering the best outcome, so it will be better only that we all gather all our clans into one, making everyone equal. The scum in turn will be killed. Each other themselves have given us plans for expansion in the future," said the little fox with a gentle voice, hugging his sister with care and support, because he knew how each of the Bijuu was sad about being betrayed and made slaves against their will. But the kid did not notice how all the tailed look at the six-tailed with white envy, while their tails wriggled, expressing dissatisfaction that all the care goes to just one of them. The girls did not try to sort things out, seeing how their beloved brother began to sincerely smile at them, rejoicing that he finally had a family that would not give offense by standing up for him like a mountain. But they were upset by one fact, that it would take a lot of time before they would see a world without war, but they understood that they would never leave Uzumaki following him, supporting and sharing their advice, from which each tailed began to smile sweetly, presenting their future. Uzumaki did not stay long in the subconscious and in the shower, not wanting to be late for the second test. When the kid decided to go out, he saw that the shower room turned into a bathhouse. Not seeing anything further than a meter because of the impenetrable steam. However, the guy turned off the water and feeling every wall with his tails, he was able to find an exit to the locker room where Ibiki was waiting for him holding a black bag holding a set of clothes. The young heir nodded to his comrade thanking him for his prudent step, and then pulled out a coat with a snow-white hood, trimmed with silver threads cast in blue, emphasizing the figure of his wearer, giving him charm both in battle and in ordinary life, covering almost the entire body with his length. But then he also took out white trousers made of dense fabric, not restraining movements, and the final touches were in the form of a sandy-colored t-shirt and a belt with black pouches hiding several seals and throwing weapons. The guy was surprised by such a choice of clothes and without arguing began to get dressed, borrowing bandages from Ibiki and wrapped his paws not wanting to dirty them after a shower, and then quickly dressed up in his suit along the way wearing a hood hiding his ears to at least slightly lower the various screams that bring him unpleasant sensations in the form of ringing and partial loss of orientation. After admiring his outfit, the prince went with Ibiki to the main arena of Konoha, as it is equipped with emergency containment seals sucking out the chakra of the tailed ones. But when they got out from under the residence, they immediately saw a crowd of people looking at them with fierce hatred, wanting to tear apart what the third oldest tailed could not endure, flaring up like a candle, wanting to tear apart everyone who looks askance at the youngest. However, she remembered what she said, foreseeing such an outcome in advance. From then Matatabi calmed the fire, but did not stop growling, wagging her tail showing readiness to attack. Do you think Shikamaru and Itachi will be hit hard? The little fox asked with mischief, covering his face with a hood, trying not to look with his own eyes, so as not to cause more aggression from the crowd of people, because after 4 years of imprisonment, Naruto learned how to use his eyes correctly, navigating well in the dark, simultaneously changing the direction of moving points in different directions, rarely training in replenishing the chakra in small quantities. I won't ask how I found out, but they have become a cohesive team. Because no matter what, and Nara is the smartest kid thinking through a few steps in front, and Uchiha is also not stupid and can correctly distribute the consumption of chakra to win with minimal losses. Ibiki said in a respectful tone, continuing to walk towards the arena, simultaneously comprehending that a duet of young Umbu could make a great couple, from which he himself began to envy, not finding someone who would love him the way he is. Noticing that because of this he remained cold. I think you're right, but I'll give you advice with Anko. When you're ready, invite at least to the wedding or something. Otherwise you keep pulling and pulling. Naruto said laughing and ran into the arena picking up speed, not wanting to get under the hot hand of an embarrassed comrade hiding such emotions under the face of rage. But the master of torture did not lag behind, trying to catch up with the scoundrel and teach him a lesson as quickly as possible. Having run to a special training ground surrounded by a large number of seals responding to certain functions. However, it was worth Naruto running to the training ground to get on the back of the head from a breathless and reddened Ibiki. Here's a trick of figs. Not only did you make me blush for the first time in the entire history of Konoha, so you also made me chase you like all over the village, although I admit such foolishness helped to reject bad thoughts a little. The master of torture said with shortness of breath, but pride did not allow him to bend, not wanting to show weakness, even to his friend, who will always support and give advice. Well, in general, we only ran around half the village, yet I decided to feel sorry for you, old man, but now I'm worried that there is a company of Umbu in the circle of the polygon who want to kill me for the fact that I exist. And also Itachi and Shikamaru are not far away to us, which I am very happy to let Minato with them. Uzumaki said with excitement, simultaneously adjusting his coat admiring the work of the master. However, he was afraid to harm his friends, because he knew that he would have to fight with all his might or be forced to kill his friends. Marino decided not to punish him seeing that his tails were wriggling like sails, so he pushed the guy forward and then went to warm up, trying to cheer up the boy, which fortunately helped and he began to warm up with his supervisor hiding his feelings due to the presence of strangers, but he decided to rein in Umbu by fluffing his tails creating several clones after sending them to the edge of the barrier, taking new notebooks with different covers, and he went to run around in a circle, accelerating his chakra while accumulating chakra reserves in the eye compartments. By the coincidence of half an hour, Naruto was able to stretch his body along the way by accumulating so many chakras that, with a good inspection, it was possible to see visible perspiration, which was noticed by the Umbu veterans, from which they felt a tremor in their body along the way, seeing how the Hokage with the youngest and most brilliant Umbu in history approaches the polygon. Prisoner 3101, your task is to show your fighting qualities in a battle against the best shinobi of your generation, so the fight will go on until the entire chakra hearth is emptied by one of the sides. The readiness time is 5 minutes. Minato said in a commanding tone, seeing in his own son only a weapon that exuded a colossal amount of chakra, remembering how he had to visit Tsunade demanding to give him powerful sedatives to keep himself conscious and suppress his emotions. You've been taking a long time, although I can assume that all these Umbu took all their vacations at once if they came to see this spectacle, said the fox cub, approaching his friends, lifting the corners of his lips showing how glad he is to see them, along the way looking at his clones who are diligently writing something down, making sketches, from which he began stroking his seal on his left hand hidden under the fur. You won't believe it, but yes, the Hokage even had to not let half of the Umbu in, or it would have disrupted the economy, because the Umbu, simply put, are bounty hunters for the most part. By the way, Itachi and I thought here and rely on the theory that we will be put in a completely new squad with the name Cleaners, Shikamaru said with laziness, throwing his hands behind his head, thinking about all the options for the upcoming battle, because he knew the characteristics and behavior of Naruto, which made him uncomfortable, but he is not going to give in this time, wanting to know the limit of his comrade, PF, and who came up with this stupid name. Well, where to go, let's break through, and now let's start the show, Uzumaki said with enthusiasm, keeping a calm face, simultaneously moving away from his comrades by 10 steps, fluffing his tails, preparing for battle, while the chakra began to accumulate in his hands. Friends nodded to him, putting on sloth and raven masks while simultaneously exposing katanas with one hand, while with the other hands they folded the seal of concentration, waiting for Uzumaki to run out of patience. But as it turned out, Itachi could not stand it, first using Shiration, quickly moving to the opponent, making a vertical swing trying to assess the opponent's speed, and as soon as she concentrated, she saw that the scarlet-haired man was holding a weapon with one of the tails folding seals at a high-speed pace. Element of water pipe. Naruto spoke softly, splashing out a large stream of water on the opponent, knowing that she used the fire technique, simultaneously not losing vigilance from the second enemy, letting her tails on him, not forgetting to cover with a thin layer of metal. In turn, Shikamaru reacted instantly, bouncing off the approaching guns, simultaneously launching shurikens with engraved fuins into Uzumaki for emergency movement, not forgetting to keep an average distance, working as support for his colleague without noticeably letting his shadow. However, the young Anbu Schnitza did not stand waiting for the blow and deftly leaves the line of attack while kicking the tails of the Jinchuriki, changing their trajectory by climbing on them with a flip, stepping on the enemy, activating the Sharingan trying to find weak points. But as soon as the young prince hesitated, he immediately froze because of the imperceptible shadow of the Nara, which restrained the guy from taking a step, until at the same moment the Uchiha began to strike taijutsu, aiming at the body, while simultaneously removing the weapon, folding the seals, knowing that the partner would cover his back. The element of fire, a fireball, Itachi said, blowing out a medium-sized fiery sphere, simultaneously jumping back to her partner, not wanting to be fried by her own technique, while worrying about the condition of the subject. At one time, the audience believed that the monster had died, as the scum would die from the simplest technique without showing itself. However, everyone felt a lot of pressure in the epicenter of the burning pillar of fire, and when it went out, everyone saw Prince Uzumaki with scorched clothes smoldering from the air while water drips from his body like skin particles. Phew, well, they just ruined a new suit, forcing them to empty half of their chakra reserve, which made them nervous, but I think it's enough from kindergarten, it's time to fight, Naruto said with mischief, simultaneously shaking off the ashes from the still smoldering clothes, simultaneously printing from one seal a staff made of oak wood with a crescent-shaped blade sharpened only on the outside, while with the second hand he released his claws, not wanting to show his capabilities to potential enemies. The sloth and the crow nodded at the proposal of the future comrade, standing in a fighting stance, taking out katanas, accumulating chakra in them, assessing the condition of their opponent. Seeing that he was noticeably short of breath, Crow, I have an idea, so listen here. The fox is short of breath now, apparently due to the fact that he had to suppress my shadow while concentrating on the water, creating some armor so as not to burn out. This trick will not work twice, so we will use teamwork adjusting to each other. Shikamaru said in a calm voice, taking several explosive seals from his pouch, thinking over an effective plan. Uchiha nodded, agreeing with the ally, and began to carefully step on the enemy by activating a 3-tomoe Sharingan. Looking at the enemy, seeing how he fluffed his tails and walked to the meeting dragging the staff with the blade on the ground until his fur stood on end, showing the guy's tension. But his eyes exuded only cold and concentration, not going to lose. As soon as the children got within a few meters of each other, they ran at full speed to the meetings, intending to make the first strike as soon as possible, bringing their weapons for this. However, when the katanas sought to cut the boy's body, they were met, the claws impregnated with chakra compacting them, not wanting to spoil them, while the staff made a swing lifting the ground, complicating the visibility of their rivals, leaving them under attack with a half-turn of the whole body, simultaneously causing thrusts with their tails. As Naruto expected, raising dust was half effective due to the fact that Umbu wore masks with air filtration seals, once created by them as an indication of their devotion to the village, but the holes for the eye sockets were not protected, from which he had to go behind the back of the sloth by cutting the vest with his claws, but not reaching the flesh due to an obstacle in the form of a plate, while the blade of the staff caught the leg of the crow and pulled it towards him, forcing him to stumble over his own leg. Uchiha did not wait for the fall and replaced herself with a log near the nearest tree, impregnating the katana with the element of fire, seeing how the sloth enters into a deadly dance with the fox, pushing him to the edge of the barrier, letting her partner take a breath. Uzumaki overestimated his strength a little and began to exhale at the same time, giving the chakra into the body without letting it fall off his paws. However, it became more difficult for him to fight when he was attacked from two sides, and then he decided to take a desperate step by pulling several poison senbons out of his pouch and magnetized them to the tails, after which he quickly pushed the opponents to the distance of the extended tail, folding the fingers of the seal for the final technique while pouring the chakra into his staff. Element of wind, penal servitude dragon. Naruto said in a breathless voice, spinning his staff, creating a tornado around himself, planting everything within a radius of 20 meters, simultaneously releasing his tails along the perimeter, feeding the air flow with the remnants of his chakra. Shikamaru and Itachi did not foresee such an outcome, not having time to stick to the ground in time, from which they rose into the air experiencing great overloads, but they did not intend to give up so easily, trying to swim to the center of the tornado by returning their weapons to the scabbard. But on the way they met tails that began to braid them and sting, and therefore the sloth, sensing a trick, threw the crow because of all the forces, seeing how his partner puts his palm into the guy's carotid artery. As a result, the young heir lost concentration and dispelled his technique by getting down on one knee, breathing harder, lowering his head, pressing his ears, accepting his defeat, while the young Anbushniki were lying on the ground, and then they got up, shaking themselves off, and approached the guy by taking kunai and putting it to the back of his head, waiting for an order, although they would not obey him. Seeing how the guy worked hard to defeat two geniuses of his clans, "You disappointed me, prisoner 3101, so much effort, labor and money were invested in you, you are the property of the village, so you are obliged to justify the tasks assigned, but in order for you to remember it better, you need to teach you a lesson." Namikaze spoke with a cold voice at the same time entering the training ground, adjusting his cloak, because he expected to see more, wanting to justify his sins without standing up for his son, but after this ordeal, he realized one thing: he could not sit on 2 chairs and therefore decided to make a worthy weapon out of a small uzumaki without compassion, and for this you need to leave scars which will remind him of this. Wait to draw conclusions, Minato, because we cannot exclude the human fact, and also you forget, he is a child who jumped 2 heads above anyone. Take for example, you as a child, a revered genius of his time, but would have withstood the same suffering and trials. It seems to me no. Plus I didn't notice something. The guy acted wisely. I'll explain why I think so. You see, I didn't immediately notice myself, but Naruto was accumulating chakra for the fight to resist the enemy. However, due to lack of knowledge and lack of grasping experience, he lost himself to protect himself, and this was the best outcome, since Itachi's technique would have burned him to the ground. It should also be noted when he reduced the visibility of Young and Bushnik, depriving them of visibility, making Sharingan useless, giving time to create a backup plan. But the main praise I want to note is the knowledge that he will not come out victorious. However, sacrificing himself, he was able to harm his opponents by fighting in a draw. Shikaku said in a calm voice, looking at how 2 Umbu began to stagger, falling to the ground, twitching in convulsions, noticing that the tails were the main attack while the air technique was fraudulently, simultaneously approaching 2 operatives by calling the medics to him. It looks like you're conceited, comparing me with this loser. But I can't disagree with you that he has reached a good level by his age, and that's the only reason we won't put Fuin seals in his head, but he is given 3 years to improve his classification, since Chunin has nothing to do in the Umbu team. Hokage said in an indifferent voice, leaving the training ground with a flash of lightning, considering further plans for the benefit of his family and village, remembering his wife's conversation, wanting to get the loyalty of the Uzumaki clan. Ibiki and Shikaku exhaled with relief, seeing how Umbu also left after the ruler of the village, while they and the doctors determined what kind of poison was used during the battle. But they didn't have to think for long, as Naruto got up from the ground and took out 2 flasks of green liquid from the seal, simultaneously sealing his weapon, moving with lameness. Hush, hush, Daredevil, you're lucky to survive, so rest, and I'll take you to the base, said the master of torture, running up to his friend with emotion, at the same time handing over the ampoules of the doctor, after which he took the boy and carefully went to the place, noticing for himself that the fight was a little damp, but there was still room to grow. Thank you very much, I will rest for a while and I will build again, said the young Uzumaki with a slight grin, put his tails on his stomach, looking at how the elder Nara picked up 5 diaries from the ground, after which he closed his eyes, falling asleep, noticing for himself that today he had achieved what he wanted. 3 years later, the eve of the new world, after an unsuccessful fight, the young Uzumaki did not lose heart, continuing to train with all his might, not forgetting about his friends and sisters, whom he loved very much, and was ready to grab the throat of anyone who dared to threaten them, but he could not protect them while he was on missions in the Itachi and Shikamaru team, because the team, cleaners, specialized in many areas, and the main ones stood out in the form of the introduction and search for information, cleaning villages without leaving traces, research and development of inventions. The scarlet-haired man did not even plan to complete the tasks for another 3 years, because he failed his exam, but the Hokage insisted that the weapons of the village gain experience by completing tasks of rank A and B. But on New Year's Eve, he was given a day off, which is why he wanted to go outside, get some fresh air and see the snow after being imprisoned for a long time, but in the end his ears pricked up at the entrance to the room. As soon as he turned around, he was immediately hugged and squeezed at the same time, while his gaze stared at the laughing Kakashi and Ibiki. "And how is our fox cub? And then do not be afraid to forget us, clogging your head with techniques, combat and the wisdom of politics," Enko said with a cheerful smile, squeezing the guy as much as possible, teasingly licking his stripes on his face, from which the tailed ones became angry, feeling jealous, not wanting to give the guy to anyone. "Oh, well, damn it, don't do that, and it's so scary, plus there are 2 reasons why you shouldn't do it. First, I'm not delicious, and secondly, you have Ibiki," Naruto said in a strangled voice, after which he used a replacement for Marino and stands near Hitaki dressed in civilian clothes holding a case with clothes in his hands. Well, today is a special day and that's why we should take a walk. It's still better on the street than hanging out in a damp dungeon, but we decided to make today's star for you, because you deserve it," said Kakashi, handing clothes to the grown-up Uzumaki and walked away to his comrades. Noticing that they make a wonderful couple, the scarlet-haired one nodded at this statement and created an iron screen near him, wanting to change into a new set, while in turn the tailed ones gathered together in the guy's mind and began to make plans for the future, discussing the current situation. "It looks like they are trying to frame our fox. That's because the fools made a handsome man out of him, but they didn't take into account that they would try to take him away," Kurama said in a jealous voice, wagging her tails at the same time sharpening her claws with impatience to get out of prison as soon as possible and go to where she will be loved. "Don't worry, little sister, it's unlikely that we will give Naruto to some Mimra, yet I feel that my father will really like him, because no matter what, he is already 15 years old and has good knowledge and experience. Well, he will pick up strength over time, because as Dad liked to say, the ruler is not the one who is strong, but the one who can do the right thing in a difficult situation," Matatabi said in an instructive voice, proud of being a symbolic voice, planning to make a sneak for all the sisters, slyly wagging her tails. "Ha is also true, but I want to announce one news. I claim the right to steal my brother's first kiss," Kagaya said with an insidious smile, because the reason was the change of the year, and hence the change of the symbolic year, which made it even more pleasant for her, at the same time changing her usual clothes to a more festive kimono of a delicate blue color with patterns in the form of frost, combing her hair along the way, remembering how at her request the young heir gently and with care combed the curls. "Hey, don't you dare let him choose over time. It's not fair," Chomei said, angry that someone decided to steal the most delicious morsel, from which she turned away and flew away to see what the guy was doing. At the same time, the 11-tailed removed the screen, showing himself dressed in a garnet red robe with a cutout under the tails at the same time. However, the edges were trimmed with white gold fur, while a cap with a pom-pom at the end rested on his head, making him cuter. But the ears got into the holes, from which his appearance became more colorful. While he was examining himself at the same time straightening his white shirt and baggy pants and sending them out, his friends admired him and with laughter poisoned themselves on the way out. "And who thought of dressing me up like that?" Naruto asked curiously, and then stopped to walk with his comrades level, although he felt some kind of trick that made him feel uncomfortable, which showed his writhing tails like sails. "And this is a secret, even we were surprised, but I think you'll like it all the same. Someone missed you very much," Kakashi said, adjusting his mask, smiling under it, because on such a festive day, many will find reconciliation in answers. On such a statement, the prince nodded knowingly, knowing that he would not be told any more, from which he slightly accelerated his step coming out from under Mount Konoha and went to the city center, while there were 6 people hiding in the shadows in one of the buildings. But seeing the guy in red disappeared into Shunshin under light laughter walking through the city, Anko began to try to remember the last time. The grown-up Uzumaki smiled. The child behaved, enjoying life, but could not remember the moment, seeing only fierce training, deprivation of all comfort, because the guy is used as a real living resource. With the advent of new prototypes, weapons and strategic assumptions forced the economy along with combat power to grow up several levels higher than other villages. But she remembered talking to Ibiki when he told her his plans for life, from which she was very surprised, but did not mind. After all, she herself wanted to start living where she would feel safe. When they reached the square, the company saw a large Christmas tree decorated with various toys, whether they were glass or edible, and ordinary citizens had fun and drank, enjoying the end of the new year, while in turn sellers sold any goodies, toys and decorations. Looking at the children's mischief, remembering their children. "I hope you weren't going to drag me here in order to listen to the Hokage's speech, because he will lie again, not telling people the truth, and plus there are a lot of people here," Naruto said with a slight sadness, looking at all the passers-by while they gave him angry glances wanting to finish him off as a gift for everyone. but his sisters felt his sadness and began to hug him with their chakra, showing that he was not alone. But as soon as he turned to his friends, their trail disappeared, leaving only residual traces of the chakra, from which the guy grinned and followed in their footsteps, wondering what they were up to, because the tracks did not lead even close to his place of imprisonment, from which curiosity and mischief demanded to follow further. When the young prince reached the wall of the village, he saw a loophole in the form of an improvised exit directed to the forest where some light sometimes flashed, which made the fox cub smile and get on all fours rushed to these lights, sniffing the smells, smelling the iconic perfume. Uzumaki felt himself in the forest as a part of it, from which he felt freedom, so desirable and changing. But it brought him to his senses when he reached a spacious clearing where there was a small Christmas tree in the middle, decorated with tinsel, toys, garlands. From such a guy was surprised when he approached her, but when he saw the note, he realized that need to do, well, Christmas tree, I think you need to give a little bit of a holiday, said the little fox with a kind smile, and began to pour his chakra into the tree, helping it grow, becoming big, from which, in gratitude, the tree gave the boy a cone with seeds, while sparklers began to appear in the circle of the clearing, and a table with various dishes and drinks appeared in the circle, giving a pleasant smell that made everyone drool. Well, didn't you expect such a gift for the new year? Fugaku asked with a cheerful voice, dressed in the warm clothes of Santa Claus, holding a red bag with gifts in his hands, raising the festive mood, recalling the conversation that it was the head of the Uchi family who should help the guy because he had a lot of experience. Santa Claus, don't scare the guy like that, or then we won't be able to show him the main gift, said Mikoto, dressed in a warm blue fur coat, admiring how Naruto looks at them like a miracle, seeing how a child wakes up in him. I think you're both right, and therefore, in order not to tease his curiosity, I brought it, said Kazino with a cheerful smile, hiding someone behind his back while his daughter is waiting for her moment to have fun for everyone on such a beautiful night. Hi brother, I missed you very much and would like to apologize for not being able to visit you, but I realized my mistake and I want to bury the acts of enmity and despair on this day, because they help me understand that you are not to blame for anything. You are the best brother in the world that you can dream of. Let my parents hate me for this, so happy new year to you and all of us, Menma said with love for her only brother, whom everyone disliked, but he fought without hiding on her, but in a friend she felt a warm embrace feeling someone's tales. While adults began to be touched by such a scene, it is I who should say words of gratitude for such an understanding sister, because you did not succumb to the temptation of pampering and remained the same kind. I promise if Minato and Kushina raise their hand against you, I will wall up this village along with all the residents who dare to say something bad about you. But I also want to say to everyone present, thank you very much for your efforts and Happy New Year to all of you. This is the most wonderful new year I've ever had, Naruto said with a childish smile, letting out a stingy tear, not believing his happiness, while the sisters felt how their beloved younger brother began to unknowingly transfer his chakra to his own sister, healing her body from the remnants of the poisonous chakra of kurama. Everyone present realized that they had been declassified, so they moved closer to the air telling jokes, stories while pouring drinks, saying toasts, wishing everyone all the best and wonderful, so that there was less sadness, only friendship and understanding, while the eldest of the Uchi began to lay out gifts under the Christmas tree remembering this happy moment. However, in turn, the tailed ones too. We prepared a gift for the fox cub, from which we decided to call him into the subconscious. Naruto, you can come down to us, we just have something for you, we've missed you too, Kagaya said with a theatrically offended voice while her sisters laughed at such actions, not forgetting to tease that her plans would not happen. Yes, of course, I'll be right there, Naruto said with concern, at the same time watching how the guests celebrate the beginning of the new year by snacking on goodies, drinking drinks, having fun, which made my soul feel calm. Therefore, the red-haired man did not stare for a long time and therefore approached the nearest tree, and then climbed up the trunk, sitting down where there was no snow, impregnating his body with chakra so as not to fall along the way, descending into the subconscious. Well, our way has finally come. Otherwise, with his training, he completely forgot his family, who misses you so much that they began to brawl in the bodies of our carriers. Saiken said with a light laugh, looking at how festively their brother was dressed, noticing that he was very becoming and looked attractive. I agree with you, sister, we have prepared a gift for him here, and he walks around, trying to get the respect of the village, which betrayed him more than once. Said Kurama, deciding to tease her brother a little, looking like Kaguya closed in a purple cloud, showing that she is ready for something important. You are right, sisters, but I could not let my friends down, because they were entrusted with becoming an ambushnik, and getting a 0 result could lead to their imprisonment for many years. However, I did not change my goals, I only need time to start the rise of a new era, as well as your release. Said the little fox with a sincere smile, simultaneously hugging the creatures most dear to him with his tails while hiding his blush under his clothes. The words of a real man, few people can brag about it, but you're right, baby Naru, the world is still like a fertile field, but as soon as weeds appear, they immediately need to be removed, so we are with you until the very end, whoever you become. Said Otsutsuki with good nature while removing the haze around her, showing a combative but festive purple kimono with star patterns, while her hair was gathered into a traditional hairstyle with hair sticks, while her short ponytails were gently fluffed. Seeing the eldest of their tailed ones, the red-haired prince was knocked down at the same time, covered with even more blush, unable to connect a couple of words, while his heart accelerated, from which the grip of the tails became stronger. While the rest of the Bijuu looked with envy, quietly growling and snorting, waiting for their triumphant moment, when everyone will be able to take their appearance after they get freedom. You look just amazing, Kaguya, it's impossible to look away from you. Uzumaki said with an unconscious growl, from which his chakra began to spread throughout his subconscious, simultaneously proud that he had such a sister, whom he would protect until his last breath. Thank you very much, little fox, it's nice to hear, and that's why I have a gift for you, even if it's a little envious that your sister has returned, although she is a smart girl with a pure heart, but still a little naive, which makes me feel superfluous. Said the ten-tailed with slight envy, because over the past 2 years, each of their sisters realized that they could not imagine life without someone who sees in them not an ocean of chakras or monsters, but ordinary girls trying to live in harmony, from which everyone fell in love with the boy. Well, you're a sister, Menma is a good girl, she's my family, but I don't have such tender feelings as for all of you. Naruto said with pride, at the same time not immediately understanding the meaning of the words, from which he closed his eyes, realizing that he had just indirectly confessed his feelings, simultaneously returning his tails to the opposite position, hiding hands behind your back, fingering. After hearing such a statement, all the tailed ones began to look at the boy with surprise, because they thought that they would have to take the first step themselves, but while the Bijuu were figuring out what to do, Kaguya, in turn, quickly moved to the guy and gently kissed him, stealing the first sweet kiss, while pressing her fluffy hands closer behind his back. From what the tails they began to wag with great pleasure, showing others that she had won this competition. Prince Uzumaki went into shock, opening his eyes, cautiously responding to the kiss, afraid to do something wrong, while the tails fluffed up, showing surprise and pleasure, but he began stroking the head of the elder with trepidation, not forgetting to scratch the ears of the horns that had replaced the place, trying to share all his feelings, which began to blaze with a bright flame. From this view, the two-tailed and two-tailed became quiet, growling envious of happiness, while the others turned away a little, smiling with all their teeth, but as soon as they remembered about the gift, they immediately calmed down a little, and with the help of their chakra called for a gently sea-colored bundle storing a valuable object. Hey, come on, lovebirds, otherwise it's just envious to look. After all, we are not here for this, because the Jinchuriki can detect us for the presence of a loss. Said Chomei, fluttering over the floor, writhing in waves, showing her irritation mixed with embarrassment, because she was one of those who did not meet anyone, and she knew about romance only from her father's books. And what is it, sister, do not be envious, you yourself have heard that he has hot feelings for us, so I think it will be fair if we drive away other girls with him. He will have enough of us, though I feel Dad will kill us. Isabu said, trying to speak calmly, though she shivered all over, remembering his childhood with his sisters, how much mischief they did, from which the parent arranged for everyone to train for exhaustion, increasing their discipline. Do you think he is wise? He will be able to understand everything, although I can agree with you, so one hope is for Mom and her mercy," said Gyuki with an instructive voice, noticing how the couple ended the kiss with red faces, while their tails fairly squirmed from the outburst of emotions that had been hidden deep in the soul for several years and centuries. When Naruto calmed down and turned his head in the direction of the sisters, he saw a blue-colored bundle hovering next to him, wishing to be unwrapped as soon as possible, from which the edges of the wrapper gently trembled, inviting the boy to himself, from which the young heir did not refuse and took the gift in his clawed hands, carefully opening it, valuing the efforts of the closest he needs people. Having unwrapped the wrapper, the diamond pupils expressed surprise, and the dots began to smoke slowly along the axis, because in a piece of paper there was an iridium platinum shoulder pad with an elbow pad and a hoop, but on all this decoration the dragon moon chakra was engraved with a trowel, wriggling H showing all its greatness and strength, from which it seemed that it glowed red-blue while the inner part was sheathed with dense leathern fabric, repeating the smooth curves of the plate armor. "We thought about it and decided to give you a universal gift. You are a smart boy, but you can break firewood, from which we are afraid of losing you, because we made this part of the armor, although it is very heavy, but we think you can handle it. The feature of your new equipment is a durable shield, turning into a weapon, as well as the transformation of the natural chakra in one place, that with sufficient volume, you can shoot like a cannonball. We also tried to recreate the scales of our father, and I think we succeeded by making a wristband with relief growths, but the main feature is that this thing is not just a trinket, it is part of your soul, so the weapon has the property of a summoning creature, only it is stored in you," Isabu said, proudly sticking out her breast while smiling at the boy enjoying his joy, noticing that his subconscious has found a pleasant landscape in the form of a summer field sown with ripe wheat, in the middle of which there is a deep lake rotating like a whirlpool, showing the desire to learn something new. "Thank you very much. This is the best gift I have ever had and will have. I would like to give a return gift, but I'm afraid I won't be able to give something valuable at the moment," said the young prince with a sincere smile, scratching the back of his head with his tails along the way, putting a surprise on his left hand while his paws began to trample the ground, her claws trying to find a way out of the situation, because he did not want to upset the beautiful girls. "Well, in general, you have something that we will never forget, namely a kiss for everyone. Yet in the future you will become our boyfriend and the ruler of all our clans, so don't think about having affairs with anyone, otherwise Kurama will tell and then we will punish you to the fullest," Shikaku said with a slightly vulgar smile, making fun of her brother, while he himself blushed deeply from such a statement, and the tails began to cover the body of the carrier, while all the sisters began to giggle softly, looking at the one-tailed with gratitude. The guy could not resist the desire of the sisters, and therefore each Bijuu approached him in turn, waiting for her prize. It didn't take long to wait, from which they felt how the guy gently kisses them in wet noses, putting warmth mixed with awe, expressing his concern so that he became a tomato, and stroked their muzzles with his hands, feeling the warmth of each with tenderness, while the tails played the role of a kind of screen, after the sisters stressed that their baby is really alive when being in their company, which made them say to themselves what a darling he is, but they could no longer stay in the subconscious of the fox, so they began to say goodbye, wishing success and never giving up, and most importantly, be a good boy without deceiving ordinary girls. Uzumaki himself also did not stay at home for a long time and came out into reality, seeing how adults and friends celebrated the holiday and were in an intoxicated state, from which the guy scratched his head saying that he would never drink. And then with the help of his tail he entwined the carcasses of people and carried them to his lair, overcoming pain in the lower back. I knew that the citizens of the village were celebrating at home or were already asleep, so there would not be much trouble returning back. Arriving at his place of detention, the boy ate, dragging his feet because of the load, from which he reached the center of the room and fell, but having surpassed his pride, he created 4 clones and gave them instructions to make an outdoor fireplace and make a fire, as well as make warm beds, not forgetting to prepare a decoction for a hangover. All the preparation did not take much time, but the result was a good well-grown fireplace with a large ring of white stone along the way, the name of the side, so that you could sit and admire a large fire while getting a pleasant warmth. But most of the time the clone killed to create a bed of liquid metal, since he did not own the element of wood, so he had to create a large bed for all guests, and so that the material does not spread, it was decided to restrain it with a frame borrowed from black pillars. However, the last clone, with the help of the plant element, was able to grow small sprouts of the necessary ingredients and pluck them by mixing with water, from which it dissipated as soon as he put the kettle with the infusion near the fireplace. From such an overstrain, Naruto fell asleep like a dead sleep, from which Kurama had to take control of her brother's body by impregnating her chakra and transferred everyone to a kind of bed and lay down herself, from which she found bliss because of the very soft bed on which she had ever lain, slowly falling asleep from the lullaby of a cracking tree, realizing that the life of the tale never it will be before. A year and a half has passed. Throughout the entire time, the team of cleaners declared themselves to the whole world as mysterious wars, performing tasks without delay and in perfect form. Many shinobi licked their lips due to the fact that many are willing to pay well for at least one alive, but those for whom hunters came and stayed alive began to shake, praying for that they should be killed without making them suffer for the rest of their lives. However, for their small service, the trio received their nicknames, from which it gives a little shudder. Such were the Queen of Illusions, Jack of Shadows, and King of Chaos. No one knew the identities of the killers, but they knew only one thing: they are merciless before enemies and merciful to those who cannot fight back. From what they were respected and feared every day, even if they didn't admit it to themselves. The people of Konoha began to live in fear for their lives because the government became cruel due to the increase in the efficiency of the recruitment of Hunins, while simultaneously declaring martial law, while the spirit of retribution continued to cut out its victims, increasing its skill of dismemberment, leaving information of the victim, as well as some compromising records about the head of the village. And after all, everything was rigged so that the criminal did not leave traces. The police, in turn, did nothing because they did not want to get involved in this case, which they considered a fair lynching. From light memories, Naruto was brought out by someone's hand, from which his tails twitched, showing surprise at the same time turning his head, but quickly calmed down, recognizing his girlfriend by the smell and chakra, as well as by her favorite crow mask, which she took care of with trepidation. Naruto, it's time for us to hit the road. It's not long left. I hope after that Minato will choke on his ego. I'm joining the Shikamaru circle so soon, otherwise the last few months we've only been sent on hot tasks like we're some kind of chained dogs. The Uchiha was indignant, snorting through the mask. She did not like the fact that all the dirty work was being thrown off to them, at the same time forcing them to track down targets for weeks getting information. However, she was able to understand one thing, that with each passing month what was left of the Namikaze family began to aggress, picking up all the power for themselves while slowly dissolving the council of clans from which dissenters began to appear. The lazy one will build his sect soon, and then we will lose the main strategists in the world, and I was still planning to make my own state. I was even able to establish relations with the head of Uzumaki, from which the relocation of clans goes on its own, though I had to give a couple of volumes of my knowledge to Orochimaru so that he would make clones of the outgoing ones. I don't have any extra problems needed," said the red-haired man with a slight mockery, simultaneously adjusting the shoulder pad with the armband, feeling their weight. But with one of the tails he adjusted his faceless mask where there were not even slits under the eyes. Hey, don't say that. I'm still shuddering from how he could talk people into just being lazy, for which I fell in love with him. It's not even clear, but at the expense of the snake. I think you're not very sad. Yet you gave him books on plants, anatomy and weapons, so don't be upset or I'll tell Kurama that you're being naughty and will beat the crap out of you with his methods," the brunette said, giggling slightly, remembering how the last time after the next task the boy was sullen, from which his girlfriend decided to cheer him up a little by starting to squeeze his tails while rubbing her muzzle against him, checking for other smells. Well, because Itachi is allowed to me. After all, the fox cub seems to be an adult, but inside he is still a child, so you need to treat him with understanding. Kurama suddenly said, appearing behind the backs of teenagers in the form of a 20-year-old girl with sharp facial features, while fiery bloody hair emphasized ruby eyes with a vertical pupil. However, she preferred long black pants to the calves, leaving her animal paws free, and from the top she preferred a red blouse with short sleeves having cream patterns of flame, taking its origin is from the whirlpool of cherry color. From such a turn, Uzumaki blushed under the mask, which was confirmed by the tails trying to find a way to retreat, while the tailed one hugged him with her arms, pressing him closer to her, from which the young Anbushnitsa understood everything without words and moved to the camp to collect him. The youngest of the Bijuu liked to tease her brother, rejoicing that he had become more humane in the circle of loyal friends, remembering the case when he killed a bunch of vile people on his birthday because of their boneless tongue who dared to offend the tailed ones. From that day the girl realized that the boy's love is brighter than he talks about it, from which the feeling was intoxicating security. Nine-tailed enjoying the warmth of kissing his neck with care, but then reluctantly let him go, snorting with her nose knowing that the task was not easy, but decided to calm her keeper down a little. You know, Son Goku advised to revive some tradition that we all supported, namely, when you come of age, we forbid you to cut your hair by braiding it only in a braid. It's just that in the old days married men grew their hair as loyalty to their wife, plus we thought that it would make you hot and courageous," said the red-haired woman with a childish voice, knowing that the fox cub would be interested, from which the soul rejoiced, imagining an adult man with a long tight braid or braids from which she slightly choked with saliva. Kitsune was right when she saw how the guy calmed down and nodded, showing his agreement along the way, hugging the beauty with his tails, adjusting the standard Umbu equipment along with a gift that emphasized his growing greatness. Nodding to each other, the young couple went their separate ways thinking about their own, but it all came down to the task, which was the capture of a dangerous criminal with his accomplices who robbed dozens of villages. As soon as the former Jinchuriki adjusted his equipment and moved to his teammates, he felt something wrong, raising his ears listening to every rustle, simultaneously letting the chakra into the plant scanning the area for several kilometers. This method was effective at times than Byakugan, but also had a big disadvantage in the form of merging its essence with nature, from which the user could feel and hear, but when destroying a green area, like fauna, it immediately released a large pulse of pain, destroying the neurons of the brain from which it was possible to become a vegetable. Wow, a squad of cleaners came for me, how nice, I'm even flattered. By right of honor I demand that the King of Chaos fight with me, because in case of my death I won't fall face down in the dirt," said a white-haired man with a grin standing on the bark of a tree while holding a tanto with a round guard and with a black blade of an unknown metal with a reverse grip, simultaneously thinking over a plan of action, looking at how the young shinobi shuddered at his presence, not forgetting to hide their face with a porcelain cat mask. The fighters did not answer, standing still looking at how the shadows of the mercenaries surrounded them in a circle, sometimes laughing, holding their weapons at the ready, wanting to satisfy the hunger of blood, but it was worth coming forward to the guy with the pineapple hairstyle hiding his face in a white mask with slits for eyes under which there were patterns of red and purple, circled with gold around the edges, and the forehead it had a black color, on which opposite colors lay above the slits, as at the same moment the stranger jumped down from the tree with a filigree flip, which did not crumple the clothes with Konoha's vest. "New guy, I don't need you, but your noble boss, yet I know that just like that you refuse to kill, which means there is a conscience and honor, so I will do the right thing," Nunakin said in a calm voice, straightening his tied hair to the shoulder blades and snapped his fingers, from which the rest of the war laid down their weapons standing at attention, after which he rushed to attack the nearest Anbushnik, but when the weapon almost touched the enemy's body, he dissolved as if he were a shadow, from which he disoriented the mercenary, not noticing how a red-haired fox in a snow-white mask resembling a skull with closed eye sockets was running at him, simultaneously showing his grin. However, when he reached it, the fox straightened up, standing on two paws, equaling the height of the man, after which he changed his armor, showing everyone a silver, elongated blade made of jade material mixed with metals, being a continuation of the bracer itself, along the way it seemed that the weapon glowed bright green while claws were clenching in his free hand, preparing to stick them into the flesh, inhaling the coming adrenaline. Wow, what a weapon, just an extension of yourself. But what are you like in battle? Will you justify your name? If not, then I don't envy your friends, said the thug, mocking the guy at the same time folding the seal's calling, after which a pack of big wolves appeared out of the white smoke, coldly looking at everyone. The guy did not lead to provocation, which was indicated by his calm tails, while he scanned the area with the help of the chakra, feeling how the animals sat down behind the sleeping owner, from which he noticed an honest duel. No one wanted to be the first to break, knowing what it could lead to, but the die was cast and two shinobi rushed into each other, making swings to attack. Without noticing how the sloth and the crow used a replacement, leaving unusual clones in their places, going for the information that the Hokage needed. The battle was desperate because the forces were equal and therefore everyone foresaw the attack of the other, not letting himself be hurt, knowing that this was certain death, from which they thought out new battle tactics in accelerated mode. In turn, Naruto tried to conduct a deceptive attack, making a stabbing thrust with a blade, from which the masochist dodged into the side where he was met by claws at the meeting, cutting the vest, but not the raft, from which the man jumped back with fright, which confirmed the accelerated heartbeat. And you did well, you were able to touch the equipment, but that's not enough. I want to see your full potential. But apparently you'll have to cheat a little. Don't be offended, it's just business, said the swordsman with a slight kindness in his voice, then folded the seal of concentration, from which explosions were heard in the place where there were partners, from which Uzumaki turned in that direction, feeling the fading of his friend's chakras. The fox can't see what was happening with his own eyes, from which panic ate him alive, forcing him to mix his mind with the forest, making a loud roar, wrapping his whole body with metal shavings from a gift, simultaneously feeling in his soul primal rage and fear for his comrades. His mask cracked from the large amount of natural chakra absorbed by him, from which the body began to increase in size, and the bloody fur began to grow all over the body, enveloping with a warm cover, while his head began to deform, changing into a large muzzle of a wild fox with burning desert eyes. After the transformation, the fighters were covered in sweat, trying not to show their fear, but the werewolf heard their pulse quicken, from which his tails wriggling like sails foreshadowed nothing good. The white-haired man, in turn, grinned at such a reaction and lowered his summoning beasts on the enemy while simultaneously descending from the tree, trying to remember the appropriate tactics. As soon as the hungry wolves approached the giant fox, at the same moment his left arm was covered with armor deformed in the area of the brush, posing as a cylinder with traces of deep scratches from which hot black smoke was blazing. The giant was aware of his actions, but his breathing demanded retribution, from which the gun was flooded on the gang leader, while the tails mercilessly squeezed the carcasses of animals to a crunch, not wanting to kill them, considering them innocent along the way, wanting to stop children's games. What a big guy, as he predicted, and the savior of darkness will appear to the whole world, making the world safe for everyone, destroying all states and their rulers, giving the earth the Renaissance. The madman said with a slight euphoria, opening himself to attack while simultaneously holding his weapon ready, wanting to use it to its full advantage while simultaneously feeling how the pressure of the chakra began to increase at times. The beast let out a wild roar, firing a black-purple beam from a cannon directly at the opponent, while the animal threw its tails away, not wanting to waste more time on them, while simultaneously walking towards the enemy, flexing its claws, anticipating hot blood. However, the projectile could not hit its target due to the absorption of energy by the black tanto, emitting ringing vibrations, from which the white-haired man was less able to restrain the flow of the natural chakra by getting down on one knee, but gathering his strength into a fist, the man made an effort and redirected most of the charge to his master while flying off into the nearest tree, like the werewolf himself. Developing tails like sails, Naruto began to rise, spitting a blood clot from his mouth, surprised at how the energy simply absorbed into its original form, preventing harm to all living things. But when out of the corner of his eye he focused on the movement from a fallen tree, it surprised him at times, because none other than Tsukumo Hatake was rising in front of him, and you are a strong guy, but not perfect, so there is room to grow, but I want to warn you, your clans and friends are in danger. Like yourself, Konoha is preparing a project to destroy the snake. Told me that the weapon is called evolution. Your choice is only yours. You will have 5 years in order to make a decision, and now duty calls before the meeting. I still need to help Gantosh and Hizashi, so as not to spoil your reputation. I leave these people to you, to be torn to pieces and prepare for a more serious matter. Hatake said with a mysterious smile, dissolving into the leaves, recalling his animals for a well-deserved rest, considering further actions, remembering that it was this guy who began to relocate the population to more favorable lands according to the stories of an acquaintance. As soon as the shinobi disappeared, the battle ring of the opponents began to narrow, changing their appearance, taking creatures similar to humans with differences in the form of white skin, green hair and amber eyes. The young Yukai only grinned menacingly at this, while a kurama dressed in light samurai armor crawled out of his body on top of a combat kimono, showing all its menace. However, she preferred her age-tested claws from weapons. Brother, hush, hush, calm down, your comrades are fine, just the seals contained a powder that creates a blind spot mixing with nature, but we should deal with these and find out why they went to the enemy camp without covering us. Said the nine-tailed with a grin, at the same time stroking the muzzle of the werewolf, trying to calm him down a little, but the pulsating weapons showed that the anger had not gone anywhere, only accumulated for the shot. Naruto softened slightly on these actions, trying to breathe evenly briefly, considering himself with a slight fear, but as soon as one of the plants approached as a couple, his head was immediately destroyed by an accurate shot, growling with menace from which the Zetsu were slightly frightened, preparing to attack. After that, the tandem rushed into the thick of the opponents, crumbling them into cabbage without pity and regret, knowing that they did not feel pain, from which the battle was boring. Without giving a sense of excitement, the creatures tried to fight back, but quickly turned into a mess and saw, which made it seem that there was no such battle, but the evidence was large craters and a slightly battered Uzumaki skin, who began to look around, removing his weapon, exhaling from slight fatigue. In turn, Kyubi was worried about the guy, holding him while hugging him, thinking about who he had become and how to fix it, from which she admired the fox's muzzle. Well, that's it, calm down, little brother, stop absorbing the natural chakra in such quantities and you can return to your previous form. I would help you discharge in another way, but I'm afraid you haven't grown up to that yet. Said the girl, giggling, getting up on her toes and smacking the giant on the neck, inhaling his changed smell, enjoying it, while she caught the quiet breathing of her mate with her ears, which meant only one thing: he began to let go of the animal essence, removing his armor along with the cannon. Said the one who led deceptive novels to get out. Said the kid, giggling, returning his appearance, but did not take into account the fact that he turned out to be completely naked, from which the guy's face turned red and buried itself in the collarbone of the tail. That's true, but I see with age you become more impudent, little fox. Aren't you afraid of my anger? The redhead asked with a grin, stroking the teenager's back with her paws, going down to the tails, jamming them with care, until she saw a couple of minor scars with her eyes, from which she began to let the chakra into her tail to remove the scars, knowing that the young prince takes care of his body with all rigor. Come on, honey, should I transfer my arrogance to other girls? Although I think you and your sisters are enough for me, you are my family, which I will not betray by standing up like a mountain. The 11-tailed man said with a grin and carefully bit the girl's neck, leaving a slight trace of teeth, from which Bijuu blushed, which the young man wanted, and then he stepped aside, gently purring while simultaneously printing his everyday clothes from his wrist. That's a sly man, just a real fox owner, so I think my anger will not attack you. You're too nice to beat you, and I think the girls will shy away from you. Yet after our future release we will be with you almost always. But now it's not about that, it's time for us to move into the path of the task seems to be completed. Kurama said, suppressing her sweet moan, looking at how the guy began to dress in a red turtleneck with a long collar and sleeves, while under the bottom he wore white underpants and black baggy pants covering his legs except his feet. the final touch was a night-black doublet with embroidered gold seals, from which the girl slightly drooled, devouring his gaze. But she endured the moment when the guy would be ready for sexual life completely. A couple of warriors moved to the proposed camp to find out why their friends left them and went on without warning them, from which the feeling of anxiety increased in both, adding pace. With every meter passed, the young couple felt the disgusting smell of burning mixed with burning flesh, from which the soul ached, like the forest itself pulsating like a burning wound, showing that he was alive, but could not do anything because of helplessness and faith in a better time. Running to the specified place, the team saw how the wooden fort was burning to the ground with a black flame, from where the heart-rending screams were still coming from, which made the fur stand on end. In turn, the nine-tailed felt pain in her heart, causing her pupils to narrow to a thin needle, and her tails raged in anger while remembering the past of her people. Running into the fire, the tailed ones split up, creating hundreds of clones, sending them to search for survivors and to create a barrier, without letting anyone out, from which the chances increased significantly. Examining every ruin, stones and ruins for the presence of bodies, but they were disappointed, because instead of the usual corpses there were mutilated victims with rotted insides from which various liquids flowed out at the same time, steaming smoothly. But most of all, they were alarmed by the fact that the dead had the majority of red hair, forcing the voice of doubt to turn into the pain of loss and longing. While the clones were searching for survivors, the originals, in turn, made their way to the center of a peculiar settlement, feeling the smell of their friends, soaked in something strange. However, Naruto felt weakness and slight exhaustion in his body, but his faithful girlfriend did not let him fall, knowing what the reason for this phenomenon was. Be careful, little fox, your soul and body are connected with your people and nature, no matter how strange it may sound, but you have become not just a Bijuu, but a tailed nature. I will explain. If Uzumaki or the forest is attacked and eventually destroyed, then it is given to you in double damage. I know this is because I felt it for myself when most of my clan died, so I can assume that there were refugees of the scarlet-haired devils here, but they were killed without expecting an attack, since there are almost no signs of a struggle. Kurama said with sadness, seeing how the body of the person dear to her tensed and was ready to break, but she did not allow this, trying to be close, realizing that the souls of the dead would go to a better world, to a clean world. I understood, dear, the cycle of life is the same for everyone, and if a person has died, then it means his time has come, but that's not what Shinigami's friend meant at all, but I want to believe that worthy people live with honor with him," said the prince, breathing deeply, hugging the girl with his tail, hoping to find support, while he grabbed his heart with his hand, from which a click spread in his subconscious, signifying another death. The couple did not retreat and continued on their way, where at the end of it there were two Umbu Konoha in a bloody and slightly battered form, simultaneously taking their Tonto out of the old man's body. But as soon as the guy did not consciously connect with nature, he felt their minds trapped, asking for help, from which the hand became heavier, feeling cold metal, and when the connection was interrupted, I saw how a two-handed rust-colored axe with two strongly pointed blades was in my hand, but the price for such a weapon was most of the guy's reserves. But the growing anger at himself, friends devoured himself alive, from which he began to release his aura, causing the earth to crack a little. What does it mean? We didn't come for this at all," said the 11-tailed man with a slight anger, dragging his weapon behind him, growling along the way, looking at their position while his girlfriend hid in the wreckage, pondering plans for retreat while simultaneously holding the structure with her tails. They are our enemy. Even an ordinary Uzumaki can become a threat. We offered them to surrender, but refused, and as a result they died. Note that we did not start killing them right away. We did not go beyond the task," Shikamaru said in an indifferent voice, standing at attention, but his eyes expressed pain and regret, while his own shadow behaved strangely, as if it was hiding something in itself, giving a hint to the young war. Don't you dare hide behind the murder of innocents, even under the usual seal of suppression. It's easy to get out. My people are always peaceful if you don't anger them. And of course Konoha benefits from getting such a valuable resource. Those whom you killed knew this, from which you moved to a protected place. And just lie to me and I'll kill you despite the fact that we are friends." Naruto roared, jumping into the air with the help of the chakra, bringing the axe aiming straight at the head, while his eyes spun more animatedly, collecting energy for the battle. Bit by bit. As expected, the sloth and the crow moved a second before the impact to a safe place while remaining in a kind of arena, but the guy didn't need this, as the younger head managed to touch the shadow of a comrade with his tail and pulled out a crumpled and bloody piece of paper where the following was written: "Naruto, Itachi and I were forced to take the oath. There is no Hokage at will, so whatever act we do, we will accept any punishment, but the main thing is to be careful. Before you lose control of yourself, know that Crow and I have come up with a new level of armor for her warrior." Bijuu, after reading the message, realized the main thing, that not only Kushina is fighting for power, but also Danzo is trying to make the country great according to his beliefs, from which the king's soul began to burn with a bright flame, seeing how power corrupts to such an extent that even friends have become only a tool in the hands of the puppeteer. "I can't force you to close your eyes to this. But you have no choice, either this or death, and you know that you won't survive. You're not strong enough, even now you're too weakened to defeat us," said Uchiha in a calm voice, considering the kid with the activated Sharingan while holding her weapon tightly. However, she felt that her thoughts were not hers at all, which made it hurt in her head, as if something did not allow her to resist someone else's will. "That means as friends, then you want a monster, then you will get it," the scarlet-haired man said with played rudeness, driving an axe into the ground and began to put it in the right order, intending to decide on one single way out of this situation, while the surviving charred plants began to share the pristine nature with the boy, strengthening their body by becoming a demon. Fox. As soon as the transformation was completed, the air struck the ground with his paw, scattering the chakra for several miles, until the two and Bushnik felt nothing, preparing for a grand battle. However, the nine-tailed felt the vibration of the entire territory, understanding the plans of the youngster, but could not sit on the sidelines, knowing that he could not withstand such a high load, from which he could crack. The soul has lost its individuality, becoming part of the collective mind. Kurama shared the load, feeling the wild, tearing force that the earth itself seemed to have bestowed for its own protection. However, her eyes widened when she looked at how different vegetation emanated from a rusty axe, greening the scorched territory, giving new life, but a cold palm with soft fur brought her out of a trance, from which she looked at her boyfriend and saw how he grinned good thanks to her for her help, after which he took the weapons of the fallen and went to the couple, who were scared to hell in their hearts and therefore did not bother to activate Mangekai and Shadows for a fierce battle. The two-tailed ones attacked first, making vertical and horizontal attacks, aiming at the weak points of the equipment, while the Anbushniki, in turn, made a block to meet the claws and heavy weapons, folding seals with their free hands to create various techniques. But they were not allowed to finish 20 tails, interfering as best they could, from which the Konoha shinobi had to use a replacement to group up. However, everything did not go according to plan, and no one gave the sloth and the crow a break, making frequent attacks soaked in tricks in the form of a constant attack of clones from all over the neighborhood, while some used the most powerful techniques, after which they scattered. The team of cleaners did not expect such a turn and decided to take a desperate step, calling Susanoo, enveloping him with shadow armor, increasing the strength of the giant, hoping to crush the traitors. But as soon as Tatsuki's blade was pulled out, the spirit of a golden, nine-tailed fox with black coloring rose in front of them, while inside there was a skeleton made of various vegetation, strengthening the avatar. The former Jinchuriki was sitting inside the giant's head in the lotus position, plunging headlong into his subconscious, simultaneously sharing his chakra with her, playing the role of reason, from which a scarlet aura formed behind the monster's back, while in turn Kurama was in the heart area, kneading her limbs, enjoying a pleasant display. "Naru, my clones were able to find some survivors hidden in secret basements, so don't worry about the damage. So it's time for us to show the kids a bad time, and I think you agree with me, how much I missed a real fight. You have no idea," the red-haired woman said with a passionate howl, straightening her clothes, hearing an approving growl from which the girl connected to the avatar by fluffing her tails, looking at how their friends tensed. That's the end of it.